The tale began with the protagonist immersed in a video game where a menacing skeleton addressed the knight, declaring him truly worthy of being his rival. The skeleton remarked that indeed the rumors were true and that the title Nightmare of the Continent suited him perfectly. Yet, he added, as long as the forces of light stood by their side, they would never surrender. Sunghyun thought to himself that this was both a terrifying immortal king and a noble knight of light. He sipped on his soda, wondering aloud if their dramatic clash was a bit overdone. Still, he acknowledged it was just a performance. But how had things ended up this way? Even this unlucky guy stuck in his closet watching it all unfold, wasn't that also him? Before long there was a knock at the protagonist's door. A staff member, holding a pen and a piece of paper, introduced himself as being from the Special Ability Control Bureau Relocation and Investigation Department. He asked if Sunghyun was present. The protagonist confirmed with an eager expression. The employee explained that his identity had been verified and requested that, should he awaken, he report it immediately to the Special Abilities Control Bureau. Sunghyun reflected that it was the first time he had spoken to a stranger in half a year. Now that the conversation was over, he figured he wouldn't need to open the door for another 6 months. It had been 2 years since he last stepped outside. Some might call him pathetic. Others might accuse him of lacking willpower. But in truth he saw himself as a casualty of a twisted world. Suddenly the TV news caught his attention. A reporter announced that firefighters were battling a blaze at a shopping mall. The arsonist, it was said, was an awakened individual who had started the fire before transitioning to another world. Sunghyun stared at the screen in shock, thinking, an awakened person. Not long ago, people all over the world had begun awakening one by one, developing mysterious abilities referred to as special powers. After awakening, individuals were forced into another world within 24 hours, returning only after meeting specific conditions. However, very few ever came back alive. Desperate and hopeless, many of the awakened resorted to committing senseless crimes before their inevitable departure. 2 years ago, a reckless prank by one such awakened person had cost Sunghyun both his family and his leg. Though he had tried to muster the resolve to start anew, the effort seemed futile. At one point he sat on a specialized exercise machine attempting to work his legs. He slumped down, exhausted, asking himself what the point of all this was. Why was he so afraid of stepping outside? Perhaps with just a little more determination something might change. Maybe he could leave this place and go somewhere, anywhere. Suddenly, a translucent system window materialized above his head. It displayed a message, dimensional distortion detected. Connection to the Akasha system in progress. Awakening of a unique skill. The unique skilled avatar had been awakened, and a countdown began. 24 hours remained before transitioning to another world. Sunghyun cried out in terror, exclaiming that this must be some kind of joke. How could it all happen so abruptly? The system window displayed a warning. Failure to enter the travel portal within the allotted time would result in a forced transition. With a panicked expression, Sunghyun flung open his closet. He recalled hearing that returning to Earth took about a year, and with time in the other world flowing 10 times slower, this meant he'd have to endure 10 long years there to get back. Eventually, the protagonist, now clad in full gear, stood nervously before the glowing portal. The system window informed him that 3 minutes remained until the transition. Gripping his head in distress, Sunghyun thought, I can't even step outside normally, and now there's a portal in front of me. I have no strength, no skills. How am I supposed to survive in another world? Suddenly he remembered his unique skill. Sunghyun shouted, determined, activate the avatar skill. At that moment, a clone materialized before him. He stumbled back in shock, gasping, that's me? Staring at the figure, he realized he was looking at a perfect copy of his own face. The clone saw everything he did as though they shared the same vision. This is dizzying, Sunghyun muttered, trying to move and control the avatar. The realization hit him. It was impossible to act simultaneously with the clone. Then the system window chimed again. 1 minute remained until the transition. Failure to step into the portal would trigger a forced move. In desperation, Sunghyun slumped against the clone's chest. This avatar is useless, he groaned. Just like me. If only someone else could take my place. Acting on a sudden impulse, Sunghyun directed the avatar toward the portal. The system window acknowledged the identity of the awakened individual, confirming the start of the transition. Watching the avatar vanish into the portal, Sunghyun cried out in astonishment. It worked. The move portal had accepted the avatar instead of him. The system window updated. The transition to the Auterica dimension was complete. Moments later, Sunghyun found himself looking at a dense forest. His heart raced with fear. The avatar was supposed to go. Why am I here? But then the system clarified. He could return to Earth via the return option in the karma store. However, karma needed to be earned through adventures and his current karma was at 0. Sunghyun's vision suddenly blurred. Realizing he wasn't physically in the forest but instead seeing through the avatar's eyes, he shouted, "I'm going to be sick." The nausea overwhelmed him and he abruptly woke up at home, sprinting to the sink to throw up. A few moments later, he sighed in relief. "At least I survived the move," he muttered. Gathering himself, Sunghyun added with determination, "Summon the avatar here." A double appeared before him, and as it approached, the protagonist asked in frustration what he was supposed to do with such a useless ability. Suddenly, a system window appeared, announcing that he had achieved something remarkable, returning to Earth without using the karma store. As a bonus, he was granted the ability to teleport back once daily to his previous location using a portal. Additionally, his karma had increased. Sunghyun was stunned, realizing that he had become the first awakened individual to return to Earth so quickly. The system window displayed his balance. 1,910,213 karma points. His jaw dropped in shock. Could this much really be awarded just for sending the avatar? In one move, he had earned points equivalent to 10 years' worth of effort. The system explained that karma is granted based on a person's impact in another world, whether through good deeds, misdeeds, murders, or honest labor. It made no distinction. Accumulated karma could be spent on improving abilities or returning to Earth. Sunghyun wondered if there had been some kind of mistake. What if he was still required to travel back to another world? Then, with a wry smile, he said, "Well, I didn't expect this to work, but who cares?" Turning to the system window, he noted that returning to Earth seemed pointless since he was already here. The system offered a suggestion: improving his unique skill for 300,000 karma or exploring other status enhancements. Intrigued, Sunghyun asked to see the details of the status upgrade section. Opening the tab, he saw an option to enhance regeneration for 10,000 karma. What is regeneration? He wondered aloud. Curious, he pressed the button. Instantly, a strange sensation coursed through his legs. Sunghyun looked down in amazement. His legs had been fully healed. The injuries that had defined his life, the source of his pain and isolation, were gone. This wound had been more than an inconvenience. It symbolized his tragic farewell to his family and his retreat from the world. Now it was as if none of it had ever happened. The system updated his status, informing him that his regeneration ability had surpassed the standard level 1 threshold. He had gained a new skill, super regeneration, which significantly enhanced his recovery powers. Later, Sunghyun smiled as he exercised his legs on the simulator. Reflecting on his progress, he marveled at how the karma he had earned not only restored his legs but allowed him to grow stronger. Watching his productive training session, he admired how much power his legs now had. With plenty of karma still left, he pondered where to invest it next. Spotting the option to enhance his unique skill, he eagerly clicked on it. As he activated the system window, he wondered aloud, what can I achieve by improving the avatar's skill? After some time, Sunghyun stood before his upgraded clone, grinning. "You're a real man," he said. The double, admiring its new physique, remarked, "You've put in some serious effort, haven't you?" Sunghyun chuckled, replying, "It's all thanks to hard training." After awakening the avatar skill, Sunghyun realized his consciousness had split in two, allowing him to move freely. Along with this, he gained a new ability to enhance his weapon skills. The system window explained that, with the Mind Center, he could choose what information to receive. Sunghyun thought, this means I'll no longer experience disorientation, and even if the avatar gets hurt, I won't feel any pain. Grinning, he grabbed a gamepad and remarked that he could now explore another world while comfortably sitting at home wrapped in a blanket. As he considered his newfound control over the avatar, Sunghyun noted that it felt just like playing a video game. But this wasn't the only change. Now he had 3 avatars. Pondering aloud, he wondered if their numbers would continue to grow as he developed the skill. This could get confusing, he muttered. I can't just keep calling them avatars. I need names. Looking around for inspiration, his gaze landed on a ketchup packet on the table. The first clone, he declared, will be called Hans. The system window updated, showing Hans's abilities: general skills, mind center, super regeneration, individual skills, mana attraction. Note: first avatar is Sunghyun. Turning to the second clone, Sunghyun named him Heinz. The system displayed Heinz's abilities: general skills, Mind Center, Super Regeneration. Individual Skills, Survivability. Note, second avatar is Sunghyun. Sunghyun couldn't help but comment, mana attraction and survivability? What kind of bizarre combination is this? Then with a grin he added, well, it's time to complete my long-awaited quest. Settling on the couch, Sunghyun began controlling his clones. He sent Hans to teleport to another world, while Heinz took a bag of garbage and stepped outside. As Sunghyun switched his attention to Heinz, he saw sunlight streaming down and marveled that he felt no anxiety. The mind center is working perfectly, he thought. Hans must already be in another world by now. Switching control to Hans, Sunghyun observed that it was nighttime in a seemingly tranquil forest. It's so quiet, he murmured. Just then, a black panther emerged from the dense foliage. Startled, he exclaimed, how did that thing show up out of nowhere? The panther lunged, but Hans quickly unsheathed his sword and drove it into the beast's mouth. Sunghyun noted with satisfaction, exactly as I expected. No fear or pain. Just like a game. Hans withdrew the sword and finished off the panther. Sitting beside the panther's lifeless body, Hans muttered, is it this hard because I haven't leveled up yet? I'll be in big trouble if I run into another monster. Scanning the area, he spotted a small settlement in the distance. A short while later, Hans arrived at the village, where he was greeted by a villager named Glokali. Smiling warmly, Glokali welcomed him, praising his courage for navigating the monster-filled forest at such a late hour. Hans grinned, gesturing to his injured body. I've got wounds all over me. Elder, do you think I could stay in the village for the night? Glokali nodded with a kind smile. Of course, he said. We should always help each other. Hans exhaled with relief and gratefully thanked the elder. A short time later they were walking through the village, passing by the houses. The elder commented that it was the first time he had seen such clothing and equipment, asking if Hans had come from far away. Hans chuckled. I got a little lost. Kept walking and somehow ended up here. The elder smiled warmly. It's nice to meet someone new after such a long time. How about we share a drink at the tavern? Later that night, Hans lay on a bed, smiling to himself. They even gave me a room here, he mused. The longer he stayed, the more he thought about how kind the villagers were. How long has it been since I felt so happy talking to people? Today really was a good day. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat on his couch, holding a mug of alcohol. This is great, he said aloud, savoring the feeling. Eating chicken after a shower, pure bliss. Traveling around the world like this is amazing. Feeling a pang of guilt, he added, I'm embarrassed though. Hans is working so hard out there. He reflected that Hans was practicing his survivability. I don't know when I'll have to send him away again, so it's good he's preparing. With a smile, Sunghyun concluded, this is fantastic. But no matter how much my clones accomplish, I need to learn more about the other world. What kind of place is it really? He opened his laptop, smiling as he thought, I'll be a great leader. Suddenly, a system window appeared, declaring, Avatar is dead. All skills and data acquired by the avatar will be reset. Sunghyun froze in horror. Hans died. He pointed at the system window, panicked. He died in that village. Could it have been that old man's doing? Did he slip something into the drink? He shook his head, frustrated. How careless of me. Then a thought struck him. Wait, am I reconnecting to the avatar? At the same time, back in the village, Glokali stood with another man near Hans's lifeless body. I thought he'd be useful, Glokali said, but he turned out to be just an empty shell. He managed to get through the forest alone, so I thought he had real potential. But in the end, he's just another elite skeleton. As Sunghyun began to control Hans's body again, he wondered in shock, what's happening here? The system window popped up, stating, race changed to undead. New skill acquired, decomposed heart. Hans's updated profile read, race, undead. General skills, mind center, super regeneration. Individual skills, mana attraction. Note, the mind center prevents mental damage. Sunghyun's thoughts raced in panic. What is going on? Glancing to the side, he spotted a large number of skeletons behind a glass wall. Fear gripped him as he realized, could it be that these lunatics turned all the villagers into undead? Just then, a living man entered the basement. Who is this? Sunghyun wondered. Wait, isn't that the guy from the tavern yesterday? The man, visibly annoyed, grumbled, how much longer do I have to stay in this dump? His gaze shifted to Hans's body on the floor and he stared at it intently. The protagonist anxiously wondered what the man was staring at. Did he really notice I've come to my senses? The man pointed at Hans's body with irritation and grumbled, "Why is this knucklehead still here? Why do I have to redo what everyone else has already done? Move the skeleton's body over there." Sunghyun felt a jolt of worry. "Even though my heart isn't beating, I think I almost had a heart attack." He could feel a strange force trying to move Hans's body against his will. By concentrating, he managed to resist the pull, but he decided it was wiser to obey for now. The man muttered with frustration, "Why does the old man always make me check on these weirdos? What a meticulous pain in the neck." Sunghyun reflected nervously. "This force, it feels so familiar. It's the same one that moved my dead body earlier. Could it be linked to the mana attraction skill?" His thoughts raced. "If that's the case, maybe I can figure out how to control it. And if I can control this force, I might be able to take command of all the other undead too." 1 week later. In the dim basement, Hans's undead body sat on a stack of wooden boxes, his skeletal fingers twitching with faint magical energy. Across from him, a skeleton lay crumpled on the floor. With a flick of Sunghyun's will, the skeleton stood up stiffly, moving as though animated by invisible strings. Sunghyun grinned. "I finally did it. I can control others now. Although it's not exactly what I imagined. I can only influence one undead at a time, not a whole crowd. Guess an elite skeleton like me isn't capable of much more yet." Suddenly, the sharp hiss of a rat caught his attention. He snapped forward, grabbing the small creature in his bony hands. "So, it was this little pest gnawing at my heels all week? You're a fast and nimble one, aren't you?" A tiny nasty thing. An idea struck him. "What if I use my magic on something small and fast like this rat instead of a person?" He focused his mana, and the rat's eyes glowed an eerie red. Sunghyun carefully set it down, grinning. "Operation Night Watch begins," he said to himself. "Let's see what secrets I can uncover with this little spy." Outside the warehouse, through the rat's glowing eyes, Sunghyun observed a man pacing outside. "Why is this guy whining so much?" he thought, amused. Then the man opened a heavy wooden door, revealing a second, dimly lit warehouse. The rat scurried forward, darting toward the open passage. Suddenly, a surge of energy pulsed through the air, halting its progress. Sunghyun recoiled instinctively, even with the emotional dampening of the mind center active. "That energy, it's overwhelming. I can't risk getting closer." From within the warehouse, he overheard a conversation. Jeffrey, a sharp-featured man, asked impatiently, "When will the maturation process be done? That fragment of the immortal king, it feels like it's sucking part of my soul every time I go in there." "It'll be soon, right? The teacher's been stuck in there for days." Another man replied, his tone cautious, "It should be soon. But isn't it funny? We're guarding this place so tightly with traps set all over the village and even here. Not even a mouse could sneak through." Sunghyun's thoughts swirled. A fragment of the immortal king? That must be what they're guarding. But where else can I gather information? And where did that old man disappear to? Moments later, a sudden flash of magical energy pierced the rat's body, shattering the connection. The elder approached, his expression calm and his tone almost amused. "A simple mouse," he said, brushing his robes as he inspected the remains. Sunghyun seethed from his safe distance. This old idiot. He noticed even a tiny spy. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. The protagonist's thoughts raced as he wondered, did they really figure me out? The old man stepped closer, inspecting the rat's lifeless body. "An undead?" he muttered, puzzled. "I don't sense black magic, but its body is brimming with dark mana. Could mana influence alone have turned this rat into an undead? There's only one place filled with such dark mana." He turned to the man nearby and asked sharply, "Jeffrey, you're in charge of the warehouse today, aren't you?" Sunghyun, observing from afar, felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, little rat. You've done well. I'll avenge your death, I promise. Watch over me from wherever you are." Some time later, Jeffrey stormed into the basement, his face twisted in rage. "A rat? All this fuss over a damn rodent? That stupid old man?" He seethed, pacing wildly. Then, glaring at Hans's undead form, he barked, "Hey, why the hell are you standing there like that? Follow my order and stand up straight." As Hans's undead body remained still, Jeffrey's irritation boiled over. He approached menacingly, raising a fist. "Didn't I tell you to stand up straight?" he spat. Grabbing Hans by the hair, he yanked him forward. "Aren't you the fool who dared to stand against me? Didn't you threaten to kill me if I touched your family? Go on, repeat it." His face twisted into a sadistic grin. "Oh, that's right. I ripped out your tongue." Jeffrey sneered, tossing Hans to the floor like a discarded doll. "You should be thankful I let you live, even after we hunted down every idiot in your pathetic village. And your wife, she's here too, isn't she? What about your children? Oh wait, maybe they're with other families now. The tables turn. Suddenly Hansa's undead body sprang to life, lunging at Jeffrey and sinking his teeth into the man's neck. Jeffrey let out a horrified scream as he collapsed to the ground. What's happening to me? Stop, he stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Reaching out desperately, he began casting magic, but before he could finish, another undead figure, the reanimated body of Hansa's wife, pounced on him from behind. Together, the two undead silenced Jeffrey forever. Sunghyun, controlling Hansa's body, felt a grim satisfaction. Their revenge has only just begun. A bold plan. Meanwhile, Sunghyun switched control to Heinz and approached the village guards. My brother lives in this village, he shouted. The guards frowned. Your brother? He left not long ago. What makes you think we'll just let a stranger in? Heinz grinned. If that's the case, then bring me to the village elder. He'll recognize me. Moments later, Glokali arrived, his expression calm but inquisitive. What seems to be the matter? Heinz greeted him warmly, bowing slightly. Elder, it's a pleasure to meet you. I believe my twin brother Hans is somewhere here. Sunghyun smirked inwardly. Having two avatars really comes in handy for moments like this. While Heinz kept Glokali distracted, Sunghyun, through Hansa's body, infiltrated the warehouse and approached the fragment of the immortal king. The fragment pulsed with a dark, otherworldly energy, resonating with the undead around it. Is it absorbing the energy from the undead? No, it's more like it's replenishing itself. This explains why the people here are so unnaturally strong. That warehouse I was stuck in before must have been a dumping ground. And yet these fools dare to act superior? They'll learn soon enough. Sunghyun activated his abilities, drawing the fragment toward him. A powerful surge of energy echoed throughout the village, shaking the very ground. The elder's realization. Back at the gates, Heinz maintained his ruse. Twins are connected, he said with a sly smile. We always know where the other is. Glokali frowned, his suspicion growing. Hard to believe, he muttered. Suddenly his eyes widened in panic. He sensed a disturbance and shouted, something's wrong with the fragment. Kill this fool immediately. In a blur of movement, Glokali transformed into a monstrous, darkened form and hurtled toward the source of the disturbance, his face twisted with rage. The guards, startled by Heinz's sudden disappearance, raised their spears in confusion. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on the overwhelming surge of emotions emanating from the fragment. Such an irresistible flow of negative energy. Even with the mind center filtering the input, it's like a tidal wave. Could anyone endure this and remain sane? Suddenly, a deafening explosion of energy shook the area, and a system window materialized before him. System notification. Your essence meets the conditions. Information unlocked. Immortal magician Demolic. Rank increased due to the power of the fragment of the immortal king. Dark magic hidden in the fragment has assimilated with your essence. New skill acquired, demonic wisdom. This skill grants mastery of dark magic and an innate understanding of its mechanics. Sunghyun marveled at the new power. Demonic wisdom. Just by observing dark magic, I can wield it as if I've known it forever. This changes everything. In the basement, a man stood near the remnants of Jeffrey's last stand, muttering to himself. That idiot couldn't even handle a zombie rat. Now I have to clean up this mess. Before he could proceed, the elder's booming voice rang out. Check the fragment immediately. And find Jeffrey. Grumbling, the man approached the cage containing the fragment. Why is it so quiet? He asked, leaning closer. Suddenly, a mass of undead surged from the shadows, clawing at him. Panicked, the man shouted, This is impossible. How can they? His words faltered as Heinz's voice cut through the chaos, calm and sarcastic. Lovely weather today, isn't it? The man's eyes widened in horror. How is he talking? The undead latched onto him, but he managed to release a small burst of magic, pushing them back momentarily. However, the cage shattered, releasing a flood of monsters into the basement. Heinz smirked, his voice dripping with mock politeness. Ignoring someone's greeting? How rude. Sunghyun observed through Heinz's perspective, marveling at the newfound power demonic wisdom granted him. Dark magic feels as natural as breathing. This knowledge, it's like it was always there waiting for me to unlock it. Outside, a massive explosion rocked the village as the undead spilled into the streets. Heinz commanded them with unwavering authority. Don't let anyone escape. Kill them all. The confrontation with Glokali. A skeleton's body fell before Heinz and the elder, Glokali, emerged, his expression cold and furious. "You should have been an elite skeleton," he growled. "What did you do with the fragment of the immortal king?" Heinz greeted him with a grin. "Glokali, it's been too long. By the way, thanks to you I lost my heart. Fortunately, I found a new one in your warehouse." Glokali's face contorted with rage. "You dare to merge a fragment of the immortal king with such a pitiful body? You've gone too far." Raising his hand, he invoked a powerful spell. Finger of Death. A wave of dark energy surged forward, striking Heinz with enough force to sever his arm. Heinz glanced at his dismembered limb, more annoyed than pained. Attacking someone mid-conversation? Really, where are your manners? Silence. Glokali roared. "Do you have any idea how much effort and resources I've poured into this fragment? An entire year's worth of preparation, and you've ruined everything." Glokali's eyes blazed with fury. "I was so close," he growled, "to wielding a power greater than anything in existence. And now you've turned my masterpiece into this?" Heinz smirked, wrapped in the swirling energy of dark magic. "What's wrong, old man? Can't handle a rookie Demolic? Dark Thorn?" Glokali roared, sending tendrils of shadow magic spiraling toward Heinz. Heinz laughed. "Using high-ranking magic against a beginner? You must really be desperate." His voice turned cold as he countered effortlessly, "I'm the only one who can truly control the fragment, and you know it." Glokali sneered. "You may have survived the destruction of your body, but I'll dismantle it and use it for experiments. Let's see how you handle this destructive ectoplasm." Heinz scowled. "Stop reciting your skills like an amateur." His voice rose with disdain. "And just die already, Alfred." The elder froze for a moment. "Alfred?" His expression twisted into suspicion. "How do you know that name? Did you sneak into this village intentionally?" Before Heinz could reply, a surge of dark magic shot toward Glokali from behind. The elder reacted swiftly, deflecting the attack with ease. He narrowed his eyes. "You're adapting quickly to dark magic. Is it the fragment's doing? No matter. I have no time to waste." Raising his hand, Glokali activated another spell. Pact of Destruction. The battlefield dimmed as the souls of the fallen black magicians coalesced, swirling around Glokali like a maelstrom. A dark crown materialized on his head, amplifying his power. Heinz watched warily. "You're sacrificing the souls of your own allies for this? How fittingly vile of you." Glokali snarled, his voice thunderous. "With the full power of this fragment I would have crushed you. But no matter." Now, flame of souls soaked in darkness. A massive surge of fiery dark energy erupted toward Heinz. The final blow. Before the spell could reach its mark, a streak of magic pierced Glokali's chest. The elder stumbled, his expression frozen in disbelief. Heinz stood unimpressed. "Took you long enough to tire yourself out. Honestly, I almost fell asleep while you were chanting all those fancy spells." He added with a smirk, "By the way, thanks for plunging me headlong into dark magic. I think I've finally mastered it." Blood trickled from Glokali's lips as he collapsed to his knees. "How could I die like this? So, senselessly?" Heinz watched him fall lifelessly to the ground. Raising his gaze to the sky, he muttered, "Alfred, I hope you saw all of this. Your revenge is complete. Rest in peace." Elsewhere. In a grand cathedral, Rista knelt before a massive statue, her hands clasped in prayer. The flickering light of candles illuminated her solemn face. A knock interrupted her meditation. Rising, she opened the door to find Martin, his face pale with urgency. "Are you finished praying?" he asked. "Yes," she replied calmly. "What's the matter?" Martin hesitated, then blurted, "The ghost of the immortal king's resurrection has been detected in the west." Rista's eyes widened slightly, though she maintained her composure. "The immortal king?" Martin nodded grimly. "I'll summon the council immediately." As he left, Rista turned back toward the statue, her expression hardening. "The one who brought terror to this continent hundreds of years ago. I won't let it happen again." On the battlefield, Heinz surveyed the wreckage, the remnants of the battle littered around him. "Devastation," he muttered. "Hundreds of undead destroyed." A grin crept across his face. "But losses can always be replenished. There's no need to mourn." He turned, the dark magic emanating from him pulsating with new strength. "After all, this is only the beginning." Heinz stood, surveying his work. The most wonderful thing about necromancy, he mused, was the ability to create soldiers from corpses. He glanced at his missing limb, irritated, and muttered to himself, First things first, we'll need to take care of the hand. He had already walked a lot today, moving through the battlefield and observing the aftermath. His thoughts turned to his own body and the need to fix it before going any further. Looking around, Heinz's eyes fell upon a lone skeleton, its bones still fresh from the battle. Without hesitation, he tore off its arm, examining the form. This will do. He attached the arm to his shoulder with practiced ease and placed his other hand over the spot, enveloping it with energy. Super regeneration activated, he muttered under his breath. Clenching his fist, he tested the new limb. Perfect, he said, pleased with the results. The regeneration took a moment, but soon the arm was securely attached, and Heinz's body was as whole as it could be in its current state. Where to start? He wondered. He stepped forward, hands extended as he focused his energy. The skeleton in front of him was about to become his first test. With a commanding tone, he spoke aloud, "You must become my subordinate." The voice of the evil wisdom, the fragment of the immortal king that had fused with his soul, whispered to him in the back of his mind. Its presence filled him with strength, guiding him toward his goal. Return the remaining magical power to your body, cleanse it of the fragments of thoughts. But as he focused, something went wrong. The skeleton suddenly fell apart, crumbling into dust. What? Heinz raised his hands in confusion. Didn't work? A moment of silence followed as Heinz stood before the pile of bones, arms folded, contemplating. He muttered to himself as realization dawned on him. I've been going about this wrong. After a few attempts, it clicked. He turned his gaze toward the village chief's body, still lying in the aftermath of the battle. A dark idea began to form. He pointed his hand toward the body and spoke slowly, "Should I turn you into an undead with a soul to extract information from you?" Grabbing the lifeless form of Makhem by the clothes, Heinz lifted him up for closer inspection. "What?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. "The old man doesn't have a soul." Makhem's body had been stripped of any trace of life, except for the magical circle burned into his chest. Heinz examined the symbol and thought for a moment. So this is how they've been controlling things. Throwing Makhem's body aside, Heinz couldn't help but smirk at the oversight. It's strange they didn't think of this little thing, considering the scale of their operations, he muttered. But no matter. I can still use this. With renewed focus, Heinz concentrated energy into his hand. If the soul is gone, I'll have to make do with what's left. He directed the energy straight into Makhem's body, deciding that he would turn the old man into something more useful. A high-level undead with consciousness and combat skills. Heinz's magic spiraled through the corpse, desecrating the remnants of its magical power and cleansing it of any remaining fragment of thought. A few moments later, the body twitched and Makhem rose to his feet, now an obedient death mage. The undead mage stood before Heinz, waiting for orders. His voice was hollow but clear. "I await your command." Heinz looked at him with curiosity. "You're speaking." "I didn't even expect that result," he muttered, impressed. He turned to Makhem, his expression cold. "Your name is Makhem. From now on you will obey me." Without hesitation, Heinz slammed his hand against the undead mage's skull. Makhem flinched but immediately responded with desperation. I will obey." Heinz smirked, rubbing the bruise on Makhem's head. "Even if he lost his memories, his sins remain. I'll enjoy this." Turning his attention to Makhem's cane, Heinz casually remarked, "It looks pretty good." Makhem's bones trembled, his fear palpable. His new existence as a death mage was not one of autonomy, it was one of fear and servitude. The power of the immortal king's fragment coursed through Heinz, and with it, the ability to control life, death, and everything in between. Heinz's grin widened. "You're going to be a useful tool?" As the protagonist stood, looking over the gold he had gathered, his thoughts shifted to the mountain of corpses he had left behind. Among the undead, there was one particularly young zombie, a grim reminder of the recent battle. This young zombie, who killed Jeffy along with him, he thought. He placed his hand on the zombie's head in a strangely respectful gesture. Well, he should rest in peace with his family. With a flick of his wrist, he directed fire at the building nearby, setting it ablaze. The crackling of flames in the distance was the only sound that could be heard as the protagonist briefly considered the devastation he had wrought. No turning back now. Back in his hideout, the protagonist sat comfortably at a table, his belly full after a satisfying meal. He leaned back, smiling contentedly. I ate too much," he said to himself, his voice light. "God, that was delicious." He glanced at his phone, curiosity peaking. "What's the gold rate today?" he muttered aloud, tapping the screen. The village had been full of magicians, and given their affinity for treasure and arcane wealth, there was bound to be a lot of gold left behind. Just think, these people had accumulated a fortune. He began considering what he might do with the loot. Maybe I should take a closer look at what's left. With a deliberate motion he reached out, muttering, "Summon Hans." In an instant his avatar appeared before him, and an ominous aura filled the room. The feeling was intense, suffocating, his presence too strong for the quiet of the space. The protagonist's eyes widened in panic as he recoiled, covering his face. "Cancel the summoning," he shouted in fear. As quickly as the avatar had appeared, it vanished. He gasped for breath, his heart racing. "I thought I was going to die," he muttered to himself. "What should I do now?" He scratched the back of his head in frustration, trying to regain his composure. "I need to summon Hans, but maybe I should improve my unique skill first." The protagonist's thoughts turned inward, and he focused on accessing the Karma Shop, a place where he could enhance his abilities. Moments later, a system window appeared in front of him. He marveled at the results. "I earned more than I expected," he mused. The last time he had just over 400,000 karma. Now the amount had grown. He selected the item to improve his unique skill and spent a hefty 300,000 karma. A message popped up on the screen stating that his skill had improved. The number of avatars you can own has increased. His mental strength exceeded the norm, and as the information sunk in, he clenched his fist, enveloped in a surge of energy. Serenity. This skill would protect him from external stimuli and mental attacks. A welcome upgrade for the challenges ahead. Later he began filling a paper bag with gold, thinking about the potential. With my normal state of health, Hans can benefit from serenity, unlike the center of the mind. It was incredible how he always seemed to pick the right skills when needed. When the bag was full of gold, he smiled with satisfaction. Great. Time to sell the gold. He quickly moved the filled bags as well as a backpack full of gold to the table in front of the committee. As he laid the bags out, the workers couldn't hide their astonishment. They gasped, shielding their eyes from the precious glow radiating from the gold. The protagonist nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Please deposit all the funds into my account." He then turned and walked outside, leaving the employees to complete their task. They bowed in gratitude, thanking him for his trust. Sunghyun offered a smile in return, wishing them well. As he walked away, he glanced at his shadow on the ground, remembering how Hans had hidden it with dark magic just in case. "Maybe I was worried for nothing," he mused. The shadow was well concealed, even masked to avoid detection. Just as he was about to leave the area, an explosion echoed from behind him. The building rocked, debris flying through the air. Wolf stood amidst the destruction, his grin wide as he surveyed the damage. "Looks like we hit the jackpot," he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Holding a bag of gold in his hand, the protagonist, Sunghyun, grinned, looking at the treasure he had gathered. Who would have thought there'd be so much gold in such a remote place? He mused, clearly pleased with the haul. His grin was wide, but it was quickly interrupted as a bandit beside him urged, "Stop chatting, it's time for us to run." Without wasting time they made their way forward, running swiftly through the streets. "I know," Wolf shouted, his confidence undeterred as they sprinted. Ahead of them they spotted Sunghyun, who looked at them in fear and shouted, "Villains! Someone needs to report them. These criminals using their awakened powers for evil, and the ones who protect citizens from them are..." His words were cut off as a powerful blow struck his cheek. Wolf, dealing the blow, shouted, "Shut up." His voice was a harsh command, shutting down Sunghyun's words before they could gain any traction. The protagonist touched his bruised cheek and thought to himself, "The guards will probably track them down. I can't do anything." Meanwhile, Wolf ran confidently forward, saying, "Great. Everything is going according to plan." The bandit hanging from his back added, "We've got plenty of time. The guards will be here in about 3 minutes. We just need to reach the portal." "Is she here?" As they neared their destination they saw something that made them stop in their tracks, a girl lying unconscious on the ground. The wolf stopped and shouted, "Portal? What happened to her? She needs to wake up." His voice was laced with urgency. The bandit, looking around nervously, turned to the wolf and said, "Look over there." His voice trembled as he pointed, and the wolf looked to see a figure standing in front of them, masked and glowing ominously in the distance. "Hans?" the wolf muttered, trying to make sense of the situation. He couldn't help but ask, "Who's that?" "The guards?" The bandit, shaking his head, whispered, "That idiot isn't one of them." As Hans moved closer, he reached up to remove his mask. Sunghyun won't be able to do anything, Hans thought, but he knew that his avatar, was a different matter entirely. The bandits looked on in fear, raising their hands in surrender. Time passed and soon the guards of the South Korean Returned Association arrived at the scene, their boots pounding the ground as they ran. The lead guard shouted confidently, "Here?" He looked back at his colleagues, urging them forward. "Are we going to miss him again?" When they arrived, they froze in surprise. "What happened here?" the guard asked. He surveyed the area where the bandits lay defeated on the ground. The wolf, still dazed, had lost his mask in the scuffle. The lead guard assumed that someone had dealt with the villains but that they couldn't have gotten far. He turned to his colleagues, gesturing around the area. Searched the surroundings carefully. Meanwhile, Hans, like a shadow, moved swiftly through the area. He flew past the guards, heading straight toward Sunghyun. As they reunited, Sunghyun couldn't help but smile. "I see you've warmed up well," he remarked, pleased with the success of their plan. The tension hung in the air as the scene shifted to what would come next, the consequences of their actions and the looming threat of the guards' arrival. Heinz strolled around the parking lot with his hands in his pockets, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he reflected on how relieving stress like this could sometimes be a good idea. His mind was clear for the moment, and the mundane surroundings seemed to offer a rare calm. Meanwhile, Hans, his second avatar who possessed the unique skill Vitality, stood at the entrance to a city on the east side. With a smile on his face, he shielded his eyes from the sun as he looked out at the unfamiliar skyline. "I finally made it here," he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. He remembered Malcolm's words about this city, and after seeing it for himself, he concluded that the old man hadn't lied after all. Stepping into the city, Hans mused aloud, "This is my debut in another world." But even as he admired the bustling surroundings, something didn't feel right. "Although there's still everything ahead," he added, scanning the area. However, as he walked deeper into the city, he realized something. Why was the city so empty? It seemed that the locals weren't paying much attention to newcomers. People went about their business as if strangers were a normal occurrence, not even sparing Hans a glance. Just then, in a nearby alley, a robber turned to his companion Diana and exclaimed, "Was this a joke?" He pointed an accusing finger at her, his expression dark. "I warned you." Diana, trembling, folded her hands in a prayer pose and apologized, pleading for a little more time. The robber's tone grew harsher. "I want 2 silver coins from both of you," he demanded. "And you have 3 days. No money? Then there's no other choice." Hans, who had been casually observing the scene from the corner of his eye, thought to himself, local thugs, and a young girl being manipulated. How cliché. He was about to continue walking, uninterested in getting involved, but fate had other plans. As Diana turned and tried to flee from the robbers, she collided with Hans. She stumbled back, immediately lowering her head in apology. "Sorry," she muttered, not knowing who he was. "Let's talk," Hans said, his tone calm as he sized her up. "How well do you know this city?" It was clear to him that he would need a guide. "Who are you, uncle?" she asked, surprised by the stranger's sudden question. Hans grinned, holding up 2 silver coins in his hand. "I'm a potential employer," he said, his smile widening. "Maybe we can discuss the terms?" Diana's eyes widened as she stared at the silver coins, the promise of money catching her attention. She quickly agreed, and the two of them made their way through the streets toward an inn. When they arrived, Diana pointed to the building. "This inn is one of the best places you'll find here," she said, clearly proud of her choice. "What do you think?" Hans, now understanding a bit more about her situation, nodded thoughtfully. He could tell from the way she spoke that life hadn't been easy for her. Diana had barely been making ends meet, struggling to care for her sick brother after the loss of her parents. She also mentioned how she couldn't pay the local tax. In response, Hans handed her a silver coin, and Diana's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Okay," Hans said with a smile. "You'll come to me tomorrow as soon as you wake up. We can discuss your pay then." Diana agreed quickly, and with that she became his guide, earning 2 silver coins a day. That night, Hans lay down on the bed at the inn, his hands tucked under his head as he made himself comfortable. "Well," he thought, "I'll pretend I'm doing a good deed even if she just wants to rob me." He chuckled to himself and settled in for the night, his thoughts drifting off as he prepared for whatever the next day might bring. Heinz sat up in bed, scratching his head in frustration. The bed was terribly uncomfortable, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't seem to fall asleep. He tossed and turned for a while, but then a sudden sneeze from outside caught his attention. Curiosity piqued, he got up and walked to the window, pressing his hand to the glass. His eyes widened in surprise as he spotted Diana sitting on the ground outside, leaning her back against a box. "Hey, is that her?" he muttered to himself. Diana looked up at him, her eyes widening, and then smiled, waving in greeting. "Hello," she called up to him. Heinz was indignant. "What are you doing there?" he shouted down, clearly irritated. "Why are you waiting for me?" After a moment they were sitting together at the table eating breakfast. Heinz frowned as he took a bite, his frustration still simmering. "You shouldn't do that again," he said, trying to sound stern. "Next time, wait until closer to lunch." Diana, chewing a piece of food, nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, uncle," she said. Heinz shot her a glare. "I've already told you not to call me that," he replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. She looked at him, then glanced at the piece of bread on his plate. "Are you full?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Heinz replied. "You can take it if you're hungry." With a smile, Diana took the bread and slipped it into her bag. "Thank you," she said, grateful. The town they were in was called Ozantu, a small village located on the western edge of the kingdom of Talia. As Heinz and Diana walked through the streets, Heinz noticed something odd. He ran his hand along a drawing on a wall, which reminded him of ordinary medieval towns, but something about the symbol that was repeated throughout the town felt off. "This symbol? It's strange," he murmured, his curiosity growing. Heinz examined it more closely and said, "It looks like paint, but something's not right." Diana leaned in to take a closer look, and her face darkened. "It's blood," she replied, her tone serious. Heinz blinked, not believing it at first. He sniffed the symbol and gave a skeptical look. "Is that true?" he asked. Diana, not missing a beat, quipped, "Didn't you eat venison soup yesterday?" Heinz turned to her in surprise, blinking in disbelief. "How did you know?" he asked. With a smile, Diana pointed to her nose and said, "I have a very good sense of smell." Heinz found it fascinating. A good sense of smell? He thought. Is that her special skill? They continued walking through the streets, Heinz still pondering the implications of her statement. He asked, "What does the symbol mean?" Diana hesitated for a moment, then answered, "It's the emblem of the Varkalak Guild, which controls this place." But before she could finish, she froze, her face paling in fear. She began to slowly back away, bumping into Heinz. "What's wrong?" Heinz asked, alarmed by her sudden change in demeanor. Diana's eyes darted around nervously. "That smell," she said, her voice tight. Heinz furrowed his brow. "What smell?" he asked, not sure what she was talking about. Diana inhaled deeply, her eyes closed as she focused on the scent. Then, with a sense of urgency, she turned around, her fists clenched. "Freshly baked bread," she exclaimed. "I have to try it?" Heinz, confused but amused, asked, "Didn't you just eat a minute ago?" Diana pointed ahead, her face lighting up with anticipation. "I'm hungry again," she said, clearly excited by the smell. They followed the scent down an alley which led them to a door. When they peeked inside, Heinz's stomach dropped. Behind the door was a corpse, its lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The smell of bread was still in the air, but the sight of the body made it clear that something sinister was at play. A few days later, Heinz stood against a wall, arms folded, waiting impatiently. "She's never been late before," he muttered. "Something must be wrong." Just then, a bandit approached him, a smirk on his face. "Hey buddy," the bandit called out, drawing Heinz's attention. Heinz looked at the bandit in surprise, unsure of what to make of the situation. The bandit, arms folded and wearing a smug expression, said, "We should talk." Heinz felt a moment of frustration, thinking to himself, has it really come to this? The next instant, he handed the bandits a handful of silver coins, offering them a smile. "Take this," he said, trying to remain calm. "There aren't many, but I hope they help maintain some sense of public order." The bandits exchanged looks, then one of them picked up a silver coin, a grin spreading across his face. "Seems we've quickly found a common language," he remarked, clearly amused. Heinz thought to himself, I brought money just for this kind of situation. But then, his eyes narrowed as he noticed something. The bandit had a symbol on his neck, one that looked strikingly similar to the emblem Heinz had seen on the walls of the city earlier. His thoughts turned grim. Diana had warned me to avoid the alleys. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Heinz couldn't help but wonder just how terrified the girl must have been, given how deeply afraid she'd seemed of the thugs. The bandits moved away, but one of them turned to the other and asked, "Why did you grab this brat?" His comrade responded dismissively, "How should I know, idiot? We're just following orders." The word struck Heinz like a blow. "Brat?" he thought. "Don't tell me those two bastards grabbed Yen?" Without thinking, he shouted after them, "Wait a minute!" The bandits turned around in surprise, eyeing him curiously. Heinz clenched his fist. Damn it, timing is everything in situations like these. If things get dangerous, I can just cancel the call. He forced a smile, trying to stay calm. There's something I wanted to know. At that moment, Diana's voice suddenly called out to him, and he turned around in shock. "Huh? Diana?" The bandit, now flexing his fist with an irritated expression, remarked, "So, what's your friend interested in?" Heinz gave an awkward smile, trying to keep the conversation light. "Is the silver I gave enough?" A little while later, one of the bandits returned with a bag in his hands. "They took everything," he said nonchalantly, tossing the bag aside before turning toward Heinz. The bandit's expression hardened. "And where's the rest of it? You were supposed to meet us long ago." Heinz shot him a glare. "Did you even know how much I gave you?" In that moment, Diana's face fell and tears began to form in her eyes. "My little brother is missing," she sobbed, her voice trembling. "He was just starting to get better, he could eat again, but now I can't find him anywhere." Heinz's mind raced as he recalled the conversation he'd overheard between the bandits. Could they be talking about Diana's brother? He asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. Could it be Varkalak? Diana looked up at him, her face stricken with terror. "No," she whispered, shaking her head in despair. Heinz frowned and asked gently, "What do you mean?" Tears streamed down Diana's cheeks. "They really took him," she choked out. "Aaron will die if they hurt him." Heinz's heart sank as he watched her crumble in front of him, the weight of her words sinking in. He knelt down beside her, trying to comfort her the best he could. "Don't worry so much," he said softly. "If they want a ransom, I'll pay it. You won't be alone in this." But Diana, her voice barely above a whisper, whispered in disbelief, "They really took him. Aaron will die." Heinz's heart pounded in his chest as Diana's words hit him like a cold shock. "Blood," she had said. He repeated the word in disbelief. "Why blood?" he asked, struggling to understand. Diana, still shaking with fear, managed to sit up. "This city," she whispered, her voice trembling, "is a warehouse for live blood bags. For vampires." Heinz's mind reeled as the weight of her words sank in. Before he could process it further, a voice from above cut through the tension. A vampire stood on the roof, his figure silhouetted against the setting sun. "The smell of dark mana is strong," he said with a low, cruel smirk. "Did they kill each other over the fragment of the immortal king? How unfortunate. I wanted to destroy it once it fully matured." The vampire folded his arms, his smile widening as he continued. "I don't know who stole it, but I know exactly where it's going. So, finding the thief won't be difficult." Heinz, still processing the bizarre situation, looked at Diana, his expression confused. "A vampire?" Tears streaming down her face, Diana nodded. "Yes, vampires. The Varkalaks and all the other organizations in this city, they're all run by vampires. Even if you escape the city, none of us will survive. They're all connected and they'll hunt us down." She buried her face in her hands, sobbing. "We've been trying our best to hold on, but we're just getting picked off one by one. In the end, I know what will happen to us." Heinz reached out, gently grabbing her face and forcing her to meet his gaze. "Listen to me," he said, his voice firm. "If what you're saying is true, we don't have much time. Do you know where they've taken your brother?" Diana hesitated, looking down at the ground. She looked at him, uncertainty in her eyes, and then whispered, "I don't know. But, if you try to help me, it will be dangerous. You won't survive either." Heinz smiled, though the weight of the situation hung heavily in the air. "Don't worry about that," he said confidently. "I know how to fight back against these scoundrels. We'll make it through this." In his mind, the mission to save the girl, and to get to the bottom of the sinister operations in the city, had just begun. Sometime later, in a dimly lit tavern, a group of bandits sat around a table, laughing and playing cards. One of them tossed silver coins onto the table, calling, "All in." His companion looked at him with a grin. "Where did a debtor like you get such a big pile of money?" The first bandit leaned back and smirked. "I robbed some idiot this morning. Made a nice profit." At that moment, the tavern doors flew open with a loud crash. The bandits turned in surprise, just in time to see Heinz stride into the room, his expression determined. One of the bandits stood up with a sneer. "What's this then?" he said, striding toward Heinz. "Who's this idiot?" His comrade snickered. "Is he some new fool who thinks he can challenge us?" The bandit raised his hand to stop his friend, looking Heinz up and down before saying, "So, you're the idiot we robbed. Came to give us more money, did you?" Heinz didn't flinch. He held his ground, his eyes steely with resolve. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the tavern against the wall with the vampire symbol, blood dripped slowly from a wound. A guard lay slumped, his broken body leaning against the wall. The bandit sneered at the scene. "What happened to the guards?" he asked. "Did you give him a coin or something?" Heinz's expression darkened as he met the bandit's gaze. "I won't ask again," he said quietly but with a deadly edge in his voice. "Where did you take the child?" The bandit's face twisted in disbelief. "What?" he spat, raising his finger toward Heinz. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know who you're dealing with?" In the blink of an eye, Heinz drew a knife from his belt and drove it straight into the bandit's throat. The man gasped, his eyes wide with shock as the blood began to spill. "I know exactly who you are," Heinz said coldly, watching the life drain from the bandit. "You're scum. You prey on families to satisfy your own selfish desires." As the bandit crumpled to the floor, the others in the tavern fell silent, eyes wide with fear. Heinz stood over the fallen body, his knife gleaming in the dim light, ready to face whatever came next. The mission was far from over. Heinz stood in the midst of the fallen bandits, his breathing heavy as the weight of the fight settled in. His knife was lodged deep into his shoulder, but he didn't flinch. Blood seeped from the wound, but he didn't have time to focus on it. There were still too many enemies around. "Why are there so many?" he muttered to himself. He had lost count of how many bandits he'd taken down in the chaos. Each one had been dispatched swiftly, his skills in combat and the magical tools he'd brought with him giving him a significant edge. But now more were coming down the stairs. He wrenched the knife out of his shoulder with a grimace, his gaze scanning the room. A couple of new bandits appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at the carnage below. One of them shouted, "What's all the commotion about? Who the hell is this guy?" Heinz paused for a moment, annoyed at his own carelessness. Damn it, he thought. His mouth had gotten him into trouble again. This wasn't the time for reckless talk. There were more screams from the building, growing louder as the fight escalated. The bandits kept coming one after another. 6, 7, 8. It felt endless. Eventually, Heinz stood alone in the middle of the fallen bodies, breathing hard, sweat dripping down his forehead. His shoulder throbbed where the knife had struck, but he had no time to think about it now. His focus was on the bandit still alive, groaning beneath him. He stepped over to the bandit, placing his foot firmly on his head. "Hey big guy," he said with a sneer, "where's the boy you captured today?" The bandit, still dazed and groaning in pain, glared up at him. "You think I'm just gonna tell you everything?" he snarled. "You're an outsider, aren't you? You don't even know who's behind this. You're gonna regret this." Heinz's expression darkened, his eyes cold as steel. "I don't care who's behind this," he said, his voice low but steady. "I'll find the boy and I'll make sure your little game ends here." The bandit struggled under Heinz's foot, but Heinz wasn't about to give him any leeway. He leaned in closer, whispering, "Tell me where he is and I'll make it quick. Otherwise, we'll see how long you can last." The bandit growled through gritted teeth, but Heinz could see the fear in his eyes. Despite his bravado, the man was terrified. I don't know where they took him," the bandit spat, "but the leader, he's the one with all the answers. He's got a place near the old mill. Go there if you want to find the kid." Heinz's eyes narrowed. This was the break he needed. The mill. Got it? He stepped off the bandit's head and turned, heading for the door. As he did, he thought to himself, this isn't over yet. They've taken too much from this town and I'm going to put an end to it. He left the tavern, the weight of the mission heavy on his shoulders. There was no turning back now. After some time, Heinz opened the door to the room. Seeing the boy sitting on the floor, he asked, "Is this Aaron?" Trembling with fear, Aaron held his head and begged for mercy. The avatar knelt down, extended a hand toward him and reassured him, "Don't be afraid." Aaron's sister had pleaded for his rescue. Confused, Aaron asked, "Do you know my sister?" At that moment, a vampire in bat form flew into the scene. Heinz turned to Aaron, confirming, "It's true. I'll explain everything once we're out of here. But first we need to leave." The vampire landed on the window and shifted into his human form. Glaring at Heinz, he sneered, "Who are you? How dare you touch my food in my restaurant?" Heinz froze, feeling a sinister presence behind him. The vampire taunted him, saying, "Are you from an oath of disobedience?" Taking Aaron by the shoulder, Heinz thought, "A vampire." The vampire continued, "Or perhaps you're this boy's brother. Do you know what happens to those who defy us?" Smirking, the avatar replied, "Me? Just an outsider, robbed by your rabble." Shielding Aaron, he added, "It's pure coincidence I helped this boy. The vampire extended a hand and scoffed, "Really? How dull. I prefer my meals lively. Both of you will die here." As the vampire fired a magical projectile that shattered the surroundings, Heinz shielded Eren with his body, yelling, "Run!" The avatar, now lying on the ground amidst spilled alcohol, gasped heavily. He sat up, noticing the smell of liquor, and muttered, "Alcohol? Is that a barrel?" He patted Eren's head, asking, "Are you okay? This is it, you need to hurry and get outside." Just then the vampire landed nearby, sneering, "Dodged? You're faster than I expected. A good warm-up before dinner." The vampire lunged with claws extended, but the avatar shoved Eren toward the door, shouting, "Run and don't look back." Wielding his sword, he blocked the attack but noticed the vampire's claws growing longer. They pierced his body as the vampire mockingly praised his regeneration abilities. Heinz clenched his teeth, realizing the power gap was immense. The vampire, licking his lips, remarked, "Unexpected, but you'll make a fine delicacy." Despite the pain, Heinz thought, "If I hesitate, I'll die." He swung his hand, but the vampire severed it effortlessly, laughing, "Oh dear. I'll carve you up before I feast." Lifting Heinz into the air on his claws, the vampire declared, "This is where your resistance ends." As he leaned toward Heinz's neck, Heinz thought, "If strength isn't enough, then we'll both die." From his mouth, he unleashed a hidden fire spell, engulfing the area in flames. Shocked, the vampire shouted, "What is this? A fire magic tool? You were hiding this." Thrown to the ground, Heinz noticed the alcohol spilling across the floor. A plan formed in his mind. The vampire screamed in terror, "You're insane. Do you want to burn us both alive?" The vampire attacked, slashing Heinz's body. Laughing maniacally, he jeered, "Fragile flesh." But Heinz headbutted him with full force, sending him flying. "You said it yourself. I have a strong body and good regeneration. Tough enough for you?" he growled. The vampire screamed, "No. Stop." But Heinz advanced, and the next moment an explosion consumed the building. Amidst the flames, Heinz lay on the floor, murmuring, "Impressive. I survived. Being strong has its challenges." A notification appeared before him. "Mission complete. Help the unlucky girl." Outside the burning building, Diana clung to her brother, staring at the inferno. "Uncle," she cried. Meanwhile, a system window announced, "Avatar Heinz has died. The avatar will respawn in 7 days." Diana stood there, exhausted from her work, wiping the sweat from her brow as she watched the man walk away. She had been cleaning his shoes for what felt like hours, and now that the job was finished, she could finally take a moment to catch her breath. The money left on the table was a small consolation, but it would be enough to help with the next day's bills. Her thoughts drifted to the events that had unfolded not long ago. The building that had once been the scene of chaos was now nothing but a smoldering wreck. She had heard that the avatar Heinz had been consumed by the flames, leaving her to wonder about the fate of the man who had helped her and her brother. The world around her flickered, and a new, familiar figure stood before her. It was Heinz, alive, standing in the middle of the street as if nothing had happened. His body was covered in bandages, but the intense aura he exuded made it clear he had come back, somehow. Diana stared at him, mouth agape. Her heart skipped a beat. "Uncle?" Heinz's eyes softened, and he smiled faintly despite the pain he was clearly in. "I told you I'd be back," he said, his voice hoarse. It was then that the system window appeared in front of him, announcing that Avatar Heinz had been reborn after 7 days. His rebirth had been completed, and with it came a sense of purpose, a new mission to carry out. The flames from the explosion, the chaos, the danger, they were all behind him now. But Heinz knew this was just the beginning. Whatever had happened, whatever lay ahead, he was ready. And this time he wouldn't fail. Diana slowly approached him, her eyes filled with disbelief and relief. "You're really here? You're alive?" Heinz nodded, offering her a reassuring smile. "I told you I'd keep my promise." He extended his hand, a gesture of both gratitude and solidarity. "Let's move forward together." And with that, they began to walk side by side, ready to face whatever challenge. After some time, Heinz sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the system window deep in thought. It displayed that the interdimensional transfer would take 10 days to complete. "Longer than I expected," he muttered, "but that's fine." Suddenly the wall burst apart and Virik stormed in, grabbing Heinz by the neck. He slammed him against the wall and growled, "This was your doing, wasn't it? The tracks from the forest lead straight here." Heinz, gasping for air, thought, vampires. Have they figured it out already? Virik sneered. The outsider was under the jurisdiction of my slain kin? He accused. Despite his struggle, Heinz couldn't muster the strength to fight back. What a monster, he thought, his teeth clenched in frustration. Leaning closer, Virik sniffed the air around Heinz's neck. I don't sense the aura of dark magic or the blood of my king, he mused aloud. Heinz, barely able to speak, croaked, What are you talking about? I don't understand. I was just sleeping. Virik grinned menacingly. Don't understand, huh? Let's see about that. Pulling Heinz closer, he sank his fangs into his neck. I'll ask again, slowly this time. Lies won't work. Heinz convulsed in pain, thinking this is insane. Why is this happening to me again? The system window flashed a notification. Entity appearance has changed, vampire. Virik released him, stepping back as another message appeared. Special skill acquired, legacy of lesser blood. Heinz's super regeneration had been replaced with regeneration. Still radiating an overwhelming aura, Virik asked, So, are you truly uninvolved in the vow of disobedience? Heinz felt the oppressive authority of the higher vampire, his blood screaming for submission. Swallowing hard, he replied, No, Lord Virik. I'm just a simple traveler. Despite the instinct to obey, Heinz knew his center of the mind ability blocked the compulsion. Virik turned away, muttering, Was I mistaken? Then he commanded, Follow me. We have important matters to attend to. Heinz smiled faintly. Fine. I'll go, and gather some intel while I'm at it. They soon arrived at the Azanta branch of the Vargalak clan. Inside, vampires greeted Virik with respect, though their eyes narrowed at Heinz. One sneered, What is this? New blood. A female vampire covered her mouth, disdainful. What were you thinking, bringing scum like this? Before Heinz could react, Rosalicia appeared, a glass of red liquid in hand. Beaming, she grabbed his arm. Hello, little blood. Long time no see, she exclaimed. Her cheerful demeanor caught Heinz off guard. Who is this drunkard? He thought. She introduced herself with a bright smile. I'm Rosalicia. And you? He hesitated but answered, Heinz? Rosalicia handed him the glass. Don't be rude. We're both lesser bloods, aren't we? Here, freshly squeezed blood. Drink up. Heinz stared at the glass, debating. If I drink, I might avoid suspicion. Taking a small sip, he felt a surge of thirst, even through his mental filter. Alarmed, he thought, drinking this is dangerous. Blocking the taste and smell, he downed the rest in one gulp. Delicious, he said flatly. Rosalicia ran her finger along his cheek with a playful grin. I like you. If you were human, I'd drain you dry, she teased. He laughed awkwardly. You called me lesser blood? What does that mean? Rosalicia tilted her head, placing a finger on her chin. Huh. You don't know about vampire ranks? She asked incredulously. Lesser bloods are like knights to humans. Pure bloods, though, they're the aristocracy. For example, Lord Virik, Rosalicia explained. The clan leaders are known as the true blood. And above them is the sacred blood. She paused before adding, Well, it's like a god. The avatar raised an eyebrow. A god? He asked. She nodded. Our prophet. The one we must obey without question. At that moment, Virik, standing on the second floor, tapped his spoon against his glass to draw attention. It seems everyone is here, he announced. Let's get down to business. The room quieted as Virik continued. The fragments of the immortal king have disappeared. From across the room, Perita, a pure-blood vampire, casually adjusted a strand of her hair, observing the proceedings. Virik elaborated, We've determined that the fragments were last transported to the city. But at some point, they vanished without a trace. Teopal, another pure-blood, folded his arms and listened as Virik suggested. It's possible they've already been brought into the city. Heinz glanced up, his curiosity piqued. The fragments of the immortal king? He asked. Rosalicia sighed, giving him a knowing look. Don't you know? Dark mages from a certain village were cultivating the fragments of the immortal king. Heinz furrowed his brow. And the oath of defiance? Where are they in all this? Virik addressed the group. From today onward, each of you will thoroughly investigate your assigned areas. Report anything suspicious immediately. Later, as Rosalicia shielded herself from the sun with an umbrella, she grumbled, Walking around during the day ruins my skin. Heinz, standing beside her and adjusting the hood of his cloak, remarked, Sunlight weakens us. It's no surprise. Both their faces glistened with sweat. Rosalicia continued, Even Lady Perita, a pure blood, is out searching. We can't just sit around doing nothing. She sighed. Still, it's surprising the fragments vanished. Moving them has always been a hassle. Heinz turned to her, intrigued. You mean, you've had the fragments of the immortal king? She nodded casually. The black magicians once cultivated them. We thought we could combine them with ours. Heinz clenched his fists, his thoughts racing. What a break. He looked at her intently and grabbed her shoulders. Where are they? Do you know the location of the fragments? Rosalicia laughed. Me? How would someone like me know? A voice cut in from nearby. I think I might know, Diana said between bites of food. Heinz turned to her in shock. What? The fragments of the immortal king? You know where they are? Diana nodded hesitantly. I think so. But it's been a long time, she said, pausing to chew. About a year ago, I was responsible for keeping the tomb clean. Every Friday, members of the Vargalak Guild would visit the stone chamber inside. But every time there was a foul smell in there. Heinz's mind raced. I should investigate this. Aaron, sitting nearby, sighed in realization. So that's why you always told me to stay away from the tomb. Heinz stood from the table, nodding firmly. Thank you for the valuable information, Diana. I'll investigate this myself. It would be better for them to keep a low profile. Diana said, grabbing his hand and turning to him, that he seemed to smell different now. Could he tell her the reason? Sunghyun said, showing his fangs, that her nose was not deceiving her, but it just happened that. What? It would not affect her, so she should not worry. Diana looked at him in shock. She said, gloomily holding his hand and turning to him, that if he got sick. Diana screamed, exposing her neck, that it was okay with her so he could drink some of her blood. She said, stretching out her hand to him in fear that she just wouldn't drink too much blood. The protagonist stared at her in complete shock. He screamed, hitting her on the head, that she should calm down. Sunghyun said, angry that he already had enough, so she better answer where that place was. A while later, cries of pain echoed through the cemetery. Stand still, Tiapal commanded coldly, his voice full of menace. Do you really want to die? His lips curled into a cruel smile. I'll give you one chance, take your best shot at me. Afterward, I'll gently send you back home. The man, trembling with fear but clutching his weapon tightly, let out a defiant scream and charged at the vampire. Tiapal, unfazed, smirked and activated his ability. How cruel of me, he said mockingly as blood-red threads materialized and bound the man's body. The man struggled, wide-eyed, and pleaded, you don't need to do this. But as his blood was drained, his cries turned to screams. Stop. Please stop. Tiapal sighed, sounding almost bored. This is so dull. He glanced at a nearby servant and barked, clean up this trash and bring me someone stronger for the next sacrifice. Yes, master, the servant replied politely, cradling the man's lifeless remains. Suddenly he paused, staring at the ground in shock. Wait, what is that? Without warning, a swarm of skeletons attacked the servant, tearing him apart. Tiapal roared in fury. How did these filthy corpses get here? His anger only grew as more skeletons surged forward. Servants, destroy these wretched creatures at once. A shadowy figure darted through the chaos, striking down enemies with precision. Who are you? Tiapal demanded, glaring at the figure. Are you a necromancer from the Oath of Defiance? How do you know about this place? The shadow revealed itself as Sunghyun, controlling Hansa's body, wielding dark magic with ease. Tiapal's annoyance deepened. You're not going to talk willingly, are you? He sneered. Fine. I'll just rip your head off and ask my questions later. He unleashed a barrage of blood-based attacks, tearing through the skeleton army. Sunghyun smirked, manipulating the skeleton remnants into makeshift weapons with his magic. So, you'll just leave my head? He muttered, amused. Let's see how that plan works out for you. Tiapal gritted his teeth. The spell is too fast. I can't dodge it. At that moment, Sunghyun intercepted one of Tiapal's attacks. Tiapal froze, startled. Reinforcements? He asked, his voice laced with surprise. Then, with a sinister grin, he added, You've arrived just in time. Have you already reported the ambush here? Heinz too shouted back, I've already done that. Lord Viric's followers are gathered outside. I came here first to help you. Tiapal's expression twisted with anger. Great news, he snarled sarcastically. Then you'd better make yourself useful. This Demolic is strong enough to hold us off. We need to buy time for reinforcements. Suddenly, the younger vampire, representing the protagonist, sank his fangs into Tiapal's neck. Tiapal whipped around, shocked. What blood? He shouted. Have you gone insane, you fool? The protagonist, through Heinz, cast dark magic. Dark magic? Teopal gasped, wide-eyed. You've conspired against me? How could this happen? His voice turned desperate. Stop this madness immediately. Teopal screamed in horror as his strength faded. How could you drink the blood of your own kind? It's a grave sin. It clouds your mind, corrupts your soul. His voice faltered as he collapsed to the ground. This can't happen. Heinz too wiped blood from his lips and smirked. Clouds the mind, huh? Well, it seems to be working just fine for me. A system window materialized, displaying skill acquired, blood magic. Heinz too grinned. This is fantastic. With this new power, breaking the blood barrier will be a breeze. Heinz interjected, we don't have time for that. Then I'll smash through it. Heinz too replied with a sly smile. A deafening explosion shattered the tomb's roof. Sunghyun, standing amidst the rubble, smiled confidently. We found it. Heinz nodded, his eyes narrowing. This is what we came here for. Heinz too, gesturing to the glowing object before them, said, the second fragment of the immortal king. Heinz reached for it, his voice filled with awe. Another fragment. Amazing. As the fragment's power surged through him, he thought, even with the mind center filtering the negative thoughts, this fragment holds too many. He focused the mental power of all the clones on his core personality. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark energy erupted skyward. Virik, observing from a distance, looked up in astonishment. What is this fog? Are we too late? He froze as his gaze locked on the floating skeleton radiating dark energy. That silhouette, it seems familiar. Virik barked orders to his subordinates. Attack it. The vampires unleashed a barrage of blood arrows, aiming for the figure. Heinz retaliated with dark magic, striking down one of the attackers with devastating force. A system window appeared. Skill evolution, regeneration, immortality. Skill acquired, forbidden knowledge. Personality status, Heinz Archlich. Meanwhile, the holy paladins arrived at the cemetery's outskirts. What is this? One asked, shielding his face. Smoke? Fire? It seems to be coming from Azanthu. He coughed, overwhelmed by the dark energy. Tuscan dismounted, his face grim as he examined the ashen residue. We're turning back. This isn't ordinary ash. What do we tell the saint? Another asked nervously. Tuscan looked up at the ominous energy pillar. Everything. This changes everything. The ominous energy surged in the air, thick with power and foreboding. System notification. The rebirth of the immortal king is imminent. Heinz stood motionless, overwhelmed by the rush of newfound strength. This is incredible, he thought, his mind racing. I've become 10 times stronger than before. A system window materialized before him, detailing his transformation. New skills acquired. Power of the immortal king fragment. Rapid rank advancement, plus 2/3 rank. Secret dark magic energy amplification. Traits gained. Evil wisdom. Unlocks insight into forbidden knowledge. Unconditional understanding of dark magic. All secrets revealed. As long as my source remains intact, I'll endlessly revive. An unkillable existence, he mused. The dark energy coursed through his body like a tidal wave, and Heinz unleashed it in an explosive attack. Tendrils of shadow surged toward the vampires surrounding him. Virik's eyes widened in alarm. What is this smoke? Is this a trap? What is your plan? A subordinate rushed to his side. My lord, we must retreat and recover our strength. Before the words could settle, the dark energy swallowed the subordinate whole, obliterating him in an instant. Virik froze, staring in horror at the remains of his servant. This is an attack spell? Dark thorns erupted from the shadows, piercing through Virik's chest. He screamed in agony, his strength waning rapidly. Heinz, through the avatar Hans, stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on the pure-blooded vampire. You're stronger than the others, he said calmly, but right now you're nothing more than a blood bag to me. Virik gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger and disbelief. Where did you get such power? Did you truly absorb the fragment completely? How did you endure so much darkness alone? Heinz too smirked, stepping closer. Alone? He asked mockingly, leaning in. Who said I was alone? Before Virik could respond, Heinz too sank his fangs into the vampire's neck, drinking deeply. Virik's body convulsed, then went limp, crumpling to the ground. System notification. Conditions fulfilled, skill growth activated. Legacy, minor blood legacy, pure blood. Heinz too wiped the blood from his lips, his smile sharp and predatory. A pure-blooded vampire now? He murmured, savoring the moment. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. By devouring other vampires I can grow faster. He laughed darkly, his voice resonating with malevolent triumph. Let them wait for me. I'll devour them all, one by one. After some time in the forest, Rosalicia cried out that they needed Parita. Fearfully she asked what they should do now. With tears in her eyes, Rosalicia lamented that if Lady Parita had been there, they wouldn't have succumbed to the enemy so easily. Parita responded, stating that Virik had been defeated but warned against underestimating this adversary. She touched the lingering dark magic and noted that the fragments contained an overwhelming amount of power, indicating the enemy's formidable strength. As the sun began to rise, she urged them to return to the base quickly to request reinforcements. Elsewhere, a man sprinted through the city streets, shouting curses. Leaning against a wall, he demanded angrily, "They won't chase me to the very end, will they?" He blamed everything on the vampires, accusing them of arrogance before being destroyed in an instant. He cursed his own mistake of trusting them. From the shadows, Heinz too grabbed the man, dragging him away. A terrified scream echoed from the alley. Meanwhile, Sunghyun reflected on leaving Hans in the city to deal with the remnants of Varkalak. He had also arranged for Heinz too to be connected to a minor merchant guild so he could escort Diana and her brother out of the city. Later, in the forest, Heinz too, holding a frying pan, joked that with enough pepper, he could make a special steak. Diana and her brother gazed at the meal with admiration, thanking him for the delicious food. The protagonist smiled, assuring them it was healthy and safe to eat. Sunghyun thought about how their happiness stemmed from being free of danger. Smiling, the protagonist asked if they had an uncle who ran a store in eastern Lapillas. Diana nodded nervously, unsure if her uncle would be pleased to see them. He reassured her not to worry, and Sunghyun considered giving them money if things didn't work out. A wave of sadness hit him as he thought about their eventual parting. When was the last time he'd felt this way? Perhaps he'd changed since arriving in this world. Diana called his name, reaching out with concern. "Are you okay? Do you need blood?" she asked. Laughing, the protagonist replied that he'd had enough to drink, having drained the vampires left in the village. At the same time, Hans, embodying another side of the protagonist, was reanimating the corpses of vampires in the cemetery. He decided it was time to finish up and retreat to their secure space, marveling at how convenient and boundless it was. He wondered if forbidden knowledge could help him create a similar subspace on Earth. Suddenly, blood magic struck him. Varkalak, a purebred vampire, confronted him with fury. "Still lingering in our city? Do you underestimate us so much?" she demanded, using blood magic to challenge his membership in the Oath of Defiance. Hans smirked, introducing himself as an honorary member of the Oath. She accused him of stealing the fragment of the immortal king and destroying their hideout. Holding a weapon forged from her blood, she declared it no longer mattered. He would die. Her attack was swift. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, Hans felt the strength of a purebred vampire firsthand. Crashing into a barrier, he realized it was the work of her clan's blood mages. "Did you think escape would be so easy?" Over taunted. The protagonist analyzed the barrier, recognizing he could break it but would need more time to adapt to his new power. Vowed to crush his skull and personally reclaim the fragment. Grinning, the protagonist declared she should remember his name and that he was from the Oath of Defiance. "I am your death," he added dramatically. Though retreating for now, he promised to return. In true villain fashion, he made a theatrical exit, summoning Hans to escape. Was shocked to see him bypass the barrier, while her subordinate deemed his departure inappropriate. Suddenly, an arrow struck one of Over's servants from behind, a holy silver arrow from the paladins. Realizing they were surrounded, Over clenched her teeth in fury, cursing the Lich for delaying her. Wherever he had gone, she vowed to find him. She shouted furiously that she would find him and kill him no matter what. A while later, in the protagonist's room, Sunghyun sighed in relief. "I'm still alive," he muttered. Hans remarked that the recall ability was like a cheat code, reaffirming its power. Sunghyun cringed as he remembered the dramatic line he had uttered before using recall. Swinging his legs off the bed, he asked himself, "Why did I have to use such a typical villain line?" He groaned, clutching his face. "Am I crazy? What possessed me to say that?" Adopting Hans's persona, he tried to justify it. "You're proud of your strength, aren't you? You took down a group of evil vampires, saved a defenseless girl and her brother, and even protected an entire city. Sunghyun smiled at that thought. Now that I think about it, I feel like a hero. Stretching, he added, surely I've earned myself some karma points, right? Calling up the karma shop, he stared in disbelief at the system window. His balance was 731,002 points. How do I have over 700,000 points already? He exclaimed. Didn't I spend everything on upgrades? With a nervous laugh, he speculated that enraging the vampires and dark mages must have significantly boosted his karma. Dismissing the thought, he pressed the system window. I'll figure it out later. For now, should I upgrade my special skills again? A notification appeared. His limit on summoning avatars had increased. Smiling, he noted that his avatar count had gone up. But were there any new skills? The system revealed that he had acquired a special skill, Persona. Sunghyun beamed. This is exactly what I needed. Is Persona similar to Mind Center? I should check it out. After reading the description, he realized the skill allowed avatars to act as vessels for emotions, adapting and growing based on his needs. The system had clearly determined this skill was essential for him. I get it now, he thought. I've been forming connections, defeating powerful enemies and making a difference. But in reality, I've spent 2 years locked in this room. What happens there feels like a game, but the truth I've been avoiding is still here, right in front of me. He reflected on the loneliness, sadness, and anger he had suppressed, emotions that had accumulated over time. Turning to Hans, he said, I need to transfer these terrible feelings into a vessel. As he did, he felt a strange relief as though his emotions were neatly boxed away. Curious, he wondered how Hans, now burdened with those emotions, was handling it. Hans reassured him. Don't worry about me. Pain and despair have always been my companions. They don't bother me. Yet, Sunghyun noticed a subtle change in Hans's tone. Laughing, Hans confirmed, You noticed, huh? It dawned on Sunghyun that an avatar filled with emotions could develop its own personality. Before he could say more, a loud noise erupted outside. Was that an explosion? He asked, rushing to the window. Is there another villain? Here in the city? He groaned, holding his face. Let the guardians handle it. It's not directly in front of me like last time. It's none of my business. Hans interrupted. Do you need a reason to eradicate evil? Sunghyun met his gaze and realized the truth. Since transferring his negative emotions to Hans, things had become clearer. Avoidance had always been his habit. Despite his desire to defeat evil, he had lacked the courage to act. Hans, now exuding determination, declared, The world order is in chaos. Criminals are everywhere. It's time for me to become their law. Using his power and donning a mask, he left to confront the chaos. At the explosion site, residents gathered, expressing their frustration. How many times has this happened? Why haven't they called for reinforcements? Meanwhile, Hans observed the scene. He deduced that the villains had formed an organization, and their time was running out. He wouldn't leave empty-handed. Using dark magic, he created the Eye of Darkness, his new network of spies. You will be my eyes and ears in the shadows, he thought, ready to hunt down hidden sinners. In an alley nearby, a group of schoolchildren bullied a classmate. Bring him an ashtray, one taunted. They laughed as one boy held a cigarette to another, mocking him as the best ashtray ever. The schoolboy being held down screamed, begging them to stop. At that moment, a woman clutched her child tightly and asked where they could possibly run. A man, drunk and swinging his belt, shouted accusingly that she was lying to him. Meanwhile, a masked robber shattered a store window, climbed inside and declared, while opening the cash register, that this was all he needed. Hans observed it all, his thoughts dark and resolute. These villains were no better than trash, and he resolved to punish them. Their punishment would be a trauma so profound it would scar their souls. They would remember this day, and if evil ever sprouted within them again, darkness would come for them once more. Screams of terror echoed throughout the city. Hans felt himself growing more accustomed to his powers, but it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. There was still so much filth to cleanse. He needed to purify the entire city of evil. By the end of the night, Hans stretched and remarked how satisfying it was to rid the shadows of hidden garbage. While the Eye of Darkness had proven useful, its limitations were evident. In the presence of light, its power weakened and eventually vanished. He needed a more reliable method for detecting enemies. However, he couldn't unleash undead creatures into the city. What alternative did he have? The protagonist grumbled angrily about birds ruining his clothes, joking that he should just kill them all and make them his minions. Then, gazing at the birds in flight, he paused. Hans pointed out that an invisible, mobile eye capable of surveilling the city was an excellent idea. After some thought, the protagonist realized that familiars were a form of enslavement magic dark mages used to control animals. Hans, surrounded by birds, questioned why the magic didn't work for him. Sunghyun decided to experiment with various methods to create a familiar, though his attempts had failed so far. Hans mused that it would be ideal if the familiars appeared normal yet remained infectious. However, simplifying their appearance by reducing magic power would weaken their infectious ability. Sunghyun finally understood the complexities of the task. He likened it to debugging, where programmers grind their teeth in frustration. His latest attempt, a revised version of his contagious enslavement magic, was ready to test. Will it work this time? He wondered. A mutated cat leapt from a cage, leaving him disappointed yet again. After 3 weeks of research, significant progress still eluded him. Clicking his tongue, he eyed the last bird in the cage and muttered, "This one better work." As he carefully adjusted the amount of magic power, he grasped the bird and cast the spell again. Sighing in relief, he said he was finally done. But as the bird flew from his hands, he asked in surprise, "What does this mean?" Observing it closely, he realized it appeared normal now. The next step was testing its infectious ability. The bird landed among others, releasing dark energy. Sunghyun's eyes lit up. "This is a success," he declared. The infected creatures would serve as his eyes and ears in the city. Stretching out his hand, he commanded, "Fly and find the enemies for me." Meanwhile, in a forest nearby, Lucius knelt and touched the ground, recalling Hans's words when he used the recall skill. Tuscan approached, informing him that his knights had arrived. Irritated, Tuscan added that after interrogating the remaining vampires, they learned these captives weren't allies of the Immortal King's descendants. Lucius replied that more evidence was needed. The Immortal King was regaining strength, though they hadn't yet confronted him. Using the magic within his cross to communicate, he asked respectfully if there was any news. A saint responded via magical transmission, reporting that traces of the Immortal King's presence had been detected in a cave northwest of their location. Holding the cross tightly, Lucius expressed his gratitude and promised to meet their expectations. At the cave, Sunghyun thought about how he had successfully trained his familiars to report encounters with monsters. Now he had to confirm that the information was accurate. But something felt off. The ground familiars weren't behaving as usual. Instead, they seemed to be fleeing. Were they frightened? If they had found a monster, they would have reported it immediately. This behavior could only mean one thing: humans? Why are people in such a remote area? He wondered. Could this be an ambush? But that seemed impossible. How could such a large group remain unnoticed while hiding their presence? Suddenly, one of his familiars was struck down. Tuscan stepped forward and declared, "You are a participant in the oath of disobedience. Your pathetic tricks won't work on us," Tuscan declared. "No evil can escape the saint's sight. You won't leave here alive." Drawing his weapon, he demanded surrender and promised divine justice. The protagonist recognized them immediately: Holy Knights. He had seen their emblem during his training in Brokislak. Divine power directly countered dark magic, which meant this would be a challenging fight. Hans, unshaken, asked how the servants of the church had managed to find him here. Tuscan struck him sharply with his weapon, silencing him. "You have no right to speak," he snapped. "Don't think you can fool me with your words." The protagonist muttered to himself that his opponent was far too stubborn. Should he deceive them and flee instead? Tuscan seemed to read his mind. "Cheap tricks won't work against us," he said, wielding light magic. "You cannot deceive the servants of the saint." A weapon infused with light pierced the protagonist, and he winced in pain. "Do you truly consider punishing villains a crime?" he asked. "Silence," Tuscan barked, his light magic intensifying. "From the moment you embraced forbidden power, you became one of them. A villain." Sunghyun activated his dark magic and retorted, "Where's the logic in that?" He felt an unusual weakness. Something had been interfering with his magic recently. The Holy Knight's anthem began to play, sapping his strength. Tuscan ordered the singers to keep going. The hymn was draining Sunghyun's energy, but he couldn't bring himself to harm innocents, even if it meant stopping the song. He groaned in frustration as a weapon stabbed him from behind. "Now's our chance," Tuscan declared. "Restrain him." Sunghyun realized his mistake. He had been too careless, and now he was bound in chains. These restraints were not ordinary, they blocked both his movements and magic. "Impressive work catching me," the protagonist admitted. Tuscan smirked. "Exactly as expected. No evil has ever escaped these chains. Will you resist any longer? Grinning, the protagonist replied, as if I'd make it that easy for you. He knew there was no reasoning with them. It was time to part ways. Let them think they had won. Tuscan, now wary, activated his light magic. I don't know what you're planning, but don't think I'll just stand by and let you try anything. He launched another attack. But the protagonist only smirked. The strength of the chains didn't matter anymore, because Hans was already free. Tuscan's eyes widened in disbelief. He broke the chains? Impossible. Who is this man? Later, lying exhausted on his bed, Sunghyun sighed. Trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. First, the Shadow faction and the Oath of Defiance. Then the Varkalak vampire clan. And now, the Paladin Order, one of the most powerful forces on the continent, had joined the list of his enemies. He called up the system window, his thoughts racing. There must be a reason for all this karma I've been accumulating. Is it because I keep attracting villains from across the continent? He groaned and decided to focus on his original plan for now. Sometime later, in the city, the protagonist prepared to test the fruits of his research. Controlling the essence of black magic was simple in principle. His familiars could serve as his eyes and ears, even covering a massive area like Seoul with ease. His thoughts were interrupted by a terrified scream. A girl, tears streaming down her face, begged for mercy. Please, I'll do anything. Just let me go. She spotted a figure in the window and pleaded, help me. I'm being held here against my will. Don't just leave me. The man holding her sneered, gripping her hair tightly. Scream all you want, he said. No one will hear you except me. He explained that his ability rendered them invisible to others. Go on, scream louder, he taunted. You've got such a cute voice. As he raised his weapon to strike her, he boasted, you'll be among the top 3 in my collection. At that moment, Hans burst through the ceiling, wielding dark magic. The man with the knife asked, bewildered, how could this happen? My ability is sound suppression and invisibility, isn't it? The protagonist glared at him, his voice cold. That won't work on me. Your vile deeds end today. Angered, the man demanded, who are you? A guardian? How did you even get here? Holding the weapon to the woman's throat, he threatened, don't come any closer or she dies. Sunghyun activated his dark magic. Is that so? He said, snatching the woman away with a surge of power and holding her safely in his arms. Now what will you do? The man with the knife gasped in disbelief. A Ritterni? You dare to steal my prey? Then I'll kill her along with you. He lunged at the protagonist but was suddenly restrained by tendrils of dark energy. Judging by his words, Hans deduced, this isn't your first victim. Binding the man tightly with dark energy, he pressed his fingers to his forehead. You won't mind if I confirm that for myself? Using necromancy, Sunghyun activated the Cry of the Dead skill, peering into the man's memories. He saw vivid scenes of the man torturing and murdering his victims. You're a serial killer, Hans declared grimly. I don't need to look any further. His tone sharpened. I sentence you to death. The man screamed in agony as the dark magic overwhelmed him. Sunghyun muttered, even death is too merciful for someone like you. He considered for a moment. But I need an undead servant for my work. You'll do just fine. With a cruel smile, he activated a spell that drained the blood from the man's body. The system window appeared, announcing the creation of a new undead, Ghast. Satisfied, the protagonist said, I'll need to prepare the subspace portal. It'll come in handy later. Looking at the unconscious woman, Hans pondered. What should I do with her? Clean up the mess? Maybe just call emergency services. A short while later, the police arrived, cordoning off the crime scene. Park Han-cheol, leader of the Special Ops Bureau's criminal investigation team, stood outside, observing the scene through the window. A suited officer approached him. We've reviewed the footage. It's definitely the serial killer we've been after. Han-cheol, irritated, asked, and the person who stopped him? A Ritterni? The officer nodded. Confirmed. But the killer's body is missing. There's evidence of dark magic and blood at the scene. Someone definitely died here. It's a mess. This case is a nightmare, Han-cheol muttered. A rogue playing hero. Do they think the law doesn't exist? Meanwhile, the protagonist stood atop a roof, surveying the city. A passerby on the street pointed upward. Is that a sleepwalker? Who is he? Hans petted a cat perched beside him. I wonder what they'd say if they saw my face, he mused. Elsewhere, at the South Korean Citizens Repatriation Association, Seoul South Branch, a secretary entered Yoon Ji-yoon's office. Sorry to interrupt, but there's something urgent. Yoon, still recovering from a late night, groaned. What time is it? What's going on? The secretary handed her a file. A request from the Special Ops Bureau. They're investigating the serial killer case and... Yoon skimmed the file. So, the dark mage in the long coat and mask strikes again. Public security's already a mess. She sighed, placing a tablet over her head. We should hand this over to that guy. The secretary, shocked, exclaimed, That guy? The murderer? Yoon slammed her fists on the desk. Exactly. He's competent. If we tame him, he'll make a great asset. The secretary frowned. You want him as a guardian? Are you serious? Stop complaining and get back to work, Yoon retorted, gesturing at the towering stack of documents. Frustrated, she threw her hands in the air. I'm going to tear those villains apart myself. Later, Han stood by a window, stretching. With a satisfied smile, he muttered, Punishing villains feels good. His gaze swept the bustling streets. Soon I'll have to deal with a few more pests. The villains' organization was wreaking havoc, causing complete chaos. Having pieced together the situation to some extent, Heinz decided it might be time to shift his focus to the other world. When he arrived, Uncle Diana and Aaron were in tears, shouting his name. The children ran to him, embracing him tightly. You've been through so much, he said warmly. You've worked so hard. We're fine, the children exclaimed, their faces glowing with relief and joy. Heinz watched the scene with a smile, thinking how happy he was to see them reunited. He seemed like a genuinely kind person, one whose actions didn't raise suspicion. If he had acted otherwise, Heinz might have resorted to threats, but it didn't seem necessary. Their uncle took Heinz's hand, thanking him profusely for bringing the children back safely. Heinz waved his hand dismissively. I didn't really do much, it simply had to happen. Diana approached him, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you for everything, she said, wrapping him in a hug. I'm so happy. He patted her head gently. This isn't goodbye. I'll visit often. Stay healthy and behave well. Still crying, Diana admitted, I'm a little worried. You seem to be changing a lot. But her faith in him as a good person reassured her. He hesitated. Am I really changing? He asked himself, uneasy. Perhaps it was the influence of his persona skill. Heinz was a blend of negative emotions, driven by a desire for recognition, an attempt to draw attention through intrigue and deception. Yet his character now seemed calm and stable. Diana, looking at him sadly, asked where he was headed next. I'll seize every opportunity, he replied, and embark on a pilgrimage. Sometime later, in the capital of the kingdom of Talia, Teleria, a city known as the heart of the Church of the Goddess and home to its grandest temple, Heinz wandered the streets, observing everything with keen interest. Stepping into a secluded alleyway, he ensured no one was following before activating his abilities to summon his fourth avatar, Heinlich. This avatar embodied key traits: a composed mind, persona, super regeneration, and calm demeanor. Its unique feature, the spirit of a warrior, granted additional bonuses to skills and experience acquired through combat and training. Handing a bag to Heinlich, Heinz instructed, walking through the holy city as a vampire isn't ideal. Take this and step into the light. Heinlich made his way to the elder, who sat on a chair surrounded by his subordinates. Next, believer, step forward, the elder called. In response, Heinlich emptied a bag of gold at the elder's feet, startling everyone. The elder began counting the coins, stacking them neatly. How much is this? He asked, astonished. This is everything I have, Heinlich declared, placing a hand over his heart. I wish to dedicate it all to the goddess and serve as a paladin to fulfill her will. Reflecting on his past avatars, an undead, a dark mage, and a vampire, Heinlich mused that this time his form would embody light. A paladin respected by all. The elder slammed his fist on the table, sending coins scattering. Instructor Marco stepped forward with a hearty laugh. A sincere young man like you will make an excellent paladin. The elder, still hesitant, said, Wait. No matter the sacrifice, we can't just accept an unknown person as a paladin. Marco reassured him. Don't worry. Training reveals a recruit's true nature. Are you prepared to show us yours? Heinlich nodded eagerly. I am. Weeks into the grueling training, Heinlich gasped for air, sweat pouring down his face. I need water, he cried moments before a massive iron ball flew toward him. What is this madness? He thought, summoning his strength to stop the ball. Exactly a month had passed since his training began. Initially, he thought the Paladin Order was noble and refined. Instead, it was filled with relentless macho warriors. The room echoed with shouts of encouragement as paladins trained intensely. A fellow paladin approached number 12, chastising him. "You're losing focus. Did you forget the rules? You can't stop praying during training." The paladin knelt in front of him, shouting, "Good. Now concentrate and recite the prayers again." Number 12 resumed, reciting fervently as he lifted the iron ball. The coach praised him. "Well done. Keep focusing. Let prayer restore your strength." From the sidelines, Heinrich observed. He admitted that the repeated prayers, despite being grueling, effectively strengthened faith and divine power. Nearby, two paladins were hitting a third with sledgehammers, who shouted gleefully, "My back feels great today." Heinrich couldn't help but think, this is absolute madness. Let them hit him even harder. Another paladin stood tall, attempting to crush a spiked iron ball with his bicep. Around him, the group shouted praises to the goddess, proclaiming their ever-growing faith. Watching from the sidelines, Heinrich couldn't help but think, do they really need to train like this? On the second floor, the trainer approached Marco, questioning him about the new recruit. Is he just a simpleton? Marco smirked. And if he is, what of it? The trainer chuckled. Well, even before baptism, he's managing to lift such massive weights. His shoulders and lower body are already unnaturally strong. I can't wait to see how baptism will transform him. Hearing this, Heinrich felt a wave of discomfort. Why are they drooling over my body? He thought, trying to suppress his unease. He didn't want to attract attention from this group of apparent muscle fanatics. Time passed, and Heinrich continued to endure the relentless training. During one particularly grueling session, he paused, gasping for breath. It had been 3 months since he began. Without his wind instrument and super regeneration skills, he would have collapsed long ago. His body and endurance had improved significantly, but the endless perversions of the group were the real challenge. Marco approached him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Finished with lower body training? How about we hit some chest exercises together? Marco removed his shirt, flexing dramatically in front of Heinrich. Panicking, Heinrich let out a distressed scream. The trainer joined in, striking a dramatic pose. What a beautiful day. Don't you agree we should do some solid back training? Heinrich's discomfort grew unbearable as he tried to suppress a shudder. Why are these muscle perverts targeting me? Later, Heinrich sat near a building with another paladin, stretching his neck. I think I'm starting to lose my mind, he muttered. Not a single day goes by without someone inviting me to train with them. The other paladin laughed. That's because the elders have low expectations for themselves. As they spoke, a group of smiling paladins passed by, laughing among themselves. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the building, Archbishop Lucius and Tuscan. They waved at the paladins, their presence commanding attention. One of the senior members announced, We've received orders for an expedition with a full contingent of crusaders. When do we depart? Heinrich noticed one of the paladins and thought, isn't that the guy who pointed his sword at Hans? The returning group must have been searching for Hans. Could they really have been hunting him all this time? Shortly afterward, the recruits gathered in a grand hall. An elder stood at the altar, addressing the group. We are here today for the baptism ceremony of the most promising recruits. Due to special circumstances, the ceremony has been moved forward. We hope for your understanding. One recruit whispered, Why are they holding an event that usually happens only once every 6 months? Why now? Heinrich had his suspicions. They're desperate for reinforcements to pursue the heir to the immortal king. But this is a perfect opportunity for me to test my plan. The elder called out, Max Veroin? Max stepped forward, and the elder asked, Are you ready to dedicate your life to the goddess and serve as her paladin? I am, Max declared confidently. Heinrich observed quietly, reflecting on the process. Those who undergo baptism transfer all their mana to the deity, losing the ability to use magic. In return, the deity grants a sacred blessing of immense power. The strength of the blessing depends entirely on the recruit's faith. The purer and more unwavering the faith, the stronger the paladin becomes. The elder called the next name, Heinrich. Smiling, Heinrich stepped forward, thinking, I'm fortunate to have devised such a brilliant plan. Until now, he had used his center of the mind skill primarily to suppress external stimuli and control emotions. But he had realized it could be reversed. By combining this with the persona skill, he could project the illusion of absolute faith in the goddess. As the high priest extracted his mana, Heinrich would filter out any mistrust or doubt, leaving only pure, unblemished energy. When the high priest initiated the ritual, the room began to glow with an intense sacred light. Gasps and whispers filled the air. "This is unprecedented," someone exclaimed. "The sacred power is reaching the very head of the goddess's statue." The high priest, astonished, placed a hand on Heinrich's shoulder. "You've just undergone baptism, yet your sacred power rivals that of a priestess. Such unwavering faith. I'm truly impressed." Heinrich's plan had worked perfectly, and he smiled inwardly. Heinrich continued to train diligently, a smile forming on his face as he thanked those around him. Suddenly, a system window appeared before him, informing him that he had acquired the holy baptism skill. This skill allowed him to distribute spiritual power more effectively among his avatars. As he examined his hand, he pondered, "Is this the limit of holy power?" The thought brought him some relief. He had been skeptical that a false faith built on illusion could yield any results. Still, it seemed the skill hadn't worked to its full potential. He reflected further, the church's deity appears closer to the system, a personal god tied to the individual. When he opened his mind earlier, he felt a peculiar sensation. If he had to describe it, it was akin to curiosity, a distant, watchful presence. Is this what it means to be monitored? He wondered. Such power, he decided, should only ever be used for good. Later, in one of the meeting rooms, Lucius and Tuscan stood before a tactical map, moving pieces around as they discussed their strategy. "This is a mess," Tuscan said grimly. "We've been searching for a month and haven't found even a single village connected to the heir of the immortal king." Lucius sighed. "I have nothing to present to the deity." He glanced at Tuscan and added, "And beyond that, I sense the kingdom of Talia's support is waning. The vampire organization hidden within their borders is likely involved." Tuscan moved a few pieces on the board and replied, "During the pursuit of Hans, the misunderstandings surrounding the vampire slope and the oath of disobedience have grown too large to ignore." He picked up one of the game pieces, continuing, "The assassination squad has failed to achieve any meaningful results. Political pressure from the state is mounting, and they're leveraging this situation against us." Slamming his hand against his head in frustration, Lucius declared, "The assassination squad will be disbanded. My subordinates will return everyone to the capital." Tuscan nodded in acknowledgement and left to carry out the orders. As he walked away, he thought about the precarious situation they were in. "We're surrounded on all sides, and the paladins' numbers are no longer sufficient. What should I do with this knowledge?" Looking out onto the training yard, he observed the recruits sparring. "Are these the ones baptized today?" he wondered. Suddenly, something caught his attention, a recruit striking Heinrich with a weapon. Heinrich reacted instantly, countering with an elbow to the face that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground, disarmed. The trainer shouted, "Heinrich wins this battle." A system window appeared before Heinrich, announcing that his avatar had achieved enlightenment through repeated training. He had unlocked the Crusader fighting technique skill. As he stood there, Heinrich noticed a wound on his body healing rapidly. With his super regeneration and newfound sacred power, the injury disappeared entirely. The defeated recruit, wiping sweat from his face, asked, "Did you let me hit you on purpose?" Heinrich extended a hand to help him up. "The effort was worth it," he said with a smile. "Tactics are my style." Yet inwardly he thought, this still isn't enough. To grow further, I need to evolve my abilities. At that moment, Tuscan approached, his expression serious. "Your sacred power is remarkable," he said. "You're already at the level of a trainer or a high-ranking paladin." The defeated recruit looked shocked by Tuscan's words. Tuscan continued, "But you're not experienced enough to be a full paladin just yet." Heinrich tilted his head, curious. "What do you mean?" Tuscan smiled knowingly. "You've likely felt it, more than others." He extended his hand to Heinrich. "I can make you much stronger. Will you come with me to the Rosalia Temple?" The protagonist inquired about his purpose in the Grand Temple, to which the response came as a question. Did he have any particular issue? Heinrich extended his hand reassuringly, stating that there was no problem and affirming his desire to accompany him. Tuscan, with a dissatisfied expression, began walking away, remarking that if he wanted to follow, he should do so immediately. The protagonist hurried after the paladin, requesting time to gather his belongings, but Tuscan advised him to entrust that task to someone else. They entered a room and stood on glowing runes. Tuscan placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, acknowledging how sudden everything seemed. He assured him that everything would be explained in detail later. The protagonist nodded, indicating his understanding. Soon they arrived at the renowned Great Temple of Rosalia, the largest sanctuary of the church, positioned at the continent's center. This sacred site was where both the father and the goddess had once dwelled, marking the heart of the faith. Inside, Rister greeted them warmly, expressing her hope that their long journey hadn't been too exhausting. They knelt before her, expressing their gratitude. The protagonist reflected on entering this sacred space, where the goddess resided, as an opportunity for immense growth. He believed it to be the ideal place to develop his skills and gain recognition as a paladin. Determined, he resolved to hone his abilities while handling covert tasks with Hans's assistance. Meanwhile, Hans sat atop a rooftop surrounded by corpses, scrolling through news about the saint on his phone. Acknowledging his newfound fame, he noted that remnants of a human trafficking ring had been eliminated. However, something peculiar caught his attention: mentions of a divine retribution society by the defeated villains. They had cursed him repeatedly, claiming the society would not forgive anyone who failed to act against him. Hans suspected this society was linked to multiple organizations. Stretching as he stood, he resolved to investigate further and continue dismantling their operations. He mused about dividing his profits, now contemplating how best to manage his newfound wealth. Later, Hans walked down the street wearing a mask, considering the risks of trading large quantities of valuable, mysterious items under the guise of the Haho mask persona. Any sudden activity might make him a prime suspect. Entering a discreet establishment, he handed a bag of money to an employee and expressed his intent to sell. The employee scoffed, questioning if Hans mistook the place for a pawn shop. However, Hans emptied the bag's contents, revealing its valuable items. The employee, visibly stunned, quickly began examining the goods. He realized the badges belonged to a group involved in human trafficking, a trading syndicate. He had heard rumors that this syndicate had been dismantled by a masked man. The protagonist turned to the person before him and asked if he was interested in the deal. The man grew visibly nervous and instructed him to use the back door, warning him not to try leaving any other way. Following the instructions, the protagonist eventually arrived at the correct location. A masked man greeted him, asking if he was there to sell something. Hans confirmed, then inquired if payment could be made in a form other than cash. Hans handed over a bag and the masked man began examining its contents. He asked if Hans was looking for material goods and, if so, what exactly he needed. Hans pointed out that he required a lottery ticket for a grand prize, preferably one that could be used immediately. Cash, he explained, was useless to him unless it could be spent. What he needed were legal funds for his real identity, Sunghyun, and a lottery ticket would provide clean, untraceable money. The masked man confirmed that a lottery ticket was possible but mentioned the commission would be steep. Hans assured him it wasn't a problem and asked how much it could sell for. The masked man replied that it would be 6-1, with a redemption period of 4 months. Hans requested 2 tickets, but the masked man stated that the payment provided wouldn't cover that. Unfazed, Hans assured him there was no need to worry and retrieved gold bars from his subspace storage. He asked if those would suffice. The masked man, stunned, felt the bars and asked incredulously, "A subspace storage tool? Who are you? These are extraordinary materials. Where did you get them?" Hans, annoyed at the man's curiosity, complained about being touched and stated he wasn't there to chat. He urged the masked man to finish the deal quickly. Apologizing, the masked man agreed to proceed. As the transaction concluded, Hans used his heightened senses and noted the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. It wasn't his imagination after all. Moving closer, he remarked that this wouldn't be their last deal and predicted they'd see each other often in the future. Later, Hans stepped outside, smiling as he inspected the checks in his hands. He mused aloud about how he'd used his dreams to win the lottery. Now he pondered what to purchase. Subordinates would make such errands easier, as constantly running back and forth was inefficient. Taking a moment to enjoy the cool night air, he observed the bustling streets. Only a few months ago, they had been eerily empty due to the human trafficking syndicate's presence. Now life had returned and the streets were alive once again. Perhaps it was all the rumors he had heard, but he felt relieved to know that he was somehow involved in promoting peace. Out of nowhere, Gamma approached from behind and whispered in his ear, asking where he was from. Startled, the protagonist turned around, alarmed. He thought, who is this? How did he sneak up on me unnoticed? Gamma, noticing his reaction, tried to calm him down, assuring him there was no reason to worry. He simply wanted to have a conversation. The protagonist, still uneasy, asked what exactly Gamma was talking about. He had snuck up behind him and even sniffed him. What was going on? Gamma asked if he was a vampire. The protagonist froze. That's right, Gamma confirmed. He was at level 6, born from Demir's transformation. Gamma pressed further. What's your name? When did you return to Earth? The protagonist, thinking that yet another vampire traveler from another dimension had appeared, realized he needed to come up with something quick to get out of this situation. However, without realizing it, he began answering questions he hadn't planned on, his mind seemingly under some sort of hypnosis. He found himself saying, "My name is Heinz and I haven't been on Earth for a long time." He thought to himself, why am I answering so easily? Is this all his mind control at work? Gamma smiled. Very good, he said. So you're a newcomer who's just returned to Earth. Let me introduce myself properly. He handed the protagonist a business card. I'm with the Blood Pack organization, which encompasses all the vampires on Earth. My job is to track down those who have recently returned. The protagonist took the card, still processing the information, and asked, is such an organization real? Gamma sighed and explained that if the protagonist wanted to survive, they'd better stick together. There wasn't much choice in the matter. The protagonist looked at him in disbelief and asked, by the way, what did you mean by level? Gamma, noticing his growing curiosity, suggested they continue the conversation elsewhere. If you're starting to show interest, let's go somewhere more private. He pulled out his car keys and asked if the protagonist wanted to visit the organization. Seeing the sleek car, the protagonist agreed to go with him. Meanwhile, Jean Soren had been quietly observing the entire interaction from a distance. She relayed the update to headquarters through her earpiece. The target is moving according to plan. We are following him. After some time they arrived at the location. Gamma encouraged him not to hesitate and to step inside. The protagonist, curious, asked what kind of place this was. Gamma explained that every vampire has a unique vampire factor that determines their strength level. They measure and rank these factors by level, and with the help of a magic circle, they can assess a vampire's level precisely. Gamma led him into a room filled with vampires and runes. Heinz was astonished by what he saw, wondering if this was truly a magic circle. The scene struck him as highly suspicious. Gamma gestured toward the circle, urging him to enter it without delay. The protagonist hesitated, thinking he could cancel his participation if it turned out to be dangerous. However, the presence of a skull emanating dark magic caught his attention. Examining it more closely, he realized this was no ordinary dark magic. It involved shamanism, curses, alchemy, and various other mystical practices, all fused together. He wondered how such a thing could even exist. Since the returnees began appearing about 20 years ago, magical tools remained rare, and magical technology had not advanced significantly. This was due to the differences in energy laws between abilities and dimensions. Yet, here was an organization capable of merging such disparate powers. The Blood Pack, it seemed, was far more impressive than he had anticipated. One of the vampires asked him to extend his hand. The vampire made a small cut on Heinz's palm, warning him it might sting briefly. To Heinz's surprise, his blood began to levitate, forming 5 orbs. A vampire noted that this indicated he was at level 5. Observing the tight connection between the orbs, they commented on his strong regenerative abilities. The protagonist thought about purebreds from Alterica, estimating their levels to be around 5 or 6. Gamma smiled knowingly, remarking that he was already nervous. Coming from a dimension no one had heard of, Heinz had only reached level 5, a mere waste of time. At this level, amputating limbs wasn't necessary. The vampires in the room all agreed and activated their abilities. Alarmed, Heinz realized there was another motive behind this ritual. It was far too elaborate for a simple level assessment. He urgently needed to summon help. At that moment, a knock at the door startled everyone, making Gamma visibly tense. The door burst open as Rand stormed in, commanding everyone to freeze. She declared her intent to apprehend Gamma, a level 6 vampire from the Blood Pack, for kidnapping and killing other vampires. Gamma appeared unfazed, questioning her rude intrusion. The protagonist found Rand familiar but couldn't place where he had seen her before. Rand pointed out that when she first heard rumors of vampires being abducted, she doubted their truth, but now the evidence was undeniable. She demanded that Gamma release the vampires and surrender. Gamma mocked her, calling her a naive servant of the Blood Pack. He questioned why vampires needed to live in subjugation, follow human rules, and hide underground. Rand, enraged, argued that it was the actions of warlike vampires like him that forced their kind into hiding. Gamma dismissed her argument and asked whether her comrades shared her perspective. This caused doubt to spread among the vampires behind her. Shocked, Rand questioned their loyalty. Just then one of her allies betrayed her, activating his ability and striking her down. As she collapsed, she demanded to know why he had turned against her. The traitor explained that in his dimension he was a powerful lord. Now trapped in this reality, he was reduced to working as a bouncer in a club. Not all vampires could adapt to her way of life. Gamma leaned in and Rand, struggling, asked about his ultimate plan. Was he kidnapping vampires to start a rebellion against the Blood Pack? Gamma smirked and dismissed her as foolish. Such an endeavor would take centuries. Instead, he revealed that they had discovered a way to grow stronger quickly. He demonstrated this by lifting the body of a vampire and alluded to breaking a taboo. Shocked, Rand accused him of creating mad vampires again. Hines, observing, realized she was referring to cannibalism among vampires. While it wasn't practiced on Earth, when vampires from different dimensions consumed one another, their vampire factors merged, increasing their strength but at a severe cost. This act often led to profound mental instability, a grim legacy from their ancestors. If someone fails to control themselves, they become mad vampires, driven insane by an unquenchable thirst. The first appearance of a mad vampire marked them as a global threat. Gamma, however, smiled confidently and assured everyone that this wasn't a concern. After extensive research, they had discovered a way to remove residual bloodlust. Suddenly, Gamma's victim began screaming in agony, exclaiming that they were being used as experimental material. The protagonist observed the situation closely, realizing that the magic circle wasn't merely for separating empirical factors. It was designed to transfer a drug to vampires without causing side effects. Minhyun reminded Gamma of his promise, pointing out the risks he took to follow him secretly. Gamma, keeping his word, tossed him a pill. Minhyun consumed it and his body began to transform, becoming larger and stronger. Smiling, he marveled at his newfound strength, unable to believe the change. Grabbing Rand by the throat, he demanded more pills immediately, threatening violence otherwise. Feigning panic, Gamma urged Minhyun to stop, assuring him that while he was pleased with his strength, he needed to be patient. After all, another guest had arrived before him and was still waiting. Surely it wasn't too much to ask to wait a little longer? The protagonist rose to his feet, calmly stating that there were 2 purebreds and 4 half-breeds, proof that cannibalism worked. Gamma looked at him, stunned. Filled with newfound strength, Hines expressed his eagerness to see just how powerful he could become. As he prepared to absorb the others, chaos erupted. The vampires screamed in confusion and fear. Suddenly, Hines and his army burst into the room. Addressing the group, he mocked their attempt to hide but scolded them for neglecting their safety. From now on, no one would leave this place without his permission. His army launched their attack, causing Minhyun to panic. He turned to Gamma, demanding answers about who their attackers were. Gamma roared for everyone to stay together, warning that separation would mean death. Using his abilities, he charged into battle, targeting Hines directly. Hines observed Minhyun's unusual transformation, noting that vampires from different dimensions often had distinct appearances. Slamming his staff to the ground, Hines summoned magical spikes that pierced through Minhyun's body. Smirking, Hines declared that minimizing casualties was part of his plan. He leaped into the fray, mocking Minhyun's organic transformation, claiming it posed no threat. Biting into Minhyun, Hines thought to himself that there would be more prey ahead. Minhyun screamed in pain and confusion as Hines drank his blood and heard his thoughts. Minhyun lamented his betrayal and his determination to survive, refusing to accept his end. Wiping his face, Hines remarked that insanity was far worse, as he could hear every obsessive thought coursing through Minhyun's mind. To his surprise, his teeth began to fall out, a sign of his empirical factors evolving and merging. A system notification appeared, informing Hines that he had gained a special ability, hybrid evolution. This ability significantly enhanced his physical attributes whenever he absorbed new empirical factors, allowing him to steal traits from the target's bloodline. Turning to Gamma, Hines remarked that this power was quite impressive. If he were to lose control, he could become exceptionally dangerous. Now he needed an organization to enforce his will. The Blood Pack could serve his purpose, or they would face the alternative of joining his undead army. As the battle continued, Hines devoured the remaining vampires. Another system notification informed him that he had acquired a new vampire trait, Insight. This skill allowed him to assess the physical condition and stats of his enemies. Hines dismissed it as relatively useless but realized that vampires possessed a supernatural ability called heritage, tied to their origins. Using hybrid evolution, he could master this ability and steal all their powers. Gamma, now crucified, demanded to know how Hines had managed to remain sane while devouring his own kind. Approaching him with a grin, Hines taunted Gamma, asking if he was curious about how to resist corruption. The secret, he teased, was to ignore the whispers that accompanied the act. Gamma, panicked and disbelieving, screamed in protest. His cries turned into agony as another system notification revealed that Heinz had gained a new skill, camouflage, which allowed him to conceal his presence. Observing Gamma's transformed state, Heinz smiled slyly, commenting that Gamma must have been using camouflage all along. Not bad, he remarked, relishing his growing power. There were many ways he could use this ability. Should he dive into this bastard's thoughts? Gamma reflected on research, collaboration, support, and the public retribution technology. He also recalled a promise he had made to Mr. Beta. The protagonist panicked, wondering who the hell is this? Was this person Gamma's patron? And once again the Public Retribution Society was mentioned. It seemed like this intricate ritual was also their doing. What were these people planning, aiding the blood pack like this? Later that night, Heinz and So-Ran were driving through the city together. Heinz glanced at her and asked if she was finally coming to her senses. Startled, she yelled at him, calling him trash for selling his life and demanding to know where he was taking her. Grabbing him by the throat, she shouted furiously. Heinz gasped, pleading for her to stop and look around. They had captured him too, and if she didn't let go, they'd crash. Reluctantly, So-Ran released him and apologized, asking for an explanation of what had happened. Heinz asked if she had heard of Ho-Ho's mask. He mentioned that the masked figure had escaped during the chaos when a group of vigilantes burst in. Placing her hand over her heart, So-Ran expressed her gratitude, saying that even amidst the chaos, Heinz had gone out of his way to save her. As Heinz observed her closely, her face and voice felt oddly familiar. Yet no matter how much he tried to place her, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen her somewhere before. He asked why members of the Blood Pack were fighting one another. So-Ran explained that the group was divided between radicals and moderates. She and her team had discovered evidence that the radicals had kidnapped one of their own, so they infiltrated the radicals' territory. She expressed relief that they had escaped in one piece and even managed to learn the radicals' plans. She intended to inform the higher-ups and put an end to it. Heinz, skeptical, thought to himself that resolving this wouldn't be so simple. It was likely that even the highest-ranking members of the radicals were involved. So-Ran cheerfully asked about Heinz's identity. Who was he as her savior? He seemed incredibly strong. Heinz replied that she could call him whatever she wanted, as she felt comfortable. She asked if she could call him up for convenience, to which he nodded, mentioning he'd recently returned to Earth and hadn't formed any bonds yet. Heinz explained he had followed Gamma out of curiosity about the Blood Pack. So-Ran smiled and suggested that he join the group, mentioning that most vampires were part of it. She assured him that moderate vampires didn't engage in shady activities and had steady blood supplies through partnerships with blood banks. Heinz expressed interest and So-Ran promised to show him more. After some time they arrived at their destination. Inside, a little girl named Nahi ran to the door when she heard them. So-Ran greeted her warmly and Nahi hugged her, asking if she was okay. Smiling, So-Ran reassured her, introducing Heinz as their friend and a new member of the Blood Pack. Nahi, looking nervous, greeted Heinz. He waved back with a friendly smile. So-Ran patted Nahi's head, asking her to stay and play while she showed Heinz the room. Nahi agreed but asked her to return soon. On the way up, Heinz commented that Nahi seemed very small. So-Ran clarified that it wasn't just her appearance. Nahi wasn't a returner. Confused, Heinz asked if all vampires weren't returners. So-Ran explained that wasn't true. Nahi had been born and raised on Earth, but her father, a returner, had turned her into a vampire to save her from a chronic illness. This revelation made Heinz reflect on why the government wanted strict control over vampires. In many ways they were like an infectious disease. So-Ran continued, explaining that turning someone on Earth took significantly more power than usual. Nahi's father had reached his limit but wanted her to live confidently, even under the sun. Eventually they reached a room. So-Ran let Heinz in, telling him to call her if he needed anything. Since it was late, she suggested he rest. She said goodbye with a distinct gesture. Heinz froze, startled. That gesture, her voice, it all seemed so familiar. Pointing at her, he asked, "Is she the streamer Orchid?" So-Ran's eyes widened in shock and she screamed in embarrassment, covering her face. She stammered, asking if he'd just mentioned her stream. She blushed, saying that moment from her stream was stuck in her head, then nervously asked if he was one of her subscribers. Heinz awkwardly waved, denying it, explaining that her videos had simply popped up in his recommendations a couple of times. She sighed in relief and said it was a good thing because she had nearly died of embarrassment. She explained that she had been a trainee, and after quitting she felt lost and decided to try streaming. Heinz asked how old she was back then. She replied that she was 22 now and had awakened at 19. Then she asked his age and when he had awakened. Feeling awkward, Heinz quickly shut the door behind him, calling out that he'd tell her later. She blinked in surprise, wondering aloud if she had said something wrong. Inside, Heinz exhaled deeply, realizing she was much younger than he had assumed, which explained his casual tone earlier. At 20 years old himself, he found it surprising that she was older than him. Lying on the bed, he muttered to himself that, regardless, she still looked familiar. As a streamer she was quite famous. Maybe he should look her up online? Opening her streaming page, he found a notification about her recent hiatus. In the post, she mentioned taking a break from streaming for about a week due to work obligations. She assured her audience she'd return as soon as possible and hoped to see them again soon. Heinz swiped through the updates thinking to himself. After she posted this, she went straight to the crime scene? If he hadn't intervened, that post might have been her last. The thought unsettled him. The situation had been far too close and dangerous. The next morning, Heinz woke to the sound of So-Ran yelling into her phone. She was shouting, demanding to know why there was no evidence. How could they find nothing? Groaning from his headache, Heinz got out of bed, wondering what the commotion was about so early in the morning. Heading downstairs, he heard her shouting again. He says there's no proof of this. How is that even possible? Noticing Heinz, So-Ran paused her argument and asked if he was awake. Holding the phone away, she explained that her colleagues had gone to the crime scene yesterday, but everything had been burned. There was no evidence left, and now they couldn't act against the radicals. Heinz clenched his fist, thinking to himself, they've gone too far. Were they trying to erase all traces of me? Out loud, he sympathized, saying it was unfortunate, but then he asked her something. Could she tell him where the radicals' base was? Her eyes widened in surprise. Why do you need to know where the radicals' base is? She asked. Then, raising her voice, she added, don't tell me you're against the blood pack. Heinz raised his hands to calm her down, assuring her it wasn't the case. He explained that the radicals were dangerous, and it would be better to know their locations to avoid them. Taking a deep breath, So-Ran nodded, placing a hand over her heart. That does make sense, she admitted. She pulled up some information on her phone, handing it to him. Here, hold on to this. Avoid the marked locations and you'll stay safe. Heinz studied the screen, noting the map of locations. While doing so, So-Ran offered to cook him something since he was already up. He waved his hands, politely declining. No need to trouble yourself, he said. I'll grab something nearby. There are plenty of good restaurants around. Looking at the map's marked spots again, Heinz licked his lips and muttered, that's why I'm thinking of going for a walk and finding something good to eat. Moments later, he appears indulging in the blood of vampires, as if feasting at a banquet in a restaurant. Suddenly, a still-living vampire calls him a bastard, warning that he cannot leave peacefully because the clan leader will hunt him down, leaving not a single bone marrow behind. The protagonist asks if they know who he is and thanks them, mentioning that after stealing the concealment skill from these vampires, they are now worse than blind fools. So, he won't have any trouble for now. He then demands they reveal where their other friends are. By touching the vampire's head, he accesses their memories and discovers that the next day, there will be a gathering in a secret location, and their leader will also be present. The protagonist sees this as a perfect opportunity to eliminate all of them and feed. After finishing off the last living vampire, he says it's time to clean up. Using the Blood Bloom skill, he spreads blood to create a burning flower that won't extinguish unless the caster wishes and burns only the target. This new technique, which he acquired after stealing from the vampires, is perfect for erasing his traces. As for magical traces, he'll use his concealment skill to hide them. With these two skills, no one will be able to track him. Suddenly, the protagonist's heart starts pounding. This feeling, his body was beginning to evolve again. While spitting blood and groaning in pain, he acquired new abilities. The special skill, Bloodline, Pure Blood, evolves into Bloodline, True Blood. Due to the effects of hybrid evolution, he gains enlightenment and acquires the skill, Blood Flow Amplification. His recovery ability has transcended its limits, and the skilled regeneration has evolved into hyper-regeneration. Finally, he has become a True Blood and gained some new abilities. Let's test what they do. He makes a deep cut on himself and within seconds his artery heals. Now he can control blood and has absurd regeneration. During a fight, he can absorb the blood of enemies to recover, making him practically invincible. If a True Blood is this strong, imagine how powerful a Holy Blood might be. In the next scene we see Jean Soren thanking someone for donating 1 million cheeses. The donor earned 1,000,000 points in her heart. She thinks this donation will allow her to buy many blood packs without worrying. Suddenly, the protagonist enters the room. They look at each other and blush. He apologizes for interrupting and tells her to continue her work. Soren, embarrassed, shouts at him to knock before entering and punches him. Soren then asks what happened. He tells her they received a letter in her name. The letter contains images and information about a group of criminal vampires. Someone mysterious sent this dossier with such valuable information. She has no idea who it could be. Perhaps the famous masked figure people keep talking about? But the only person she had discussed this with was Mr. Hines. These details came after she gave the location to Mr. Hines. Could these two be working together, or is it just a coincidence? The next day, Hines observes a house from a rooftop where a secret meeting will take place to discuss measures against the masked figure and the recent attacks. Hines uses a skill to peer inside the house but notices a blood magic barrier. On the first floor, he sees several high-level vampires emanating intense energy. Alright, let's go in. Hans will use the shadows and I'll go from above. Let's enter together and wipe them all out. Hines enters through the window like a scene from an action movie. Prepare yourselves, you criminal bastards. But when he looks, there are no vampires on the first floor. Suddenly, the wall begins to crack and a voice claims, I would have loved to capture the masked one, but only some random vampire appeared. No problem, we'll hunt down this mosquito. Beta 1 Beta Shin, do you recognize this vampire? We don't know him. He seems to be level 7 but he's entirely unfamiliar. It looks like this vampire came from somewhere unknown. Hines recalls the name Beta from the vampire memories he absorbed. Their leader is called Alpha, while the others are Betas and Gammas. Both Betas are here today. The big problem is the masked members. Perhaps they belong to the secret divine society I've been searching for. I can't sense their energy, they're using a strong skill to conceal it. For now, get this bastard out of my sight, and, of course, the one hiding in the shadows. They point toward Hans. Hines is surprised they know about the shadow. Since you're so eager, I'll end you right now, Hines says, irritated, with veins pulsing. Using the skilled blood flow amplification and acceleration, he quickly jumps on the vampires, draining their blood. The other vampires are shocked to see Hines cannibalizing his own kind, which is unacceptable. Hans, meanwhile, summons skeletons from the shadows. One vampire tries to flee, begging for his life, but Hans appears in front of him, saying, You're not the only ones who can create barriers. From now on we'll perform the dance of death, where there's no place to run. And so, the dance of death begins. Vampires lose their lives one after another. Beta 1 is stunned by the strength of this unknown vampire. This power doesn't make sense, he's only level 6 or 7. There must be some trick. One charges at Hines, but Hines uses his extended claws to stab one. One, however, hardens his skin like crystal to block the attack. Realizing the enemy blocked him, Hines decides to increase his strength and lands a heavy punch on one's chest. One is shocked to see his crystal armor shatter, something that had never happened in combat before. Recognizing Hines's superior strength and speed, one orders the other vampires to assist him. Hines taunts, Do you think these small fries will stop me? With open hands, Hines releases jets of blood, piercing one's subordinates. Enraged, one seizes the moment while Hines's hands are occupied, slicing off one of Hines's arms with a sharp strike. But it's useless. Hines absorbs blood from the fallen vampires and regenerates his arm instantly. Gaining a new skill, invisibility, Hines disappears in front of one, reappearing behind him and driving his hand into one's body, humorously described as into the vampire's butt. Checkmate, Hines declares as he begins to absorb one's blood. New vampiric factor collected. The skilled blood magic evolves into the special skill Mystery of Blood. Mystery of Blood absorbs subordinate skills, Blood Bloom, and Blood Flow Amplification. Hines feels the surge of power, now able to control all abilities with sheer will and manipulate them rapidly. Beta Shin curses Hines for devouring his own race, calling him a corrupted bloodline, and blaming his strange abilities on it. Hines responds, So what? Are you just going to keep yelling nonsense all day? Why don't you come at me like your brother did? Or are you too scared for that? Beta Shin charges at him, shouting, Bastard! Hines uses Mystery of Blood and traps Shin with blood chains. Shin continues cursing, saying, These tricks are unfair. Unfair tricks? That stings a little, Hines replies sarcastically. Let me tell you something too. Checkmate. He slices the vampire's neck. As Hines absorbs Shin's blood, the other vampires are terrified, muttering, This vampire is insane. Who would have thought the masked one would have such a strong helper? Prepare the orb, we need to deal with him now, says one assistant. One of them casts a spell and launches it at Hans. At that moment Hans appears saying, "That's an interesting spell," and reflects it back at the vampire who cast it. The other assistant, now terrified, says, "The enemies are too strong. There's no hope, we need to flee." The leader, hearing this, declares, "We're not running," and uses a skill on the subordinate, saying, "You've been useful until now, but you'll be even more useful by dying for the Society of Divine Retribution. Go and die for freedom." The leader then uses a spatial manipulation skill to escape. Hans notices something strange about the vampire left behind. Auto-destruction mechanisms? And abandoning your subordinates on your own? What an irresponsible leader. He thought this spell would force me to leave the battlefield. What a pity, it's nothing, Hans says. Inspecting the vampire's body, he observes, there are 2 energy orbs attached to him. If they are removed, Hans continues, I control the rules of death here. Do you think you can escape death in my presence? Meanwhile, the leader is teleported to an unknown location. It was tough escaping such a strong barrier, and the magic didn't work properly. But it was enough to survive, he says. Suddenly Hans appears behind him. So, you were here, leader? Hans contemplates playing with the leader for a while but decides it's better to act decisively to prevent another escape. Hans places his thumb on the leader's forehead to access his memories about the Society of Divine Retribution. However, a defense mechanism activates, an unknown memory technology from the society. Hans is transported to the mental realm. A mysterious voice echoes, saying it didn't expect Hans to reach the realm. Hans questions, so you've been watching this whole show from inside your own mind? He realizes this is the leader of the Society of Divine Retribution. That's correct, Haho Mask. Why don't you join us? The entity asks. Hans considers and asks, what's the society's goal? The mysterious entity replies, it's simple, freedom for the returned and creating a world led by them. Hans questions, an organization formed so recently already has such ambitious goals? Recently, the entity retorts. We've existed for a long time. We've been fighting for our freedom endlessly. Hans presses further, so you've been committing acts of terror for ages, haven't you? Answer me. A system alert activates. Warning, Mind Hub is regulating emotions. Repeatedly it states, Mind Hub is regulating emotions. Hans' heartbeat quickens. The entity asks, does that even matter? I hope you make the sensible choice, Masked One. Hans tries to punch the entity but hits an invisible wall. So that's your choice? The entity responds. Here, in the mental realm, mental strength surpasses magical power. You'll never defeat me here. Hans laughs, saying, is mental strength really the deciding factor here? In that case, combining all of our consciousnesses, you're the one who can't defeat us here. Meanwhile, Heinrich trains intensely. 1,021. 1,022, he mutters while lifting a gargoyle statue. Finally, a system message appears. The entity has achieved the conditions and acquired the special skill, Blessing, Sturdy Body. The entity gains the skill, Out Erica Sacred Art, through repeated training, achieving a power level equivalent to a high priest. Heinrich reflects that he didn't expect to surpass his limits with mere physical training. With these new abilities, I've earned the qualifications to be a holy knight. Maybe it's time to discuss the next step. Suddenly he hears a feminine voice, it's the saint in the flower garden. Despite being the saint with the greatest divine power, she appears like an ordinary girl. Hello, Sir Heinrich, she says with a smile. Her radiant aura of divine power betrays her otherwise ordinary appearance. Heinrich greets her and asks, why are you alone in a place like this? The saint replies, I was just watching a ladybug in this field of flowers. The little creature was so cute I lost track of time. Heinrich had thought she was admiring the flowers, only to find out it was the ladybug. The saint notices something different. Sir Heinrich, you've finally received the blessing. Congratulations. The saint's perceptiveness amazes him. Blessing, Sturdy Body is not something achieved with outside help, she remarks, praising his accomplishment. Thank you, saint, he replies. Well, it's time to work. Shall we go to the chapel together, Sir Heinrich? Of course, saint, he answers. Through his studies of history, Heinrich learned why the saint is so obsessed with Hans. In the distant past, the first immortal king turned half the continent into a land of death. Multiple nations united to defeat him. However, his heart was stolen by an ally, a black mage. He reincarnated as the second immortal king, causing the fall of the Great Western Empire. Although the chosen of the order managed to destroy his heart, it was split into 3 parts and scattered across the continent. Every time an immortal king crisis arose, the great divine order was always at the forefront. They knew the heavy toll it took, with countless lives lost along the way. For the saint, who sees her followers as family, her intense hostility and obsession with the immortal king are natural. For now, though, Heinrich reflects, there's no need to worry much about that. The current immortal king is surprisingly gentle and kind-hearted. Alright, back to the main topic. Let's focus my mental strength on Hans. Upon changing the scene, we see a vampire spitting blood. Your Excellency the Arbiter, are you alright? Get out of my way, you're disrupting my focus. This can't be happening, I'm being pushed back. Me? In a battle in the mental realm? How is this possible? Hans begins punching the mysterious entity. At first, Hans had complete control of the battle, but now the entity is growing exponentially stronger to an uncontrollable degree, as if it were channeling the strength of multiple individuals. How did I lose? This isn't just a difference in the mental realm, it's a difference in skill? There's no way my mental abilities are inferior. This is no time to waste on this. An urgent directive is issued to the Soul Branch. Immediately cease all operations, erase all information and go into hiding. Especially for the Korean branch, this is the top priority right now. Inform the commander, a monster is in Korea. Even with Mind Hub and Serenity, Hans wasn't a weak opponent. His resilience would require further study. However, it was regrettable to lose sight of him. The system emits a new notification. The entity absorbs someone else's karma, transforming the skill black magic into the special skill path of sorcery. Thus, this fragment is the remnant of something scattered across the mental realm. Absorbing its karma means my growth comes at the cost of its reduction in power. That's fine. By reading the memories left behind in this fragment, I'll track the hidden members of the Society of Divine Retribution. So this is the Korean branch of the Divine Society, hidden deep in the forest. I won't give them any chance to escape, says Hans, blending into the shadows. I'll uncover all your secrets now. Suddenly, a scientist appears. They told me to evacuate as quickly as possible, but they didn't mention that a monster like this was coming. So the evacuation order had already been issued? At least my effort wasn't completely wasted. Look at you, trying to save a piece of paper with some data, only to hand everything over to me. Let's see what you've been up to for so long. Wait, this incident. I will never forgive you, Society of Divine Retribution. You're the ones who stole my life. I'll hunt down and kill every one of you without exception. Heinz refines excess blood stored in his body into blood crystals, which he plans to use to enhance other vampires' vampiric factors. This refined blood connects these vampires to Heinz, creating a hybrid clan loyal to him. Those who resist will be crushed. The next day, Jean Soren is stunned to learn that Heinz has eliminated all vampires in the region and intends to meet with the leader of the moderate faction. Wait a minute, this is a lot to process. I need to verify these facts, Soren says. Verify? What do you think of this as proof? Heinz interrupts, demonstrating his overwhelming power. Soren is terrified by such a display of power. She knew he was strong, but not at this level. He must be at least level 7 or higher. I can't even gauge his strength. Very well, I will contact them now. To think that you eliminated all the vampires with your own hands and now intend to absorb the rest. This is quite an unusual proposal, almost bordering on unsettling. I have no intention of giving absurd orders. The goal is simply to maintain peace and order, to track connections of the Divine Retribution Society, and eradicate every member. Don't you think these two objectives are contradictory? That depends on where you set the standard. It seems she won't be easily persuaded. If she refuses, then we'll have to use force. Fine deal. What are you relying on to accept so quickly? What am I relying on? Of course, I'm relying on myself. I will help you absorb all the remaining vampires, Mr. Heinz. You can start with Soren. She will be the bridge between us. Very well, that's exactly what I wanted. But I don't think that will be the case for them. Alright, then we should begin sharing the details of the discussion, how to absorb the vampires and about the new faction you mentioned. Let's start with absorbing the remaining vampires and becoming the leader of a new faction. That will be the first step toward taking control of the Blood Pact. Stay still. If you move, you might get hurt. Now let's begin. Heinz inserts a blood crystal into Soren. She feels the refined blood entering her body, healing it, making her blood pulse faster. Her muscles and bones are expanding. This feeling, it's as if she's been reborn. She doesn't feel like she's in her old body anymore. The refined blood crystal reaches a maximum of 30% enhancement. That's not a small number, but it continues. Soren then asks what they should do next. Lord? Heinz asks. Yes, Lord. You're creating a new clan now. Now that a lineage has been stabilized on this land, we'll need to find a new name for our clan. Do you have something in mind, Lord? A name? I'd like something that stands out, something different. Vampires who accept the blood crystals are renamed Heterosis, embodying the hybrid vigor of Heinz's blood. He declares, beware remaining vampires. I will hunt you down and make you the strongest within the blood pact. Returning to the original avatar, Heinz's issues are being addressed, but it's still not enough to bring down the Divine Retribution Society. They've vanished from Korea, but they are a global organization. More preparation will be necessary, enough to eliminate them all at once when they reveal themselves. For now, it will be necessary to expand influence in the other world as well and accumulate karma. For example, events like wars and terrorism. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? If I do that, I'll be killing innocent people. Is there any way to create accidents without anyone getting hurt? Maybe I should give up. As the protagonist glances at a book, an idea emerges. The Demon King Hans wants to destroy humanity, and the hero Heinrich will defend it. Hans will use corrupt nobles to expand his forces of evil, while Heinrich defends against malevolent organizations and becomes a hero. This is a perfect story, gaining karma points from both bad people and good people. It's a win-win game. Alright, let's take this one step at a time. Harley, it's time to act. A system message appears. Harley is the fifth avatar of Han Seong-gyeon's adaptation. He can adapt quickly and efficiently to extreme conditions. I intended to strengthen him appropriately after creating him as a new avatar with an extended limit. In the meantime, I'd like to further develop his adaptation. There might be a way. Yes, this is the right path. After exterminating the remaining members of the Divine Retribution Society, experiments were being conducted underground. They were transplanting demon bodies into humans, something akin to chimeras. Among the samples, the item I was searching for was this. Something that would contribute to stronger absorption, more powerful traits, and evolution. Dragon blood. If Harley can adapt to this process and I manipulate some discoveries I've made, he will become a living weapon, a biological creature. Days later, under rainy skies, the saint is seen gazing at the overcast heavens as though troubled by something. What is worrying the saint? Ah, Sir Heinrich. Why do you wear such a worried expression even in the rain? I'm not entirely sure, Sir Heinrich. Perhaps it's because of this somber rainy weather. I just feel suffocated, as though my instincts are trying to warn me of something, as if there's a weight pressing on my chest. Even so, Saint, if you catch a cold, it would be a major problem. Please come inside the temple. Alright, the saint said. In the next scene, as expected of the saint, how impressive. Even in the middle of these remote mountains, surrounded by double barriers reinforced with dark magic, she can still sense that something is amiss in this hidden refuge. Fortunately, it doesn't seem she has uncovered what is truly happening. With this dose, we can continue to the maximum scale of the experiment. The dragon's blood evolves continuously, acquiring traits from its consumed prey. Combined with the research data from those bastards in the Divine Retribution Society, my forbidden knowledge, and finally, the perfect test subject. Let's begin, shouts Harley, exhilarated by the idea. Sir Heinrich, you are the sword and shield that will protect the righteous. Do you swear to be a holy warrior of the great divine order and defend the innocent? Yes, your grace. Then, from this day forth, I hereby name Heinrich Landguard a holy warrior of the great divine order. The system emits a notification. The Blessed One has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment, acquiring the special ability Blessing Leap. Meanwhile, Sir Heinrich's necklace radiates a brilliant light. Oh, such grace, exclaimed the bishop, astonished by the strong glow. To receive a divine blessing during the ceremony, this is proof that God, our deity, is watching over us and praying for us. May God protect us. Once again it happened. For just an instant, something touched Heinrich's shoulder. A divine sensation resonated within his body, akin to what he felt during his first baptism, as if the divine were watching him directly. Why is this happening? Could it be because I came from another world? It doesn't feel like a human emotion, like curiosity. Well, anyway, let's focus on what's important. What is this new ability the divine has granted me? Blessing Leap, it allows me to transcend space? What? Transcend space? Isn't that basically a teleportation skill? It doesn't mention any limits on usage or distance traveled. This ability is top tier. As expected of a god, they are so generous, casually granting such a powerful skill. Thank you, God, for your generosity to this sinner. I am moved by your grace and offer you my prayers. Thank you for continuing to watch over me. Meanwhile, the other devotees wept with joy at seeing Heinrich's devotion to God. A young man like this, he's truly devout. That's true. I couldn't agree more, said another man. From now on, it would be necessary to decide which knighthood order Heinrich would join. Congratulations on being officially recognized as a holy knight, Heinrich. For now, you will be temporarily assigned to various holy knight orders. Here are the representatives of each order, here to invite you to join them. Each order specializes in different weapons and techniques, so choose carefully which one appeals to you most. Nice to meet you. I'm from the Order of the Sky Shield. We specialize in defending the outer perimeters of fortresses using long-range spear techniques. I'm from the Order of the Sun Wolf. We take the front lines in battle and wield highly destructive greatsword techniques. I am a veteran of the Order of the Thunder Claw. Here, we handle the internal security of the fortress and master balanced combat techniques using sword and shield. So, which of these orders would you like to apprentice under? I don't think there's a need to choose. I'll train with all the knight orders. What? With my warrior spirit and growth acceleration abilities, there are no limits to my body. I will absorb all the sacred warrior's combat techniques. However, that person in the corner, isn't he also part of a knight order? Why hasn't he introduced himself or said anything yet? Over there, well, obviously. Suddenly the man was interrupted. Our order only selects the best of the best to join us. But looking closer, you're not too bad. With that level of divine power, perhaps you're qualified to take the test. Heinrich's divine power was among the greatest, even compared to high priests. What are the criteria for this knight order? Just follow me. Our knight order has a singular purpose: to protect the most important thing within the fortress of the Great Temple. The most important thing? What exactly are you referring to? That. I'll tell you if you pass the test. Suddenly they entered a room, a library in the castle dungeon. Inside, a man wearing a strange mask sat beside a shadowy statue holding a parchment. That hood and mask, he's a heretic inquisitor. All you need to do is read the text on the table. Make sure you read it clearly so the divine can hear your prayer. Strange, is this some kind of device to weed out spies? This is bad. Could Heinrich's identity be exposed? What is this? I'm offended that my faith is being questioned in this way. It's just a procedure. Is there any reason you can't read it? Damn it. I am the messenger and sword of the divine. Thus, I swear to remain silent under any circumstance to protect this secret. I would throw myself into the fire and carve the mark of faith upon my own body. Suddenly, Heinrich's tongue began to burn, and a sacred symbol appeared. It burns? You are now permitted to enter. What did you just do to me? A prohibition against revealing secrets? A prohibition? No, this is a blessing. The blessing of silence protects you from being forced or willing to reveal the secrets of this place. That's literally a prohibition. Let me explain. We are the Order of Radiant Knights. Our mission is to guard and protect the underground of the Great Temple with our lives. This will be the first and last time you see this place in person. Remember well with your eyes what we are protecting here. Suddenly, two soldiers drew their swords and inserted them into the door, activating a defense mechanism. As the door slowly opened, Heinrich saw what lay beyond. He had suspected something was wrong, but he never imagined such a massive secret. The reason this order stationed its greatest forces at this temple, the reason for all these security measures, prohibitions, and blessings. At the deepest part of this great temple lay the last fragment of the Immortal King. Heinrich was shocked to see the final fragment of the Immortal King. Well, the Grand Divine Order was one of the greatest powers on the entire continent. There was no way they hadn't found at least one fragment of the Immortal King after centuries of searching. Clenching his fist, Heinrich wished he could seize that fragment immediately. However, the four strongest sacred knights were guarding the entrance to the temple. Even Hans wouldn't be able to extract the Immortal King's fragment from the temple's deepest depths. Heinrich would have to think carefully about his next move. Suddenly, another knight informed him that due to the blessing placed on Heinrich's mouth, he wouldn't be able to reveal anything, no matter if he was tortured or even killed. Formally, he was stating this anyway. This fact must never be revealed to anyone. Understood? Heinrich confirmed. Don't worry, I promise that only I will know this information. Haha, the final fragment. What an unexpected stroke of luck, Hans said, laughing wickedly as he gazed at his experiment. However, Harley's condition was far more unstable than Hans had anticipated. With a worried expression, he exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Why is this happening? Everything should be working perfectly according to theory. Meanwhile, Harley was coughing up blood. He felt something boiling inside him. The dragon's blood had definitely been transfused into his body. But perhaps the power output needed to be pushed to its maximum. Hans then yanked the lever. Harley let out an agonized scream as his body began to tremble violently, smoke rising from his skin. And then he suddenly stopped moving. Harley? Did he go too far? Had he pushed Harley's super regeneration beyond its limit? If that was the case, then Hans was about to lose everything, Harley and all of his research. Screw it. It was all or nothing now. Hans made a desperate decision, injecting every last drop of the dragon's blood into Harley, praying that it would have some effect. Harley's body twitched. His eyes shot open, glowing a furious red. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his jaw contorted, transforming into something monstrous. Crimson lightning crackled throughout the room as Hans watched, frozen. And then he stopped moving again. Shit, so the experiment failed? Hans muttered under his breath. Damn it, Harley. Just as he turned to leave, a system window suddenly appeared before him. System notification. Caution, exclusive abilities have evolved. Your abilities have grown. The number of avatars you can create has increased. Hans' eyes widened. Increase? What do you mean, increase? He looked around at the lifeless body before him. All I see is a pile of corpses, not growth. Then, without warning, Harley's body convulsed violently. His muscles rippled as he snapped his restraints apart like they were nothing. System notification. You have acquired a new ability, physical mutation. Your recovery ability has exceeded its limits. Super regeneration has evolved into regenerative adaptation. Harley let out a guttural roar, his voice twisted with agony and something else, power. His entire body was mutating, shifting, evolving. System notification. Skill adaptation has evolved into special ability, mutation. Hans could only watch in awe, no in terror, as Harley broke free from every shackle that had once bound him. Finally, the mind has connected. The gamble was worth it. Ah, so this is the new effect of the mutation ability? Harley mused, laughing as he examined his altered physique. His body had changed drastically, his muscles denser, his teeth sharper, and even a few dragon-like scales appearing on his face. It almost feels like I've transformed into multiple species at once. Meanwhile, Hans furiously jotted down notes. The good news just kept coming. To think that his number of avatars increased through natural growth without relying on the karma store. This is an unprecedented achievement. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'll figure out how to use this new avatar later, but before he could finish, Harley interrupted him. Should I test my new abilities? He asked, grinning wickedly. Hans smirked. Be my guest. Deep in the forest, Harley stepped into the dense wilderness, marveling at the beauty of his surroundings. His body had become a perfect killing machine, every sense razor sharp, his instincts honed to an unnatural degree. Then he heard it. A faint breath, nearly imperceptible, but his new senses picked it up immediately. A predator was watching him. A black panther lurked in the shadows, muscles tensed, eyes locked onto its prey. It pounced, a blur of muscle and claws, but Harley didn't move. Instead, as the beast drew closer, his eyes widened. Wait a damn second. Recognition struck him like a bolt of lightning. You're the same species that attacked me the moment I arrived in this world, aren't you? His lips curled into a smirk. Well then, it's nice to see you again. Crack. Before the panther could react, Harley's hand shot out, clamping around its throat with a terrifying grip. The creature thrashed wildly, but it was useless. Forgive me, but... With a single motion, he slammed the beast into the ground with monstrous force, shaking the earth beneath them. The impact alone was enough to cripple the creature, but Harley wasn't finished. His blood boiled. His strength surged. With nothing but his bare hands, he drove his fingers straight into the panther's belly, tearing through flesh with horrifying brutality. The beast let out a final, pitiful gasp, before everything went silent. To enhance the efficiency of the mutation ability, he needed to find monster crystals. More specifically, he had to consume their cores, commonly known as magic stones. It was the fastest and most efficient way to evolve. As he bit into the monster core, his body immediately began to undergo minor transformations again. A system window appeared before him. The entity has achieved enlightenment through repeated actions. Let us further solidify its concept with physical mutation. At that moment, his body visibly evolved. His muscle mass expanded, his height surged, and within moments he stood close to 2 meters tall, his physique now overwhelming and powerful. Having a large and muscular body is undeniably an advantage in battle, isn't it? Another system alert followed. You have acquired the ability, Gluttonous Feast, a new skill that allowed him to consume and digest anything with ease, ensuring that he could always eat more. But using his mutation ability had drained him, leaving him starving. Without hesitation, he tore a chunk of flesh from the dead beast with his bare hands. With this new Gluttonous Feast ability, there shouldn't be any issues if I eat this meat, right? Harley thought, drooling at the sight of it. The moment he took a bite, his body shivered. The meat was incredibly tender, and the blood coating his lips sent a strange, refreshing sensation through him. Is this because of the mutation? He couldn't suppress his laughter, or his growing urges. At this point, anyone watching would think he had lost his mind. His behavior was completely primal. Primal, huh? That word stuck in his mind. He recalled rumors of an isolated barbarian tribe in the southern regions of this land. In that case, Harley smirked, licking the blood from his fingers, perhaps it's time for a class change. The country of Tulek Kingdom, Tarak. The scene opens to the entrance of the guild in this city. What the hell? A barbarian from the south? What's he doing here in the west? The tension in the air is palpable. Welcome. Everyone seems completely on edge. Well, of course they are. This body is stylish and intimidating. Harley figured it might be too much, but in the end it suited him just fine. But he wasn't here to make an impression just yet. His goal was far greater, to become a hero capable of shaping the entire continent, leaving behind a legacy so unforgettable that no one would ever erase his name. So, what does the esteemed guest require? The guild receptionist asks hesitantly. Harley leans in, smirking. Isn't it obvious? He says, slamming his hand down on the counter. I'm here to exterminate the monsters in the northern mountains, near the steel fortress. Isn't that what this city is for? The guild worker flinches but quickly composes himself. Oh, of course. I'll register you immediately for deployment, rookie mercenary. Harley grins. Good. Let's get this started. Meanwhile, at the temple, a grand duel reaches its climax. Heinrich stands victorious, wiping his blade clean. Damn that tenacious bastard. One onlooker mutters. Heinrich had done it. He had mastered every combat technique and weapon style of the Sacred Knights. The entity has achieved enlightenment through training. You have acquired the skill, comprehensive weapon mastery. It was finally over. Now Heinrich could wield any weapon to absolute perfection. This experience would undoubtedly benefit all his other avatars as well. Just as he relished his victory, he caught sight of the Saintess. But something was off. She was dressed in full ceremonial robes. Why is she wearing those? What is she up to? Heinrich wondered. He approached her. Saintess, what are you doing? She turned to him with a serene smile. Ah, Sir Heinrich. We meet again. When it rains, worms always emerge from the earth. He followed her gaze. She was blessing worms with divine power. Blessed worms, imbued with holy energy? They're not going to turn into giant monsters like in those old fantasy tales, are they? Heinrich thought, unnerved. But his thoughts quickly shifted back to her attire. There's some kind of ritual happening, isn't there? The Saintess nodded. Yes. In fact, it is an extraordinary event. One capable of tracking the Immortal King. It is about to begin soon. The Immortal King? Just how powerful must this guest be, to be capable of tracing Hans? Hans, who had concealed himself behind countless layers of barriers. I'm not sure I can explain it properly, but if you're interested, perhaps, you would like to participate as an honorary guardian warrior? Heinrich didn't hesitate. Yes, Saintess. Please let me participate. Inside the temple, a voice rang out. Lord Granwood is entering. A noble figure strode inside, surrounded by an entourage. Heinrich's sharp eyes scanned the unfamiliar formation. Someone powerful enough to track Hans? I need to confirm this myself. Then more guests arrived and the room fell silent. A formal greeting echoed through the hall. Salutations to the Saintess. But then Heinrich noticed something. Those ears. A high elf. His heart pounded. The guest they had all been waiting for was none other than Rayfury Granwood, a high elf from the Elven Kingdom. In the next scene, we see a luxurious shop filled with magical items, trinkets, and jewelry. Oh, so this is made of bronze? The texture is quite interesting, an old man muses. A shopkeeper approaches, his tone polite but firm. Sir, it's perfectly fine to browse and admire our goods, but it's been 2 hours. Are you planning to buy something, or will you just keep looking? My sincerest apologies, shopkeeper. My knowledge is still lacking, the old man replies. At this moment we are introduced to the protagonist's sixth avatar, Hubert. Hubert, the sixth avatar obtained thanks to Harley's progress in previous scenes, possesses the initial ability of appraisal. This skill grants him the power to see detailed information about items. Material, ruby. Weight, 12 grams. Material, bronze. Weight, 480 grams. However, his proficiency is still low. For now, he can only view basic details about objects. But if he continues to hone this ability, he could become the merchant who dominates the entire continent's market. Of course, before that can happen, he must navigate the opposition of existing merchants. To ensure his success, Harley's heroic influence must continue to grow, so that in the future they can support each other. Shifting scenes, we now find ourselves in a vast landscape of towering ice-covered mountains. Harley has finally reached his destination. So, it's you? The biggest threat lurking in this mountain? Before he can react further, a massive bear lunges at him, wasting no time in launching a ferocious attack. Harley grips his axe tightly, bracing himself as he counters with powerful swings, wounding the beast and forcing it to retreat. Seeing an opening, he leaps above the bear, ready to deliver a devastating strike to its head. However, just as his attack lands, his axe shatters in two. Before he can even curse the bear, a massive paw strikes him with full force, sending him flying several meters through the trees. Damn it! The axe didn't work. As the bear charges at him once more, Harley quickly decides to activate his body mutation ability. His arm becomes covered in dragon scales, reinforcing his strength. He clenches his fist and, as if standing in a boxing ring, delivers a full-force punch straight into the bear's mouth. The impact is immense. The bear is sent flying. Tisk, fighting barehanded is more effective than using weapons. But with power like this, I'll never be recognized as a hero. He begins to wonder, could he harness the vitality of monsters without physically altering his body? If so, it might be the key to controlling his own evolution. Determined to test his theory, he focuses on extracting only the energy from the beast, not its physical traits. At that moment, a system notification appears. The entity has met the conditions and achieved enlightenment. A special ability has been acquired, Aura. It worked. A fiery orange aura begins radiating from Harley's arm. Finally, an ability that lets him grow stronger while remaining human. But before he can fully grasp his newfound power, something approaches. A colossal monster emerges from the icy mist. Without hesitation, the creature kicks Harley, sending him skidding across the frozen ground. As expected from the northern mountains. First a bear and now an ogre? Harley smirks, cracking his knuckles. Well then, maybe this is the perfect time to test my new ability, he says, letting out a wicked laugh. The ogre stomped down on Harley, letting out a deep, guttural laugh, convinced it had finished him off. But then a firm grip. Harley was still there, clutching the monster's foot. You think this is funny? You really want to see something funny? With a smirk, Harley began lifting the ogre's leg as if he were simply doing strength training. Let me show you something amusing. With one final push, he sent the ogre off balance, then used the momentum to leap onto its back. In his hands was a new weapon, gleaming with power. As if invoking the might of a god of war, he roared. The slumbering ogre of the forest, awaken. And with that, he tore into the beast, carving deep, brutal gashes into its flesh. Blow after blow, he cut it apart, reducing it to nothing but lifeless remains. As he stood victorious, his gaze shifted toward his new axe. With this, I will become a hero. But then, a foul stench filled the air. A scent both revolting and strangely nostalgic, like the rotten musk of a neglected wound. Harley turned toward the source, deep within the forest. From the shadows, two armored legs stepped into view. So, it was you all along. Oath of rebellion. Harley's voice was cold, calculating. I don't know what you're scheming in a place as remote as this, but it's obvious who you are. His grip tightened around his weapon. And I'll make sure to tear out the roots of this corruption before it spreads. With a burst of immense speed, he lunged forward. Meanwhile, in a distant, more refined setting. Exquisite. This tea is truly exquisite, said the elf, his tone filled with satisfaction. We are deeply grateful for your warm hospitality, Saintess. The woman smiled, honored to hear such words. It pleases me to know the tea suits your taste. Our great divine church also sincerely appreciates your presence here. The newest ally of the church was not just any elf. He was a high elf. Hailing from the kingdom of elves on the continent of Enamel, a land where the elves revere the world tree. Though their faiths differed, the great church of the supreme god and the elven kingdom had long recognized one another, maintaining a steady exchange of knowledge and culture. For in the grand scheme of existence, acknowledging another's presence and choosing an object of worship were two entirely different things. The high elves stand at the pinnacle of elven society, the highest class within their kingdom. If one has come all this way, could it mean they intend to use the world tree's power to find Hans? Regardless, this is incredible. Their pupils, shaped like stars. Ah, so my eyes have caught your attention? The high elf remarks with a knowing smile. The saintess, flustered, quickly averts her gaze. Oh, was I staring that much? My apologies, I didn't realize. It's quite all right. In the end, it's an interesting topic to discuss. These eyes are the mark of a high elf. Elves born with these celestial eyes serve as priests, bridging the connection between the world tree and their people. However, such a birth is exceedingly rare. Only 2 or 3 are born per generation at most. And even then, most of them have been elderly in recent times. That is why the birth of a new high elf is an event of great urgency and hope. So, this urgent request for aid, is it related to that situation? Correct, the high elf affirms. A divine revelation was received not long ago. A child of great potential was born on the continent of Ion. However, before she could be protected, she was captured by slave hunters and sold as a sacrifice to a dark sorcerer. That is why we sought the aid of the great church of the supreme god. We need assistance in locating her before it's too late. This is terrible. Do you have any clues about her whereabouts? She was last tracked to the northern mountains. We've pinpointed them somewhere deep within that treacherous region. The northern mountains? That's a remote and perilous place. Do you have a description of the child? Meanwhile, in the heart of those very mountains, Harley had arrived. As he surveyed the desolate landscape, his eyes locked onto a girl. Pointed ears. Shackled in chains. Back at the church, the high elf continued their description. She has yet to awaken her celestial eyes, so for now, she appears to be a normal elf. By human standards, she would look like a teenager. Her hair is a light green, and her eyes, a shade of orange. A sharp breath. A sudden realization. Wait a minute, that's not possible. Heinrich thought, his expression shifting. At that same moment, deep in the mountains, Harley took a step forward, looking at the girl before him. Kit, what's your name? He asked. The girl hesitated, then spoke softly. Cecily. My name is Cecily. In the next scene, screams echo through the frozen forest. Harley is running with the girl tied to his back, while lifeless bodies are scattered across the ground. 2 desperate men shout. Damn it. Keep them away from the storage room. I know, but how are we supposed to defeat a monster like him? Harley keeps running, plowing through the men in black hoods. So, this is the storage room you mentioned? Yes, the girl responds, her eyes trembling, possibly dizzy. Hey, snap out of it. You said there was something we absolutely had to find before escaping. Yes, sir, she nods. There it is, the branch from the world tree. Ah, that branch? That's right. Hold on to it with all your strength. Things are going to get tough from here on out. Understood. Thank you. All right then. Here we go. Okay, but before that, I have a request. Please slow down. Before the elf can even finish her sentence, Harley takes off at full speed, nearly losing his grip on the girl as she clings to him, tears streaming down her face. Slow down. Please. Meanwhile, back at the church, Heinrich has a suggestion. The high elf decides to listen. This is about that child, Cecily. I think I know where she is. What? The elf shouts. Is that true? Do you know some kind of blessing that allows you to track specific individuals? No, not exactly like that, but I can sense her presence. Sir Heinrich, another guard exclaims. In such a critical situation, relying on something so uncertain. Before he can finish, the saint raises a hand, signaling for a moment of silence. Please explain in more detail, Sir Heinrich, she asks, her gaze serious. Back to Harley. I found it. We finally found the exit. That bastard is escaping with it. Call it, now? Yes, sir. One of the men blows into a flute. Suddenly, Harley and the girl feel the ground tremble beneath them. And then, bursting from the earth, a massive worm emerges, just like the one Heinrich feared, one that could grow stronger through the saint's divine power. Well, no choice then. We'll have to break through by force. Harley plants his feet firmly. Don't block our path. Get out of the way. With a violent kick, he slams into the monster, but the creature endures the blow and lunges, trying to swallow them whole. That's when Harley notices something. Inside the worm's mouth, a strange symbol. What the hell is that? So they're controlling the worm with this? No wonder he found it suspicious. A creature that only lives in the desert showing up here? It all made sense now. Alright then, Harley smirks. I'll save you like a true hero. He grips the worm's fangs. Fly far away from this place, back to where you belong. With a mighty heave, he hurls the worm several kilometers into the distance. From now on, don't get caught. Live a long life. He grins while the girl, still on his back, struggles with nausea. Suddenly, wolves appear, surrounding them. The number of monsters is insane. These bastards keep throwing challenges his way. What the hell are they plotting now? Whatever it is, doesn't matter. I'll just kill them all. As Harley prepares for battle, a group watches from above, whispering among themselves. Who the hell is that man? Tomorrow I was supposed to offer that half-elf as a candidate and the World Tree's branch as a sacrifice. Even though I used a sealing artifact to hide their location, how did he find them and make it here? But this is the end. At that moment we are introduced to Vow of Defiance, the Elder Newrabe. There's no way he can defeat that many monsters. That bastard is finished now. Just as a wolf lunges at Harley, he transforms his arm. Scales erupt along his skin, shattering the wolf's teeth upon impact. Their numbers are overwhelming, sure, but Harley crushes one of the wolves with his bare hands, extracting its magic stone. As he consumes the crystal, his stamina becomes limitless. Then his body begins to change. Fascinating. Even though he has perfect control over his body, it still feels as if he's moving on instinct. His form shifts, he transforms into a werewolf-like beast. Fighting alone. Feasting alone. And with a deafening roar, he asserts his dominance. The entity has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. The skilled wild instinct has been acquired. This can't be happening. That thing is a monster, the men whisper as Harley tears through the wolves. What do we do, Elder Newrabe? At this rate, they'll break through our siege with sheer force. Activate all summoning circles. What? Are you serious? Yes. It's shameful to reveal this to the world so soon, but we have no choice. Either we do it now or we die. Release those two. Ha! I really like this kind of wild fight. Harley grins. Shall we end this battle now? Just as he's about to land the finishing blow on the last wolf, whack! Two piercing objects strike his arm. What the hell? He looks down. Crystal arrows? Then the arrows dislodge themselves from his body and return, floating back into the hands of a figure gripping them tightly. The hell is that? Harley narrows his eyes. A precious individual? He can feel an immense telekinetic power emanating from the gemstone embedded in the figure's body. Before he can react, another monster descends from the sky. Sir. Above us, be careful, the girl shouts. The beast crashes into the ground with immense force. You won't take another step, you filthy half-breed? It grips a sword engulfed in flames. Harley scoffs. So now we even have demons in the mix? But brute strength alone won't be enough to defeat me. As Harley roars and prepares to strike back, another crystal arrow is fired. This time it pierces his ribcage. And before he can react, bam! The demon lands a brutal punch to his face. Give up, half-breed. You can't win. The girl cries out, Sir, are you alright? The demon raises his flaming sword. You're dead now. The blade comes down. Yeah, this really is over, Harley mutters. Even a demon is capable of speaking the truth. Then, a blinding light bursts forth from the heavens. It shines intensely between Harley and the demon. What? Where is this overwhelming holy power coming from? Harley smirks through the pain. You got here just in time, Heinrich. Going back to the past, my lady. Are you really going to believe in a theory and an uncertain feeling in such an important situation? How can you say something like that? Sir Heinrich is someone the church can trust wholeheartedly, but he has never been blessed with divine favor for exploration. Since the divine has shown interest in him multiple times, he must have received some kind of revelation from our own God. The elf becomes irritated, standing up abruptly and slamming the table. It doesn't matter whether this is a revelation or just another guess. That's irrelevant. If it leads us to the child, I will follow any decision. Show the way, Sir Heinrich. Returning to the present, a great battle is taking place in the mountains. Sir Heinrich is facing the demon of the flaming sword. They clash blades, but when Heinrich imbues his sword with divine power, he delivers a clean and flawless strike, slicing the demon in two. Before dying, the demon himself mutters, so strong, both this divine power and his swordsmanship. This paladin is not normal. The gem-covered creature sees its fallen companion on the ground. However, before it can react, Harley suddenly appears, ready to land a punch on the monster. "Where do you think you're looking?" he taunts. Yet, before Harley can strike, the monster covers its entire body with crystal arrows, striking multiple points on Harley's body at once, including his eye. "Not a bad attack," Harley remarks, gripping the monster's head. He then smirks. "I'll be taking your eyeball as payment, for the one I just lost." Then he begins pressing the monster's head with all his strength. Cracks start forming, spreading slowly until, finally, the gem-like head shatters completely. Gritting his teeth and groaning in pain, he carefully and quickly removes the arrow still lodged in his eye. "Since you were the one who took and destroyed one of my eyes," he mutters, "I'll replace it with yours." With that, he implants the gem into his empty socket. A system notification suddenly appears. A new body part has been transplanted. Ability acquired, Jewel Eye, Psychokinesis unlocked. Ha. Ha 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 ha. He bursts into laughter. Now he can attack from a distance. As the gem fully assimilates into his eye socket, it gleams with power. "I can't believe it. Those two were actually defeated? But who the hell is that paladin who suddenly showed up?" "Don't act recklessly," a voice warns. "They are just one man and a child, nothing more. Begin the ritual, prepare the other monsters, and get ready to withdraw." But then, a noise. "Elder Nurabe?" A sickening thud echoes through the air. One of the cultists is suddenly struck by an iron club, his body crumpling to the ground. "I'll crush your skulls, you bastard heretics." Paladins charge in on horseback, roaring their battle cries. "The Holy Knight Order." "Damn it," one of the cultists panics. "Elder Nurabe, what should we do? Should we start preparing the teleportation spell to escape?" "Screw that," Nurabe growls. "There's no turning back now." Gripping the arm of one of his devoted followers, he begins the ritual. One by one, their souls are drained, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. With a wicked smile, Elder Nurabe offers up every last soul as a sacrifice. "Descend upon us. Incarnation of greed." Then, a massive pentagram begins to form. "Burn them all," the elder commands as he completes the ritual, his voice laced with eerie finality. Slowly, something monstrous begins to emerge. "Reduce them to ashes." But before the creature can be fully summoned, a radiant light pierces through the darkness. A divine force, so overwhelming, so absolute, strikes directly at the demon, annihilating it before it can even materialize completely. "Forgive me, but the only thing burning today will be you, heretic." With those words, the paladin invokes the light once more, this time beneath the elder's feet. A massive explosion erupts at the mountain's peak, so powerful that even those far below hear its devastating impact. "Looks like things are just about wrapped up here," a voice calls out. "Hey kid, you can stop hiding now. Come on out." Shaky footsteps. A hesitant voice. "That was terrifying. Suffocating. I feel like I'm about to throw up." "Haha. That just means you're healthy," Harley chuckles. "As long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters." The girl lets out a small, relieved laugh. "Sir Heinrich, it seems we arrived at just the right time, all thanks to you." "Thank you." Sir Paladin Tuscan, Heinrich greets in return. But the high elf standing nearby seems troubled. "You were absolutely right about the location, Heinrich. But, how did you know the girl would be here?" "I'm not sure," Heinrich admits. "I just knew." Then, suddenly the elf calls out. "Lady Cecily." For the first time he lays eyes on her, his voice filled with emotion. "It is an honor to meet you at last, Lady Cecily." He kneels before her, his expression solemn. "I am Rayfury of the Elven Kingdom." Cecily looks at him, confused by the formal greeting. Harley watches closely, analyzing the situation. So this is the gaze of a high elf. "Ah. I'm truly glad you were able to reunite safely with your kin," Harley says. "It was an honor to help you as a warrior, Cecily." Cecily smiles warmly. "All right. Thank you so much, warrior." The elf then turns to Harley. "How could I possibly repay you for protecting Cecily?" "Ah no," Harley waves him off. "I didn't do this for a reward." "You are truly an admirable person," Rayfury acknowledges. "However, since I have received your aid, I must express my gratitude properly. That is the way of my people." Harley grins. "Well then, if that's how it is, I'd be honored to accept." "All right, Sir Harley, could you lower yourself a little for a moment?" The elf looked clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Cecily then leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on Harley's forehead. "May nature's blessings be with you." A glowing symbol appeared on Harley's forehead, and an overwhelming energy surged through him. It felt like the very presence of the world tree itself. "This is a blessing that only high elves can bestow," Rayfury explained. "The blessing of nature, a high-level enchantment that can only be used a limited number of times." He glanced at Cecily. "Cecily isn't a high elf yet, so this won't be as effective. But once she awakens her true sight, she'll be able to reinforce the enchantment and make it even stronger for you." Then, with a solemn expression, Rayfury continued, "And of course I must give you a proper gift as well. Please extend your hand." Harley complied, and Rayfury placed a small, intricate token in his palm. "This is our elven symbol of promise. Should you ever need assistance in the future, we will come to your aid." "Seriously?" Harley blinked, a bit taken aback. "Thank you. You guys didn't have to go this far. I'll accept these gifts with gratitude. Here, take this as well. One last thing." Harley looked at the additional item, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, another conversation unfolded. "That young man? He has quite an impressive physique," Rayfury observed. "He's just as capable as you, isn't he? You two know each other?" "No, this is our first meeting," Rayfury admitted before smiling faintly. "But I have a feeling this will be a good connection." "If it's your intuition, then I trust it completely," Heinrich said. "The order must also express its gratitude properly." Heinrich took a deep breath, his thoughts racing. "We've gained the favor of both the Elven Kingdom and the Grand Divine Order." Then a voice called out, "Lord Tuscan, thank you for handling this issue so swiftly. Now it is our turn to assist you." "Just hearing that gives me courage," Tuscan replied. "We have only one request. For the peace of this island, please find the Immortal King." Heinrich exhaled slowly. So, in the end, was making contact with the High Elves all for this? He looked up at the sky. The World Tree is the root of all trees. The High Elves can borrow its power, sensing energy anywhere there is life, anywhere trees grow. But, Rayfury added, it will require some form of support. Support? I need some knowledge about the energy we're searching for. The energy of the Immortal King. All right. Follow me. They used teleportation to return to the church. Heinrich never expected to visit this place again so soon. No matter how many times he saw it, the sight remained awe-inspiring. A colossal sacred barrier, its complexity beyond even his full comprehension. Bringing in outsiders only made the church distort the path further, twisting it into an intricate labyrinth. Even someone like Hans would need a considerable amount of time to break through a barrier of this magnitude. We've arrived. Even if an intruder somehow managed to slip inside, the Holy Knights and High Priors stationed throughout the entire building would immediately mobilize. And then, at any moment, this is a fragment of the legendary Immortal King? Alright then. Let's begin mapping its energy trail. The High Elf would track Hans. Meanwhile, elite forces would be gathered, prepared to face him once more. Wait a second. That means there's a path. Fine. On that day, with my own hands, I will seize the final fragment of the Immortal King. In the next scene, an empty chair sat ominously. It's time. Have all the representatives gathered. A vast chamber came into view, lined with chairs, bathed in an eerie glow. The flickering of purple fire cast unsettling shadows across the room. The challenge vote. The executive meeting room. The first to respond was a pink flame, its shape vaguely humanoid. The representative of the Empire is present. Next, a dark violet silhouette flickered. The representative of the East, also in attendance. And finally, as for Nurabe, he is dead. He will not be joining us. A heavy silence hung in the air. You've all heard the latest news? A voice finally spoke. We still don't know how the Order or the High Elves managed to track and eliminate Nurabe. First, Marcos, who was cultivating a fragment, and now Nurabe, who had gone into hiding, yet was still found and killed. Aren't we all getting a little too careless? Another shadow stirred. The resurgence of the Order must be tied to the appearance of the Immortal King's heir. Another voice mused. This heir of the Immortal King. Could we not use him to our advantage? You're suggesting we ally ourselves with the very fraud that's been backing us into a corner? A pause, then a low chuckle. Now that is an interesting idea. No matter how many layers of barriers I erected, no matter how deep into the mountains I hid, they still managed to track my location. It seems the Saint used my fragment to trace me. In that case, all I need to do is hide the fragment in the subspace I created. But the moment I tried to send it in, it was repelled back. Damn it. Did I fail? It seems this fragment won't enter a normal subspace. But if that's the case, then what if I store it inside Han's body instead? Would that be enough to contain it? Would that allow me to transport it without being detected? Then Hans himself would become one with the fragment. As he absorbed the fragment into his own body, it worked. Now he could draw upon its full power while perfectly concealing any trace of its energy. Perfect. With that problem solved, I've eliminated my greatest headache. Now the only thing left to do is erase the crime scene. Let's burn everything in this room to ash. With a mere snap of his fingers, flames erupted all around, consuming the space as if he had just opened the gates of hell. Now, everything is ready for the show. I'll release all the barriers. My scent will spread across the land. Come find me. I'm right here. Great divine order, come to me now. Hans exhaled a massive surge of dark energy into the sky. I will seize the last fragment of the immortal king with my own hands. As his overwhelming power spread, the sacred tree finally located him. The high elf had followed the trail. The immortal king is in the monster forest, west of the continent. Summon all available paladins immediately. We begin the hunt now. Bring every archbishop we have at our disposal. Suddenly, a mysterious paladin stepped forward. Well, I must say I feel a bit offended. You didn't even think to invite me to such an important event? I've already heard the essentials. Paladin Pyrii from the Great Temple of Geron will be joining you. Cardinal Pyrii, one of the most powerful figures of the Great Temple of Geron. His presence was reassuring. This expedition was composed only of the strongest. Archbishop. This time, I will go, the saint declared firmly. That won't be necessary, saint. But even the cardinal is going. Saint, you are the pillar of the great divine order. You must remain here. Sir Landguard. Yes, Archbishop? This time, you will stay behind and protect the great temple alongside the saint. Understood. If anything happens to me during this mission, the saint will be in your care. Understood. Don't worry. While you're all away, I'll take good care of everything here. I'll make sure the saint remains safe. However, only the saint will be safe. Soon we will once again face the nightmare of our continent. But in the end, a nightmare is nothing more than a dream. For the divine watches over us and protects us. For the peace and salvation of all. For the peace and salvation of all. The troops began to march toward the church's teleportation gate. As they departed, the protagonist and the saint stood in silence, watching them go. Don't worry so much, saint. I'm sure everyone will return home safely. Really? Did the divine grant you some great revelation? Not exactly. But for some reason, I just feel that's how it will be. Meanwhile, Hans appears. His dark mana was on high alert, sensing everything around him. Standing in front of the church, he could not see through the divine barriers, but he could feel them, woven into the very walls like chains binding the structure. Even if he used a skill to bypass them, the internal barriers would still remain. In that case, I'll force them out of my location. And buy some time. Raising both hands, Hans unleashed several spells into the night sky. They burst into the air like fireworks, a midnight display of destruction. The hell is that in the sky? A guard shouted. Another turned eyes wide. Look down there. We're under attack. Sound the alarm. Call everyone. From the shadows, an undead legion began to swarm toward the church. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, under the cover of night, this is getting complicated. We've searched every inch of where his presence was detected, but there's nothing here. The high elf refused to believe it. He was certain this was the place. If Hans had moved, the world tree would have warned him. But wait, could he have realized he was being tracked? Did he set this up to mislead us? Everyone returned to the great temple immediately. That's an order. This is his trap. It was all a distraction. By the time they returned to the church, it was in ruins. Bodies of soldiers, skeletons, and undead littered the ground. And standing there, waiting for them, Hans. Finally we meet. The last fragment of the immortal king. The time for the immortal king's resurrection begins now. With those words, Hans began to absorb the final fragment into himself. Move quickly. The bell is ringing, signaling that they are under attack. The undead are advancing. Move fast. They seem to be in serious trouble now. Well, good luck to them. Heinrich has been assigned to guard the garden, so all he has to do is wait and then slip in unnoticed while Hans takes care of the rest. Everyone move in this direction, a soldier shouts. Don't stop, hurry. However, Heinrich is starting to feel uneasy. There are more of them than he expected. He sees several paladins, warriors, and other people he has never encountered before. Well, in any case, they still don't know that Hans has already reached the depths of the dungeon. They will be too preoccupied with the undead both outside and inside the castle. But then, someone appears above Heinrich, something almost angelic. The figure begins to speak. Everyone listen. The undead outside the castle are merely a diversion. The heir of the immortal king has already reached the depths. Head to the sealing chamber, all of you. Heinrich is stunned. Who the hell is this person? Wait, that's an inquisitor. How the hell did they figure out our plan so fast? Damn it. Heinrich dashes toward the soldiers. He must intervene before this turns into a complete disaster. If they get there quickly, Hans won't be able to retrieve the last fragment of the immortal king. The ceiling begins to crumble bit by bit. The saint looks on in shock. She cannot believe it. How did an intruder manage to reach the sealing chamber without anyone noticing? Are you telling me that they, the enemy, teleported into our temple? She questions. That part, we don't know yet, someone replies. The saint begins to panic. The immortal king was this close all this time and we didn't notice? All because I wasn't good enough to sense his presence or track him. Oh my god, this is all my fault. So many lives will be lost because of my failure. If the immortal king truly comes back to life once all the fragments are reunited, what the hell can we do? Nothing. Tears stream down her face as she cries. Any apology we give will be too late after so many lives are lost. Then a soldier speaks to her. The road was too crowded, but Sir Heinrich is here. From now on he will take command. The saint, who had been crying in despair just moments ago, now cries for a different reason. A radiant smile appears on her face. Sir Heinrich, you have no idea how relieved I am to see you here. Please, lead us with your strength to fight against this evil. Back to Hans. Thinking about how many undead they have managed to eliminate from the army, they are proving to be more resilient than he initially thought. Countless skeletons lie scattered on the ground, including an inquisitor. One of them has an especially angelic face. Malcolm was no ordinary opponent. He was like an elite boss. Rest well, Malcolm. You fought so bravely. After searching for a while through the war-ravaged battlefield, Hans finally finds it. The last fragment of the immortal king is right before him. Finally. Come to me now, fragment. He begins to absorb all the energy from it. The immortal king's final legacy will belong entirely to Hans. He continues drawing every last drop of residual power from the fragment, devouring it completely. However, when he finishes, he feels something strange. What the hell is this feeling of weakness? Even after consuming the last fragment, he doesn't feel any stronger. Could it be that it takes time to fully absorb the fragment's power? Then he hears a noise, an intruder. Two paladins soar toward Hans, weapons in hand, ready to strike him down. Hans quickly casts a spell, sending them flying backward with a powerful blast. They crash to the ground and everyone looks on in shock. A nun rushes to their side, immediately using healing magic to purge the remnants of dark energy with divine power. Heinrich decides that it's time for him to join the fight. He cannot just stand by and watch them battle like this. However, the saint grabs his hand, telling him that he cannot. It is necessary to first analyze the immortal king's power. They cannot be reckless. Do not charge in alone, Sir Heinrich. Hold your position a little longer. Understood, my saint, he replies. Inside, Heinrich is in turmoil. His entire plan was to buy time by pretending to fight Hans. Give up, lackeys of the order. The fragment is already mine, fully and completely absorbed. Behold my power. Hans declares as dark energy surges through the entire chamber. Do not listen to him. Keep attacking, attack with all your might, someone shouts. Hans knows this battle would be much easier if he simply unleashed his full power on them. However, he cannot take the lives of the innocent. Suddenly, radiant swords rain down from the sky, striking him directly in the chest and left shoulder. This attack, could it be the saint's enchantment? It is incredibly fast and powerful. The saint's expression is deadly serious. If Hans had not instantly boosted his regeneration, he would have been in real danger. If he wants to avoid casualties, he cannot afford to prolong this battle. He decides his next move, he will bring down the command tower first. Without hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of spells, aiming to strike the saint and everyone else at once. How dare you attack our saint? Is he reacting at this speed? Not only did he block my attack instantly, but he is also counterattacking without hesitation. They are moving with absolute confidence, as if certain that he won't bring them down. Is someone among them reading my strategy and relaying it? Maybe he should take a look inside their minds. Then one of them questions, "Where do you think you're looking?" Hans is affected mentally. That means he still hasn't fully absorbed the power of the fragment, the saint observes. "Everyone stay alert. This is our chance, we can do this." She conjures several beams of light against Hans while, at the same time, the warriors charge at him with full force. They are trying to overwhelm him with enchantments and sword strikes simultaneously, preventing him from regenerating. Such an obvious maneuver. Hans quickly casts a barrier, sending one of the warriors flying backward. "Go ahead, let's see if you can block this next attack as easily," another warrior shouts. "Are you seriously trying to provoke me with such a slow strike?" Hans sneers. He then summons a spectral hand, binding magic, trapping the soldier as if inside a cage. Damn it! How the hell did this happen? How is he reading every single one of our movements now? He shouldn't be able to block psychic intrusion. "Forgive me, senior?" One of them speaks hesitantly. Since Heinrich couldn't help, he must have read the plan from his mind so that Hans would know what was coming. If it's come to this, then the soldier is. However, he is cut off by Hans's laughter. "It's too late, you poor fools. You were too slow." Inside him, the fragment of the immortal king, finally, has completely fused into one. A vision appears as if a heart is pulsating violently. Hans begins to laugh uncontrollably as the atmosphere grows heavier and denser, thick with the overwhelming energy surging from within him. No, this energy. The saint stands in shock, unable to comprehend what is unfolding before her. Sir Heinrich, however, cannot hide the joy on his face. This can't be happening. The saint stands frozen, unable to react, before tears begin streaming down her face. We were too late. The immortal king is truly coming back. We see Hans slowly beginning to transform. You dogs of the order, tremble in fear. System notifications start to appear. You have experienced death, overcome it and conquered it. You have now transcended. Achievement unlocked. He has returned. The immortal king. The calamity of the sidereal dimension. The immortal king. Quickly. We're almost at the sealing chamber. We need to support her holiness immediately. However, as soon as the guards rush into the room, they are struck speechless by what they see. That figure. Could it really be the immortal king? Is it truly him? Are we already too late? Hans stands before them in a new form. He appears more human now, his body no longer just bones but covered in flesh, yet undeniably more powerful than before. We still have time. This is a sacred space that suppresses the immortal king's power. We will sacrifice our lives to stop that demon right here. Sir Pion. Everyone get ready. We attack together. You truly believe you can stop me? Hans scoffs. Since you cannot see the status window, it's easy for you to fall for such delusions. Achievement unlocked. Rewards, grants immunity to instant death. Special abilities Decayed Heart and Immortal have evolved into Immortal Heart. Hans has truly become a mystical being, now even capable of escaping death itself. He is invincible. Very well, come at me, all of you. Let me show you the power of the immortal king. He places his hands over his eyes and activates the Eye of Darkness ability. All the soldiers are instantly ensnared by it. With just a glance, he instills overwhelming fear and confusion in his enemies while also exerting control over lower-ranking demons. The guards begin to hallucinate, some even see worms crawling out from their own bodies. This is the legendary Eye of Darkness. Never look directly into them. Now it's your turn. Hans gathers energy in his hand. Rise once more, my legion of the undead. Return to life and claim the souls of our enemies. Bones and corpses begin to gather around him, forming something monstrous. Be careful. That thing is a corpse golem. If you get hit by its attacks, you're finished. Dodge. The skeletal golem charges forward, laying waste to everything in its path, causing mass destruction. What a pathetic sight, Hans says. Let's end this now. The saint is desperate. She must do something, she must make a decision. If she hesitates here, not only the church but the entire continent will fall into danger. Clutching the cross at her chest, an idea suddenly comes to her. Sir Heinrich. Yes, my lady? She will entrust him with her token. Please take this and retreat. You must become stronger and stop the immortal king in the future. Attention everyone. We must clear a path for Sir Heinrich. Protect him with your lives so that he may escape safely. Understood, your holiness. Everyone pursue the immortal king. Stop him at all costs. These buzzing flies. I'll finish all of you at once. Just then, a soldier attempts a stealth attack, but Hans notices immediately. To think you would try that failed move again. How foolish. It doesn't matter, the soldier says, even as Hans' magic tightens around his throat. Our goal is complete. What? What goal? If we could save Sir Heinrich, our hope, I would throw away this worn-out bag of bones as many times as necessary. Very well, fool. Your wish is my command. I'll crush this skeleton right now. Before he can finish, Hans is sent flying by a sudden punch to the face. It was Sir Heinrich delivering a powerful, blessed strike. Without giving Hans time to react, Heinrich draws his sword and launches a flurry of rapid, precise strikes. Hans watches, impressed. Your movements are excellent, he admits. But Heinrich's sword is too dull, it cannot cut him, much less kill him. Hans retaliates, launching several black energy spears straight at Heinrich, piercing through his chest. However, they do not wound him, he can feel the impact, but the spears have only punctured his armor, not his body. This is the climax. Hans unleashes another spell, causing a massive explosion across the battlefield. The saint screams in despair. Sir Heinrich, what? Even after I told you we should entrust the future to you. She collapses to the ground, sobbing. Why didn't you run away? I did not join the church to save my own skin, Heinrich replies. How could someone who turns his back on his comrades, who stand ready to face death and sacrifice themselves for a greater cause, ever hope to protect the world? The cross-shaped token in his hand begins to shine intensely. Immortal King, you said my sword was dull? Even if my blade breaks today, I will kill you here and now. You have achieved enlightenment by fulfilling the conditions. You have acquired the special ability, Blessing, Rod of Light. This is the third blessing. Excellent. Shall we head toward the conclusion? Sir Heinrich charges forward, striking Hans directly in the chest. That was a wonderful line, Hans chuckles. The emotional delivery was top tier. Now, let's wrap this up with our final comments and bid farewell to our audience. Everyone stares in disbelief at what has just transpired. Servant of the Church. What is your name? I am Heinrich. Heinrich Landguard. How dare you wound me? The ability, immunity to instant death, has been activated upon receiving a fatal attack. I will remember that name. Then, before their eyes, Hans vanishes. Damn it. So, in the end he just ran away. Suddenly, Heinrich loses consciousness. Before he can collapse, another paladin catches him. To think, he actually managed to strike the heart of the immortal king, even in a situation like this. This is it. The resurrection of the Chosen One. A heroic tale that brings tears to the eyes. In the end, Hans was reborn as the immortal king, and Heinrich the one who defeated him with the blessing of the gods. A perfect rivalry between a hero and a demon king. Now all that's left is to collect payment. Shall we settle the admission fee? Well, that much money? It increased by about 1 million. There's no need to think too hard about what to do. Looking at the system window, he selects exclusive skill enhancement. Your unique ability evolves, blooming with new possibilities. You have acquired a special ability, customization. Customization? Oh, so this is what a game is all about. A full customization window for Hans appears. Colors, horns, outfits, every model available. The newly acquired customization ability opened up 2 possibilities for him. This includes creating the avatar for the updated feature and modifying the avatar for the new feature. First, in modifying the avatar for the new feature, we see all the possible changes that can be made to Hans. His hair, body, and some details about his status such as SRT, INT, DX, and POW. This allows him to alter both the appearance and the stats of existing avatars. On the other hand, the avatar creation ability lets him define the appearance and stats during the initial creation, including features like hair and eyes. Above all, the biggest difference in this category is the gender selection option, which allows him to choose between being a man or a woman. Feeling excited, he reassures himself that he isn't thinking anything inappropriate or strange. He's just pressing the button out of curiosity. After all, he needs to find out what the difference is. So he presses the button to become a woman. However, it is not possible. The system notifies him that the selection is currently locked, leaving him with only the option to choose a man. However, a new option appears. And what is this below? Media selection. You can generate related species by consuming a specific medium. A medium related to a species? Could it be the branch from the world tree that Cecily gave him last time? He liked the item because it is an environmentally friendly air purifier, but he feels there is no way around it. To create an elf, this should be enough. World tree branch detected. Generating as elf. Then the creation begins. A tall elf, just like the protagonist, with short hair and long ears. How impressive. And with that, it's done. An elf avatar is being created. Since customization is now possible, he adjusts the face to make it more beautiful and refines the arms and legs to be long and slender. As elves are elementalists, the most important attribute distribution is their affinity with nature. His name is Harris. Harris species, ELF. Individual trait, child of the world tree. Then we see a beautiful elf with long golden hair, tall and with the posture of royalty. Special notes. Born as an elf using the branch of the world tree as a medium. The growth rate of nature affinity is significantly increased due to the child of the world tree effect. That well-toned body and that beautiful face, haha, just as expected from an elf. But then the new avatar reacts. How unpleasant, he says before making a face as if he's about to vomit. But what's happening? Hansa's dark magic makes him feel as if Harris is being completely destroyed, as though the dark magic is killing a delicate young plant. Oh shit, why didn't he think of that? He had already gotten used to Hans, so it never even crossed his mind to worry about it. Hans, cancel your summoning. Since the mental center isn't functioning, could it be due to the elf's affinity with nature? He nearly lost the new avatar without even realizing it. For now, he decides to save Harris for later. Then he walks over to the shelf and picks up a book titled Conan the Baba. Maybe it was time for him to start writing the story of the mercenary king this time. Meanwhile, back to Harley, we see him looking quite excited. He really enjoyed that ear-floating feature. The young woman laughs, saying that it's a relief and that it suits him well. Thanks for your support. Hubert had found just the right item for him. Turok truly is the city of artisans. On the streets, we see a few people going about their day, making it feel like an ordinary town. Speaking of which, he had heard that some guys had been causing trouble at Hubert's shop. Maybe he should head over there and teach them a little lesson. Then, a group of 3 people starts making comments. What's with those tattered clothes and tattoos? No wonder the South is mocked as a den of savages, it's the Southerners' fault. Harley tries to ignore the spiteful remarks, but he just can't. Hey, what the hell are you guys even talking about? Which bastards just insulted the Southerners? Was it you? Or maybe you? You bastards better watch yourselves. I'll knock some sense into you. But when one of them swings at Harley, the wooden club shatters the moment it makes contact with his arm. That idiot, he just broke his own weapon against nothing but Harley's body in bare hands? Harley starts thinking. He would say that's pretty rare for this avatar. Ha. All these guys must be true Southern warriors. Tattoos, strong bodies, fierce gazes. That just means he needs to live among them and start building relationships. The great hero of the South and his closest companions who support him. In other words, he might actually become a true Southern warrior. Anyway, hurry up and dress properly. That kind of outfit should only be worn during traditional festivals. People don't wear things like that nowadays, do they? Harley asks. The other man becomes extremely irritated. That bastard, he can't stand hearing another word from him. He then challenges Harley to a traditional Southern duel, striking a culturally significant stance. Oh, a duel in the Southern style. Their tradition is to fight with bare hands, right? Sounds good, but there's one condition. All 3 of you come at me at once. They don't seem to believe what they just heard. You want all 3 of us to attack you? Are you insulting our honor? Fine, then 2 of you can come at me. The third should help the 2 who'll end up on the ground. As he makes this threat, his eyes take on a psychotic gleam, as if he's about to beat the 2 of them half to death. Alright, come at me now, you cowards. Try to take me down. Then the sounds of impact echo through the city, leaving a trail of destruction. 2 of them are lying unconscious on the ground while the last one, still standing, mutters, "That bastard is insane, unbelievably strong. He's not a Southerner. With that level of skill, how is it possible that you don't have a single warrior's mark?" Right, those marks were a thing among Southern warriors, weren't they? How should he make this up? Brothers, I am a Southern warrior. But there's a story behind why I have no marks. What do you mean? It all started 20 years ago. A duel was held to determine the next chief of their tribe. The scene shifts to an arena, where 2 warriors battle while the rest watch from the sidelines. Harley's father, the strongest warrior in the tribe, won the championship, earning the admiration and praise of every member present. "Congratulations," said the king. "As per tribal tradition, you will be granted one wish. Speak, what is your desire?" His wish had already been decided from the very beginning of the tournament. I will not marry the chief's daughter. What? Everyone was stunned. Outrageous. How dare you make such an absurd request? Explain yourself. Well, he had a good reason for making that request. The reason was, she and he were bound by blood as siblings. What? She is left speechless. Father, are you really going to let someone who speaks such nonsense go unpunished? My deepest apologies, my dear daughter. However, everything he said is true. You are not my biological daughter. I adopted you a long time ago. Guards, kill this insolent fraud. Dear, he will buy us time, so run away quickly. At that time, his mother was pregnant with him, which is why she couldn't help his father fight. His father bravely fought alone to protect his wife and unborn child. But he fell heroically, holding back the tribe's warriors. His mother managed to escape her pursuers and hide in a secluded cave, where she raised him. However, even his mother passed away recently due to illness, and that is why he has no warrior's marks. All three men begin to weep. How could such a tragic past exist? They apologize for misunderstanding him. He is a true southern warrior. He never expected such a sorrowful backstory. Of course, it was obvious that everything Harley had just said was a complete lie, but his performance was insane. Alright then, to our new brother, cheers. Everyone raises a large mug of beer in celebration. By the way, Hyungnim, this place is pretty far from the south, isn't it? What brought you all the way here? Ah, well, there's a story behind that too. After his mother passed away from illness, he was left all alone in this cruel world. It was just him and his own body. He was completely lost, unsure of what to do, how to survive, or what path to take. And then, the only person who didn't just walk past him but actually stopped and spoke to him said, "Excuse me, do you need help?" That person was a young merchant named Hubert, who ended up becoming very close to him. Today they are best friends. Hubert was the only one who truly made an effort, who worked hard to help him get settled. A benefactor and a true friend. But later he found out that Hubert was in serious trouble. Apparently he was being threatened by some bandits. There's no way he could ignore the struggles of someone who once saved him. That's why he came all the way here, to help. One of them slams the table. That's awful. An enemy of our brother is an enemy to all of us. We'll do everything we can to help our brother's brother as well, everyone. Thank you all so much for your help. Harley embraces them all. Alright then, as soon as I use these bastards to silence the fools threatening Hubert, it'll be time to kickstart my real creative economy project. He plans to import a ton of pimenta de terra since it's a rare and valuable spice in this world. In exchange, he'll distribute magical tools, which are common here but scarce on Earth. A win-win trade where everyone benefits. And in the process, he'll also secure a hefty profit, using that income to pave the way for even more explosive growth. Very well, Hyungnam. Let's first head to your friend's shop. We'll make sure the place is well protected. You can count on us. Alright then, I'm counting on you all, guys. Having reliable subordinates really makes life much easier. Now that Hubert's problem is being taken care of by them, it's time for him to move forward and begin his debut as an elf. Then, in front of a castle, we see someone standing. Good morning. This is the Great Temple of Rosalia, correct? I am Harris, a skilled mercenary and close friend of Harley, who in turn is a close friend of the Holy Knights Order. I've come here after hearing that the elf envoys are present at the moment. Would you be willing to grant me an audience? Of course, he also brought a proper letter of introduction. Then we see a piece of paper with a message written on it. This elf is definitely my friend. He would appreciate it if you allowed him to enter. That ridiculously sloppy, no freely expressive, handwriting, and even the scribble on it, leaves no doubt that this is a handwritten letter of introduction from Sir Harley. Please come in. They will guide the elf to the accommodations for the elf envoys. Here we are. We've already informed Lord Rayfury, so just wait for him to arrive. Alright, thank you. Excuse me, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rayfury Grandwood, a high elf from the Elf Kingdom. Please have a seat. He heard that Harris was a fellow mercenary of Sir Harley? Yes, I am Harris. Thank you for taking some time to meet with me today. It's a bit difficult to pretend not to recognize familiar faces every time. But more than that, it's honestly fascinating. Seeing him through the eyes of a high elf, his eyes truly seem to shine even more. The longer he looks, the more and more he feels like he is being drawn in, as if he is being sucked directly into them. What a strange feeling. This must be because I'm in an elf's body now. He knew that Harris is a close and dear friend of Sir Harley, seeing him wear the bracelet that he gave him. Seems to be true. Then the bracelet begins to glow. I'm sorry, he says. I accepted the gift because it was from someone of your kind, but if it offends you, I'll return it immediately. No, not at all. On the contrary, I'm happy, even honored, that a relative is wearing it. More importantly, he heard that there is something Harris would like to ask him. Yes, that's true. It's nothing urgent, but he would like to learn how to harness the power of nature and form contracts with spirits. He never had the chance to grow, form contracts, and become stronger as an elf, since he spent almost his entire life being alone. I understand, he says. The potential of this person, there's no doubt about it. We see an immense amount of power leaking from his body, as if he were the very embodiment of the world tree. Alright, would you like to go outside and get some fresh air? Oh, of course, it would be an honor. You asked me to teach you, but unfortunately, it won't be possible. He is leaving this place soon, so he wouldn't have time to help. However, would you consider coming with us to the Elf Kingdom? Pardon? The Elf Kingdom, the land of the elves, located on the Enchanted Continent. It's where the Institution for High Elves is located. It would be an honor for him, but would there be any special qualifications or requirements? Yes, originally it is a place reserved only for the children of High Elves, only they are allowed to enter. But there is an exception. This is a lot of pressure. And this exception is a person who possesses the qualities of a high elf. You feel something when you look directly into my eyes, don't you? Look directly at me now. Is happening again, this sensation, what is it? It feels like he's being pulled in, as if he's being sucked into them. Where is this place? Is it some kind of mental realm like the one where he fought against the Society of Divine Retribution? No, the energy here is much purer and cleaner than in that place. Then something catches his attention. He doesn't believe what he's seeing. Could it be? A beautiful elf with pink hair? Could that be the elf goddess? No, is that the world tree? Then the elf descends from the tree, gently approaching him. Hey, wait a second, I am? The elf gently touches his face. Why is this beautiful elf doing this? Why is the goddess doing this? Oh, poor child, come to the realm of the elves, says the beautiful elf, speaking in a strange language as she gently strokes Harris's face. Then she vanishes right before his eyes. That leaf, that aura. Is she the world tree itself? More importantly, what did she even say? I didn't understand a single word of that strange language. Maybe it was the language of the elves. Hey, wait a second, he has no idea what that meant. Don't just leave. Before he can finish his sentence, he snaps back to reality. What did she mean by that? Then he returns to the garden. She's already gone, isn't she? What the hell is going on? He felt the presence of the world tree. He saw an elf. That was the world tree? So that's the form she chose to appear in. It seems she greeted him in the most familiar way she could. It seems that the world tree has a special interest in you, Harris. Seriously? Wait a second. First the divine, and now even the world tree is paying attention to him? What the hell is going on here? The next day we see a shop open. Hey man, he's sure he made it clear last week. He told him to close the shop and leave town. We see 3 men with strange tattoos intimidating Hubert. Yet he's still here. Well, excuse their rudeness. This week, a truly excellent tea has arrived. How about it? Would he like to have a cup with him? We see that Hubert is truly a gentleman, dressed in formal attire, wearing gloves and glasses. So, it seems he didn't understand a single word of what he just said. Then he taps the cup. He'll be giving up this place and leaving today. Or does he really prefer to die here at their hands? My God, so they don't like tea, huh? Well, either way, his friends seem to enjoy it even if they don't. What the hell is this bastard even talking about? Before he can finish his sentence, Harley lands a solid punch right to his chin. He's sent flying from the impact. Get the hell out of our sight, you piece of shit. What the hell are they? With just one punch he took down our leader. Where the hell did they suddenly come from? Then Harley and his friends charge forward. The 2 enemies are beaten like gangsters' wives, their screams echoing from inside Hubert's establishment. So, at the end of the day, alright, cheers. Thanks to you brothers, Hubert is safe now. The drinks are on him tonight. Eat up, don't hold back. We see a feast laid out on the table, meat, barbecue, beer, bread. That was way too easy, don't you think? And more importantly, after watching him fight today, he's convinced. He really needs a crest. A crest? Yeah, like his. As he takes off his shirt, we see a strange tattoo, a proper warrior's crest. He's heard that there's a shaman from the south here in Tarik who knows how to carve them. So what do you think? Why don't you go ahead and... Luangya. What the hell are you doing? Let's go find him right now. Harley takes off running with Luang in his arms. But he hasn't even finished at least one dry ink. Elder, you old fool. Has age taken your hearing too? He's sure he told her to have the protection money ready by today. We see the same three idiots from before demanding money from an old woman who apparently sells some kind of magical potions. Didn't she tell him that amount was too high? Where the hell does he think she's supposed to get that kind of money? She really doesn't understand the situation she's gotten herself into, this old woman. As he grabs her by the blouse, does she see this face? He's already had enough problems today, really a rough day. And now what? She doesn't have the money? Then go find a way to get his damn money. He doesn't care how this useless old hag does it. Just get him his damn money. Otherwise he swears to God that. But something catches his attention. Hey, what the hell is that coming this way? It's that son of a bitch again. What the hell is he doing here? Then Harley charges toward them, nearly trampling them with his overwhelming force. Greetings, madam. He's here to have a crest carved. Meanwhile, Luong is feeling sick from Harley's sheer speed. What is she going to do about those thugs? Well, they'll wake up and crawl back on their own, it doesn't matter. What a damn mess this is. Anyway, come inside for now. So, he said he came looking for her to get a warrior's crest? Yes. Can she do it right away? She hopes he knows that while a crest grants great power, it also drains a significant amount of one's life force. Of course he knows. That guy already explained all of that to him. It's been a long time since she's seen someone with such monstrous life force. With his endurance, he might even be capable of handling the supreme crest, the warlord's mark. Warlord? Hell yeah, carve it into his skin right now. Harley shouts, startling the poor old woman. That's impossible. She doesn't know how to do it. It's a technique no one has been able to carve in hundreds of years. And at this rate, her ears are going to fall off from all this yelling. Ah, come on, don't kill the mood like that. Well, if that's not possible, then he guesses she could carve the great warrior crest that Luong mentioned. That's a problem too. What the hell? She's low on materials, it's been ages since she last carved a crest and, more importantly, she simply can't do it. To receive a crest, you need the most crucial thing, a warrior's achievement. In other words, a feat like slaying a dragon or saving a kingdom. If he wants the great warrior crest, then at the very least, yes, beyond the Iron Fortress in the northern mountains, he would have to defeat the ogre that rules over that place alone, killing it with his own hands. An ogre? Does she even have any idea what kind of monster that is? No one would dare face that thing. Is she trying to get his brother killed right now? Just the head of that beast is as big as his brother's entire body. How the hell is he supposed to deal with that alone? However, while they were talking, Harley started rummaging through something at the portal. Did she mean this? Then a massive skull appears. That's the ogre's skull? Don't tell her he hunted this thing by himself. Aha, of course he did. An ogre is nothing to him. Alright, she can see that he's an impressive warrior, but even so, come back in a few days. Lately, she's been low on energy and her body isn't in the best condition. She needs strength to carve a crest, but she hasn't even been eating properly. Food. Leave that to him. Restoring vitality is his specialty. What does he mean by that? Then, before she even realizes it, he's already vanished from in front of her. He really just left. So, she just hopes he doesn't cause any trouble. You little shit, it's him again? We sure are running into each other a lot today, huh? You again? Then he throws another punch at the thug, making him groan in pain. What the hell is he? Who sent him? Why is he doing this to them? You messed with the wrong people. You're the ones who laid hands on our shaman. Huh? Shaman? That old witch is the southern shaman. Sorry, we didn't know. We thought she was just some random village healer or something. Harley raises his fist, threatening another punch, but this time he slams it into the ground instead. Alright. We won't do it again. Please stop. Yeah, you better not. Keep that promise. Hyungnim, I've wrapped things up on my end too. So now what? He knew that a bandit hideout like this would have stuff like this lying around. Luong, get over here and help carry these crates. We're having a barbecue feast tonight with that old lady. As they return home, we see the old woman sweeping the street. Grandma, they're back. She is surprised by their sudden return. My God, what the hell is all that in their hands? What did she mean by all that? It's all meat and alcoholic drinks, to eat and drink together. So what did she think? Isn't that enough for Grandma to eat, recharge and stay healthy? Then we see a flashback as if Harley were another young man. What a shame. If her son were alive, he would be the same age Harley is now. At her age, meat? Seriously? She can barely chew. What? So you're not going to eat it? Maybe she'll try a little, since he went through all the trouble. Then we see the old woman biting into a piece of meat and downing a bottle of wine by herself. They knew that women from the south had big appetites, But still, she ate everything by herself and didn't leave anything for them. Ah, that was so good, the food and the drinks were delicious. Alright then, now that our stomachs are full, shall we begin the engraving on Harley's skin? The engraving process is painful, you know. So she lays Harley down on the bed and starts getting ready with the needle to pierce his body. Is Harley mentally prepared? Aha, of course he is. Don't worry, old lady, he was used to going through procedures like this on a bed, a reference to when Hans used to perform experiments on his body. However, before he could finish that thought, the old woman put a stuffed bear in his mouth. Her son bit down on that toy when he had the engraving done on his own skin. So she knows it's going to hurt, so keep it in his mouth because she's about to start. Alright, here we go. When she presses the needle against his body, the needle snaps. Damn it, his skin is so tough that the needle broke and she can't pierce through it. Wow, I can't believe it. Isn't there another way to do the engraving on his skin? He knew that Hyungnam was exceptionally tough, but this is insane. There's no way we're going to use another technique. Don't worry about that. She shifts the angle of the needle, and the markings on her arms start to grow stronger. She's going to make sure that all that meat and alcohol she ate and drank will be paid for, in full. Activating all the markings on her body, she begins to pierce and carve the engraving into his flesh. It's time to show what a first-rate tribal shaman chief from the past is capable of. Then we see the mark that was made, a fiery sun, resembling the symbol of the Sun Pirates from One Piece. Captain Fisher Tiger. System notifications. The entity has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. He has acquired the skill, Chaco-style combat symbol. Current symbol, Great Warrior. We see a large marking on the right side of his chest. This is truly impressive. It's far more efficient than enhancement through bio-aura. At this level, even without using the body mutation ability, he could defeat an ogre in a bare-handed fistfight to the death. This is perfect. We see the old woman, completely exhausted and worn out. Harley is even concerned about her condition. What's the matter? Is she alright? Is she feeling anything? Don't worry about her. It's just that it's been a long time since she used that kind of strength and those engraving techniques. She's just out of shape. She'll be fine after resting a bit. Lock it in, brother. We've just found more work to do. And what would that be, brother Harley? Meat. He shakes the old woman, shouting in desperation. We need to find more meat. She can't be in pain if we're going to finish the other crests. We need to keep her alive and well. That damn stubborn bastard. Let her rest a bit before continuing. In the next scene we see Heinrich lying in bed, his body completely wrapped in bandages. Meanwhile, someone is standing in front of his body, praying and speaking divine words. A paladin approaches from behind and asks if she's still praying for him. Cardinal Pion, if she continues praying and using divine power without resting, it will certainly have serious consequences on her body. So please go easy. Yes, she knows the consequences. But her heart won't let her rest. She can't forget what happened, the last vision she had of him. In that moment he stood firm against the immortal king, refusing to back down until the very end. Yes, it was like witnessing the birth of a new hero. Wait, Sir Heinrich, a new hero? The saint's face turned slightly red. Oh, your eminence flatters me by speaking that way. Sir Heinrich, you're finally awake. We were worried, you've been asleep for many days. Is the pain bearable? Thanks to the saint's care, your body is doing well. Sir Heinrich, we now proclaim you not just as a champion of our great divine order. No. We proclaim you as the hero of Out Erica. Finally, says Heinrich with a mischievous smile. Now he can say that both the hero and the demon king have officially been cast in their lead roles. Let's create a Taoist, the one who will play the demon king Hans. Now that the hero has been born, he believes it's time to fulfill his duties as the demon king. With the power of his perfectly refined contagious ministry magic, he will spread his infamy even farther than before. He sees it clearly now, the filthy stains of wrongdoers. He prepares to begin the night hunt. He will drag every one of them into hell. Quick, move and keep going. This patient came first, get out of the way. Damn it, what the hell is going on this time? Looks like that bastard with the Haho mask showed up again. Well, any idea what's happening? One thing is certain, they got involved with someone extremely dangerous. On Sunghyun, a dark mage sent by the skill management department. They ended up messing with the wrong person, got on the wrong path and ended up dead like this. That freak with the Haho mask or whatever it is a completely insane monster. This level of pure dark magic is beyond human comprehension. That person's body is basically just an empty shell now. He'd bet their soul has already been enslaved. If he were caught by a monster like that, if it were him, he would choose that option without a second thought. As if that would help. says the so-called best dark mage in Korea. He's nowhere near that level. Having a dark mage of that caliber as an enemy, well, that's what it really means. No way. He said the culprit was the Haho mask, right? In that case, let me take a closer look at the curse. He then uses dark magic on the dead man's head. However, he suddenly feels a devastating force as if something is watching him. That feeling, he collapses to the ground in shock. Hey, what the hell just happened? What's wrong? Did he find something? Team leader, he feels like he's about to die right now. What the hell are you talking about? That bastard. The Haho mask. He saw him. The Haho mask noticed him. He tampered with the spell on his own, so if he gets caught, he's screwed, no doubt about it. At this point, there's only one option left. Is he going to fight against the masked Haho? If he just dies now by jumping off this building, he could peacefully cross over to the other side. Hey, stop doing something stupid, you lunatic. The masked Haho only hunts and kills villains. You'll be fine since you're innocent. So calm down and breathe. Alright. Hearing those words like that made him feel a little better. Thank you very much. After all, he is innocent. Is this bastard stupid or something? And somehow he starts to feel his body slowly relax, until he passes out and collapses to the ground. Hey Sunghyun, what the hell just happened? Nurse. Please help us, he passed out. Meanwhile, Hans watches the entire situation from afar. Interesting, that man seems to have the ability to use dark magic even if only in a light form. He doesn't sense any evil aura from him, so there shouldn't be any problem with meeting that guy again in the future. The next day we see a blog filled with various posts and information about the masked Haho. Hans's popularity has grown so wildly that it's now out of control. What could Haho's abilities be? A vigilante of justice, the dark hero. Some people are even calling him the shadow hero. But it's not like he's actually happy with all this attention surrounding Hans. This could end up becoming a real problem down the line. Oh, what a headache. How the hell is he supposed to start operating from now on? However, someone interrupts his thoughts by knocking on his door. Who could it be? Your fried chicken delivery has arrived. Wait, what? Kang Tae-san. It's been so long since he last saw him. How has he been all this time? Hey, but look at this guy, damn. It's been years since this Hyung showed up and this is how he reacts to a guest? Ah. What do you mean by the way he reacted? Well, even though he's my friend right now, he's the last person I'd want to see or talk to tonight. Skill Management Bureau. Criminal Investigation Division. Kang Tae-san. Still, Tae-san is the only friend he made during his childhood. Even after all these years, while he was reclusive in his room, Tae-san was the only one who came looking for him and tried to help. He's truly a valuable friend. But seriously now, Hyun seems different. It's like he's not exactly sure, but it seems like Hyun has found a purpose to live for again? Well, I mean, he can't stay stuck in the past forever, right? Those who live in the past are museums. And he suspects that his parents wouldn't have wanted him to live this reclusive way. Yeah, damn, he's right. He spoke well just now. Do you have any idea how long he's been worried about Hyun all this time? It's not healthy to stay reclusive for so long without talking to people. Ah, come on, it wasn't that bad. He even went out a few times in the past few days. Really? Says Tae-san with a surprised look on his face. Thank you, my friend. Going back to the past when he was grieving and struggling with depression, Tae-san always visited him and tried to help in every way possible. He then opens a can of beer, seeing how well things are going for him now. He feels like he can finally reveal a secret. What does that mean? He knows, right? The reason Tae-san joined the Criminal Investigation Division. Of course, he was like family to Hyun's parents, like an actual son to them. And after they died in that accident, Tae-san enlisted in this division. Yes, back to that case then. Everyone thinks it was just a random attack by someone who had awakened. That's what everyone believes. Well, at least until recently. But he doesn't think that's the reason for this case anymore. There's a group that has been operating in the shadows for a long time, calling themselves the Society of Divine Retribution. They are a group of bastards who are very meticulous. So far, they haven't been able to link anything or even catch a scent of them. But you've been following the news, right? That masked figure known as Haho has given us a lead. They've given us the first clue. Haha, even dropping hints for the skill management department? Did he go overboard? Anyway, he'll keep him updated as soon as he knows anything new. But don't go around talking about it. Do you want me to end up in a cage? Haha, as if he had anyone to tell. Still, from what he's heard, the masked Haho has been quite impressive. So why is the Bureau trying to hunt him down? Exactly. That's what's bothering him. Why the hell are they going after someone who's actually doing a good job? Yes, exactly. The protagonist is happy to see Tae-san on the side of the masked Tahoe. After all, it's his clone who is doing all this investigative work. Anyway, let's drink until we pass out tonight. A celebration for Han Sunghyun's new beginning. Then, after several drinks and chickens, they start talking about other things. Just give up on being a writer. What's wrong with that? A hero and a demon king? Well, that's so cliché. And giving the demon king the name of Hans? Haha, Tae-san laughs a lot. That's so boring. It doesn't even sound like a name you made up over coffee or something. What does that mean? This is a classic. There's nothing wrong with the description of this story. This isn't a classic, this is what we call cringe. If it's something that's been done to death, how about pretending it's an abbreviation? Hans, short for something like Hannibal Strauss. Oh, that was actually a good suggestion. Right? If he becomes a writer, remember he can always ask for help from his hyung here. So while they were talking, Tae-san's phone started ringing. Oh, look at the time. He needs to leave. Seriously? It's still so early. The leader of the Dawn team said he has to show up today. He's leaving. Alright then, Tae-san. We'll talk later. I forgot to ask something before. Your grandmother is doing alright, right? Tae-san pauses for a moment at the door as if feeling uncomfortable. To be honest, her condition has worsened quite a bit recently, and there are no signs of improvement. Maybe it's already time to start preparing emotionally in case the worst happens. Wait, is grandma that bad? Is there anything he can help with? Anything at all? Hey dear writer, just focus on writing your material. Don't worry, he'll take care of things somehow. The protagonist really felt the weight of those words, and we see a flashback of someone holding his hand. Is this okay? If you feel like eating something more, tell your grandma, alright? Tae-san's friend is no different from his real grandson. He knows, yes, grandma. Tae-san's grandmother. When he used to go out with Tae-san, she always took care of him, looking after the little things. These are some of the few warm memories he has. And now, knowing that she is seriously ill, he feels very sad. A friend who has always been by his side is going through something so hard, and yet, he is completely helpless. Hey, wait a second, how could he be so stupid? He had a brilliant idea, something he can do. Kang Tae-san, you owe me an apology for mocking my sense of sampling. Because these characters who sound like they're shrinking are the ones who will help you. Then we see the protagonist invoking Heinrich, a paladin who would be perfect for this situation. Then we see a system window showing the paladin Heinrich. To heal someone, a healer is needed, like a priest. But he has one who fits that description perfectly, doesn't he? A familiar with faith recognized by the archbishops and overwhelming divine power. We see that Heinrich truly became someone special in the other world, being regarded as one of the greatest figures of faith. Heinrich really can heal Tae-san's grandmother. But wait, how is he going to make Heinrich disappear for a while? If he vanishes right after officially becoming the hero, it will lead to misunderstandings. Even the saint is focused on him now. Well, with night falling and the day about to turn, it's better to wait. For now, it's best to hold off until the right time to disappear from the original world so he can heal the grandmother. Then in the next scene we see a child singing while carrying apples, dressed in very formal clothing. A lively city with many people walking through the commercial district. The girl asks the boy if he's alright if the bag full of apples isn't too heavy. Yes, sister. It's fine, it's not heavy. However, in a moment of distraction, one of the apples ends up falling out of the bag. Stop rolling. Wait, don't run through the city like that, Aaron. Then the apple ends up landing at the feet of a stranger. Oh dear. You need to hold this more carefully, says the man, holding the apple in his hand while the children stare at him, startled. But then the girl finally begins to smile with joy, so it was him all along. Mr. Hines. Hello everyone, how are you doing? All good. The boy looks impressed. Is he really Mr. Hines? He looks completely different from when he helped him escape from the vampires. Yes, it's him. His face has changed a bit over time, hasn't it? Uncle, why on earth are you only showing up now? It's been so long. Haha, right, it's been almost 7 months since he last visited them. Apologies. He had been very busy lately. Alright, but the fact that he came all the way here like this must mean he has some business to take care of here as well, right? Haha, she seems to know everything about him. Heinz looks surprised. How does she already know? No, he came here just to see them. It's alright, Mr. Hines. They're comfortable with it, just be quick about saying what you need to say. But you really should visit us more often, says the boy. Alright, honestly he can't defeat both of them, so he decides to be direct. He searches through his clothing and then makes a proposal. Diana, can he be her employer again? He wants to borrow her information gathering skills and offers her 2 gold coins. Yes, of course I'll help Uncle Heinz, says Diana with a smile. A moment later, near the end of the afternoon. We see a house and its garden, someone shouting out Soren's name. Also look for places that sell these magical tools. We see various luxurious items, jewelry and magical tools spread out on a table. Wow Lord, where did he manage to get all these high-quality items? Haha, there's always a way to get certain things. Thanks to Diana, he not only obtained high-quality magical tools from the shop in Talia, but also got information from Brokaslak, who had been silent for a while. The pepper he requested is stacked up in the storage room. Great, her friend is going to sell it. And the purge is over. The purge? What does that mean? The people who pretended to surrender or tried to hide. He identified every one of them and executed them, he says with a sinister laugh while throwing cards with his dead targets onto the table. Finally, now our clan will be normalized and secure. Alright. From now on, they just need to exchange magical tools and pepper periodically. So, he's counting on her to take care of the administration of Heteros from now on. Soren is confused by the information she's just received. What the hell did he just say? She's never done anything like this before, she's not sure if it's a good idea. Can she really manage the clan well on her own? Jean Soren, she's a capable person he trusts. If it's her, he's certain she will do just fine. Oh, the master trusts her. She blushes at his trust and promises to live up to his expectations. How easy it is to deceive this girl and gain her trust. He's using dramatic lines everywhere. If he thinks about it, we're not much different from a small or medium-sized company now that trade between the two worlds has been established. Let's get to the point. Shall we start the conquest of the clan in earnest? Then back to the original world. It's already nighttime and the city seems quite lively. There are lots of people walking around, enjoying the moonlight, listening to music and chatting with one another. Based on the information he and Diana managed to gather, he personally investigated and was able to find it. This is the source of his blood, and he's convinced that this is the base of the Brokaslak clan, where those two soldiers are standing guard. Then he throws something near the guards to draw their attention and quickly slips in through the back door like a shadow. Why did this one fall on its own? Was it the wind or something? Then we see a beautiful lady holding a glass, drinking it all in one go. This is so good, such refreshing blood. The young vampire lady seems quite satisfied with her drink. But how much longer will she have to keep living like this? Drinking alone is so lonely. Looks like it's still the same as always, a drunk Rosilica. Who's there? There are a lot of familiar faces showing up today. Conceal skill release. Forgive me, but who the hell are you again? He's Heinz, a vampire she met some time ago. She's sorry, her memory is a bit poor. Who are you again? Then she starts pouring more blood into her glass. Still, now that a guest has arrived, she must show her hospitality. However, while pouring blood into the glass, she cuts her fingers slightly to infuse the drink with her own blood. Here, freshly squeezed blood. Please have a sip. No, it's fine. Upon having her offer refused, she becomes uneasy and slightly furious. This is high-level blood magic. How dare he invade the sanctuary of Brokaslak? Then, throwing the blood-filled glass, she begins to manipulate the blood to launch an attack at Heinz. She doesn't know who the hell he is, but she won't let him get away with this. So she goes all in, attacking him with everything she has. However, Heinz only laughs at the situation. Then he counterattacks by controlling her own blood. How is her blood being turned against her? To freely manipulate another person's blood. That's at least in the realm of true blood. He then forms a rope out of blood and leaves her immobilized. This is Brokaslak territory. The intrusion of an outsider is a violation of the treaty. This girl really doesn't seem to recognize him, does she? Well, instead of clearing things up, should he take advantage of that? What violation of the treaty? He is also part of Brokaslak's indirect bloodline. Please don't lie, you coward. Imprisoning a girl like this, there's no way that could be true, is there? Now that she thinks about it, she recalls hearing something about a clan that was persecuted in the past. Could that be true? Yes, he is from that very clan that was mentioned. Now she will cooperate willingly and he will grant her power. Even if he's from a branch family, she has no reason to listen to him. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood, she says, then he grabs her mouth firmly. She has no choice but to obey and will do exactly as he commands. Then, holding a crystal in his hand, he pushes it into her, making her moan in pain, so much so that people near the house found it strange. Then back inside. She is in ecstasy. What is this sensation? It's overwhelming. The crystal is taking hold of her body and flooding her with more energy and power. And at the same time, it feels as if her master has changed. Now let's see if she can reveal everything she knows. Damn it, she can't disobey his command. The true blood that oversees this region of Thalaria is Lady Frisia. If she had to describe her defining trait without a doubt, it would be as a user of demonic eyes. Then we see a beautiful woman with very pale skin, blue eyes and slightly pointed ears reminiscent of an elf, sipping a cup of coffee. The butler then offers her another cup of tea and asks, "Lady Frisia, are you also enjoying the human world today?" Yes, it's always interesting to observe it. The way they struggle to live with such humble bodies. Then we see that they are well above the houses and buildings high up in the mountains. However, he has heard that the recent Protestant denomination is expanding its influence in Rafalashi. Don't worry. This kingdom already belongs to Brokaslak, disguised as human nobility. A simple pressure on the kingdom will resolve this quickly. However, before she could finish her sentence, the butler's head is ripped off, and a jet of blood sprays out. "Alright, so you are Frisia?" Her expression changes, now she begins to question. She has never seen this vampire's face before. He is a complete stranger. Pure blood. He doesn't seem to be of true blood. Meanwhile, Heinz savors the butler's blood. Let's assume he's from a branch bloodline. Humph, a humble branch blood like him dares to pick a fight without knowing his place. She makes a scornful face and takes a light breath. She's going to make him realize the mistake he just made, so she activates the demonic eye, which turns completely dark. However, the protagonist quickly repels the attack with ease. That's impossible. How did he dodge her demonic eye? He already knew how her ability worked, the fact that it doesn't work against him. She knows what that means, doesn't she? Now, who is the one that doesn't know their place? Oh, so he is a true blood after all. Attacking them right in the heart of Brokaslak territory, what is his goal? She asks angrily. His goal? Isn't that obvious? He says with a laugh. Everything you have in Brokaslak. He will be the one to take it all and become the new king of the vampires and the cities. She bursts into wild laughter, unable to believe what she just heard. I don't know if he's stupid or just bold. Alright, I get it loud and clear. But he should have one thing in mind, she is also of true blood. Then she awakens both of her eyes, increasing her speed. Even Heinz can't keep up with her and takes a punch to the stomach. Her hand is reinforced with magic and martial arts, making him spit out blood. He really thought his nonsense would work with skills so weak that he can't even dodge? She laughs as we see her arm massive and full of veins. This woman, is she a martial artist? What the hell? She's using her demonic eyes, so he thought she would rely on magic. This is so different from what he expected. Then she starts to summon the blood from her umbrella, using a blood strike toward the protagonist. It lands squarely on him. So, she's a physical fighter, huh? He's under pressure, spitting blood. Impressive, he can still stand. Let's see if he can block this too. Then she charges at him full force, wielding an umbrella. She even handles a sword with flawless technique. That umbrella wasn't just for show, huh? He tries to dodge the quick attacks. The dodges won't help him forever, especially since he's being injured little by little. Alright, this next blow will definitely crush him. It will leave him with nowhere to escape. Then she summons a sea of blood against the protagonist. Is this an AoE ability? If that's the case, he'll cut his way through this blood tsunami. However, something feels off. She's vanished from his sight. Where did she go? Then suddenly his vision distorts as if the angle has shifted. We see her appear, delivering an elbow strike that breaks Heinz's neck. He flies several meters from the impact of the vampire mommy's hit. Look at that arm. How annoying. So this is the end? We see Heinz's body on the ground, covered in blood, while she watches from above. But then he starts to get up and responds, "The end? What the hell are you talking about? Who said she gets to decide when it ends?" Then we see Heinz's head regenerating after the impact. For him, the fun is just beginning. He's perfectly fine as if nothing had happened. His neck was definitely broken. What happened? Injuries like that heal in an instant for him. He has something called hybrid evolution, she observes. This is insane. Aside from the master, she can count on one hand the number of people who have faced her attack head-on and survived. She's astonished. He admits it, she has some good talents and tricks. Of course she still has some flaws, but with those beautiful eyes. He thinks he could make her stronger than she is now if she followed his path. Have you ever thought about following me? What kind of nonsense are you saying? How dare you insult me, of all people? She will turn him into a pincushion so full of holes that he'll never get up again. However, before she could attack, her body stopped moving. What is this? We see a massive pentagram made on the floor with blood, layered with profane magic. If that's the case, then he has no choice. He'll have to use force. Then he starts moving the blood around. Blood magic from the blood on the ground? When did he do this? Then she is bound by strands of blood around her neck. It's true, he's not a martial artist like her. He's more of a blood specialist, a kind of vampire mage, we could say. She's completely covered in the strands of blood. And also, he can do this sort of thing. He turns his finger into a magical crystal, and as it penetrates her neck, she begins to undergo a mutation. Raffalashi injection. She starts crying out in pain, screaming that it hurts. It hurts so much as the crystal starts to take full control of her body. Sorry, but for a high-ranking vampire like her, a small dose wouldn't be enough to control her body. Then she begins to transform even further, emitting a huge red aura. Finally, it ends. She lies on the ground, devastated. What the hell did he do to her without her consent? She will never forgive him. This is so ungrateful. She should be thanking him, not lamenting. Doesn't she feel it? That sensation, that strength, as if she had been born again. He's right. Every sense in her body feels completely different from before. Her strength, reflexes, flexibility, all her physical attributes not only improved but evolved to a completely new level. Well, starting to feel like thanking me now. She thinks she is. So that she could give him the power to finish him off. Then she tries to make a quick move with a direct punch at Heinz, but her body stops before reaching him. She can't move. What the hell is happening? Her body doesn't want to move. What did this bastard do? It's as if her whole body is bound by iron chains, or rather, chains of blood. This is the power of his blood domination. She has no choice left. She will move exactly as he wants her to. No way, not even with sacred blood would this be possible. Too bad for her because he can. Now, finally, he can ask the most important question, the reason he came to her. Frisia, where is the clan master? Does he think she'll answer that so easily? It's the Duke Bright's mansion. Wait, what? What the hell? Her mouth moved on its own. Good. A little servant so obedient. Our protagonist has gotten himself a nice slave, haha. You bastard, take your hand off me. The gold of the Duke Bright's mansion, huh? It's impossible for a clan lord not to notice that a true blood is being captured. I think it's time to end this quickly and cleanly. Time to begin the massacre. Then at night they arrive at the Duke's house. Master, it's Frisia. She has something urgent to report, may she enter? Yes, please come in. Really now, sir? Couldn't he have at least lit a candle or a lamp or something? Isn't it a little dark in here? He's not human. He simply doesn't need such things. He can see perfectly well in the dark. More importantly, she said she had something to tell him? Yes, well, forget it. She thinks she already understands. It's because of that uninvited guest who's after you, isn't it? So he's already noticed. As expected of a clan master, excellent perception. Well, yes. It would be a shame if the head of a clan couldn't at least notice that. Deactivate concealment ability. What a disappointment, he laments as he closes the book he was reading. Frisia, oh beautiful woman, why did you do this? Then she became a traitor. He releases a murderous aura. He's ready to kill both of them. He is deeply disappointed in her, Frisia. To think that she would dare betray him and serve another master. Mullo is boiling with rage, almost fully transformed. Frisia tries to calm him down while Heinz watches the situation unfold. Lord Mullo, this is a misunderstanding. Please calm your anger. A misunderstanding? You both come to his house at this hour of the night and try to attack him, not to mention the different scent I smell on her. Frisia, you treacherous woman. He spent 100 years with her. Did she really think he wouldn't notice that her blood scent had changed? That something had been altered? That rotten stench of betrayal is contaminating his study. How could he possibly remain calm like this? Then he lunges at Frisia. Die, you traitor. However, before he can finish Frisia, Heinz blocks the attack. That's not going to happen. She's my subordinate now. Mullo is caught by surprise. After all, this was shameful. With just one hand, Heinz had been able to block his punch. He had been planning to resolve this situation in the most peaceful way possible, but it seems that will no longer be an option. Violence will have to speak for itself. But who the hell is this arrogant vampire? Peacefully? He really dares to move his lips so freely in front of him. As Mullo speaks, he summons a ball of blood in his left hand, as if it were absorbing everything around it. He will cut off that snake tongue of his, along with the traitor. Then, a massive circle of blood appears above them both. He is like Heinz, a magical vampire. Come to me, children of Brokaslak. Several vampires begin to emerge from the magic circle, summoned by his spell. Go and feast on the blood and flesh of these traitors. Kill them for him. Offer the blood of the traitors to Lord Mullo. How dare they? This is no place for people like them. They're nothing but a bunch of puppets who think they're vampires. Then she begins killing them one by one using the umbrella. Something's not right. There are only about a dozen people summoned here. And yet, he has hundreds of vampires spread across the entire capital. Are you telling him this is all that's left of his subordinates in the capital? Mullo is stunned by the weight of that information. Meanwhile, Frisia continues slaughtering the weak vampires. Frisia, what the hell did she do in the capital? What happened to all of his subordinates there? Frisia remains silent. After all, she has a new master now. I'm sorry, Lord Mullo. And as a sign of respect, leaning on the umbrella, she informs him. Most of them are now subordinates of Lord Hines, to whom they have sworn eternal loyalty as their new lord. He doesn't understand. She's saying that his subordinates accepted a new bloodline so easily, without even trying to resist? That's no different from cannibalism within their own kind. With his hands hidden behind his back, he begins to cast a new spell. With both hands brought together, a black sphere made of blood starts to form. This will drive him insane if it continues like this. Is she really sure she wants to follow a man like that? One who will soon lose his mind? Well, all of this is only possible because Lord Hines is from a collateral bloodline of Brokeslack. He's from a collateral bloodline of Brokeslack? As if, don't be ridiculous. Did they really expect him to believe all this crap? As if he were stupid. Brokeslack, magical blood technique. Blood mist. Bear witness. He is visibly shaken by the fact that he's lost all of his subordinates in the capital. So this is the infamous barrier of a blood sorcerer representing Brokeslack. What is this pressure? Is this Mullo's domain? Feels like his head is being crushed and his body is twice as heavy as normal. It's far too early to be this surprised, Hines. No matter when or where, they will always answer the call of their master. Then, by sacrificing a bit of blood into the magical seal on the ground, a vampire wielding a scythe begins to emerge from beneath it. Serve your master, Obeyer. Ah, what a headache being woken up so suddenly. Then we see that it's actually just a vampire child holding a massive scythe in their hands. Why did you summon him so suddenly to this place, Lord? Even though he can see a lot of blood scattered across the floor along with some vampire corpses, what the hell is going on here? Why was a child summoned alone this time? Damn it, Obeyer is already realizing this is a complete mess. No time for chit-chat. Obeyer, kill those two bastards right now. Leave no trace of them behind, wipe out their very existence. Alright. Understood, just give him a moment. He's still waking up from the deep sleep he was in, but he quickly comes to and suddenly appears behind Frisia and Hines, both of whom are caught off guard by his sheer speed. So this is Obeyer, right? Hines had noticed how fast he was, so he must be some kind of pure-blood vampire assassin. Obeyer tries to strike Frisia first, but she dodges the sudden attack. However, he can't afford to be held up here, so he activates his ability, Acceleration. Now it's Hines who appears behind Obeyer, who is taken aback by his speed. Hines grabs him using a blood claw. What is this? A binding spell? How are you using blood magic inside the Lord's domain? Meanwhile, Hines charges toward Mullo, who is also caught off guard by his acceleration ability. However, Obeyer manages to break free from the claw and shouts, asking where the hell he thinks he's going. Their fight isn't over yet. He then quickly attempts to strike Hines again, but Hines narrowly manages to dodge the furious swing of the scythe. Holy shit, he was right in front of him. He could have killed Mullo if it weren't for that damn kid. Looks like he has no choice now, he'll have to deal with that bastard first. So he uses the acceleration ability again, and the two begin fighting all around the area. All that can be seen are flashes of light moving rapidly. Not even Mullo can clearly follow what's happening. Unbelievable. Obeyer's agility is simply the highest ever recorded, not just in Brokeslack, but compared to any vampire they've ever known. And even so, that other vampire is keeping up with his speed? Seriously, who the hell is that guy? In the heat of the moment, while the two were locked in combat, Frisia took the opportunity and attempted a surprise attack on Obeyer, which ends up being successful, allowing her to completely overpower Obeyer. That damn child, she never liked his irreverent attitude, not even back then. Now is a perfect moment to settle this. He shouldn't overstep his limits. Why doesn't he have some fun with her instead? She's dying to kill him with her own hands. Wait, something's wrong again. Even Frisia is managing to keep up with Obeyer's speed? That's not possible. After all, the Lord knew both of them perfectly and was aware of every trait his subordinates had. What the hell is going on here? And she's even taking down other subordinates on her own? Where the hell did she get that kind of power? Does he really think he has time to let his guard down? Heinz seizes the moment and launches a surprise attack from above. Mullo is caught off guard, but in truth all of this was part of his plan. After all, did Heinz really think he entered this barrier of his own free will? What foolishness. He'll never be able to dodge his attacks here. Then, forming symbols with his hands, he summons a powerful strike. But Heinz was laughing. Dodge. He never planned to do that in the first place. Then his arm is brutally torn off, yet he keeps advancing straight toward Lord Mullo. And finally he manages to press 3 fingers right into Mullo's chest. That bastard, he actually dared to sacrifice his own arm just to win this battle and get close to him. As if he knew how frugal he truly is. But Heinz's arm regenerates quickly. He wouldn't be foolish enough to actually lose a limb. What do you mean his arm regenerated instantly? Even among vampires, very few possess the ability to heal that quickly. Don't worry, Lord Mullo. He's not planning to kill him. Not planning to kill him? What's that supposed to mean? What the hell is he trying to do? What do you think? He's inheriting his lordship. Then he begins to drink the blood of the former lord. In the next scene we see a spiraling staircase that leads down to a coffin at the bottom. A fairly typical setting with 2 statues of guards standing watch. However, the coffin slowly begins to open, and we see a girl emerging from within. A beautiful vampire with long dark hair and ears resembling those of an elf. Her arms are held close together, and she wears an extremely elegant dress, with a crown of thorns resting on her head. She lets out a yawn but finally rises. She's so tired, she wishes she could sleep a little longer. We get a better look at the coffin, wide and large. But she thinks that can no longer be allowed. After all, something happened, something changed while she slept. Her gaze is shown, completely red and unlike anything seen before. This vampire clearly appears to be someone powerful. Something has happened to her son. It's time to act. Then back at Lord Mullo's castle, we see a commotion unfolding. Step forward. Don't move yet, stay still. We see him summoning more magical crystals. Raffalashi injection. Both Mullo and Frisia watched the process they had both gone through, but now it was time to do the same for the remaining subordinates. Those who have finished, step back, there's still much work to be done. Next. Finally it's over. He took an eternity to finish marking all the remaining subordinates. So this means all the subordinates in the capital have been accounted for? That's right. The rest can be summoned in order. It will be more efficient that way. What? Watch your tone, alright? Ahem, it will be more efficient. Heinz takes the opportunity to tease. As expected, having a clan lord nearby really does make things easier. This visibly irritates Mullo. His hypothesis about the marks was correct. Injecting a Raffalashi into a high-level vampire seemed too risky, so he forcibly drained their blood, which ended up lowering their level. And finally he extracted the Brocaslack, the source of their blood. It feels like just yesterday that he was bitten and accidentally became a vampire. And now, he's rising from the very bottom all the way to the top of the hierarchy. It really seems like a whole different world. Along the way he's gained numerous useful allies, ranging from simple vampires to ladies and lords. Hey Mullo. Yes. He will be responsible for gathering the remaining Brocaslacks from all the regions. Understood. And one more thing. Damn it. Alright, and now what else do you want him to do? Then Heinz begins to move the globe of the world map. He wants Mullo to start gathering information about the continent. Wait, information about the continent? Yes. He wants him to build his own intelligence network, or make a deal with an existing one. How he does it is entirely up to him. This is an important task, so he is counting on him to carry out this mission. As he leaves the room, Mullo seems restless and finally he asks. He heard from Frisia that he said he would unite all the vampires and become king. He has already proven his abilities well enough, Lord Heinz, so he will give him his full support. Good to hear that. So he is counting on him. As he exits the room, Heinz pauses for a moment and becomes thoughtful. Why the hell did he say something like that? About becoming the king of vampires? He probably just let it slip in the heat of the moment. Well, he thinks having more subordinates to command isn't such a bad thing. Lately, he's been saying a lot of these catchy phrases, whether with Hans or now with Heinz. The path of the vampire king? It might be time for him to start laying out a serious game plan. One where he dominates all the vampires and maybe even becomes the Holy Blood. Then, snapping back to reality, we see our protagonist excitedly fiddling with something. Yes. Almost perfect. Define the jawline sharply, shape the orbital bones so they curve upward nicely. Now that's just right. He was using the new customization option to modify Hans. After all, he is the immortal king, so this is the least he can do, to have a fearsome appearance. And let's be honest, my subscribers, doesn't this new design for Hans look amazing? What do you think? Comment on the video and take the chance to leave a like, as it really helps the channel keep posting this manhwa. Well, I finished customizing Hans, now let's focus on something else. Finally it's done, right? The conquest of the Brokeslack kingdom by the vampire Heinz, it's all coming to an end. Or at least this is just the small beginning of what's to come. Which means now the long-awaited moment to profit. Karma Shop. When opening the Karma Shop, we see that he managed to accumulate quite a lot of money thanks to Heinz's conquest. As expected, he amassed a considerable amount. Well, normally taking control of an entire clan is something most people couldn't even dream of. What will he do if he upgrades this time? He's wondering. Then he presses the option, Upgrade Exclusive Skills. However, something strange happens this time. 2 system windows appear simultaneously. 2 status windows appeared? Does this mean he's receiving 2 updates this time? What? The usual increase in the number of avatars isn't here? Actually, another window showed up instead. Media selection. The avatar's potential will increase drastically. The entity's growth rate will become even faster. I can't believe it. This enchantment cost 900,000 in the Karma Shop, after several days of saving up his hard-earned money. This isn't right. Just as he was starting to enjoy collecting different races. What a shame. Then he analyzes the second update he received. What is this? Entity projection. Entity projection. It can be used once a day. It allows the user to project one of their avatars onto their own body. What did that say? Does this mean he can use the power of all the clones he's created so far directly with this body? Right? Surprised by this new update, which allows him to become one of his clones through a specific power, he begins to look through all the information about his clones. Hans the Immortal King. Heinrich the Paladin. Heinz a vampire. And even Harley and Harris. All of them are available for use. Seeing them all together makes him very proud. After all, he built each one from scratch. He completed missions, spent points, changed part of some world, whether for good or for evil. Entity projection. Can be used once per day. Allows the user to project one of his avatars into his own body, so he can become one of his own clones. What a spectacular ability. Wait, if he uses this skill wisely, does that mean there could be 2 immortal kings at the same time? That's incredible. Having 2 Heinrichs at once, even Heinz. This is definitely a skill he'll be using a lot in his future plans. But this could turn into a complete disaster if he's not careful. So Hans is out of the question for now. Having 2 of him at the same time could mean the end of the world. Well, as expected, the first one to use this ability will be him. He will transform into Heinrich. Then he taps on his notification window. His body begins to undergo a transformation. Even the armor and weapon are exactly the same. The hair, the voice. This is incredible. However, not everything is perfect. The divine power is about half of what it was in Out Erica. Is this what it feels like when an awakened one returns to Earth? Then a notification appears on the screen. Duration time, 9 minutes. It's a shame he can only use it for 10 minutes. Well, I'll head out for a bit. That should be more than enough. In the next scene we see a hospital at night. The classic shadow of Hans appears inside a room. Then we see Hans and Hyun emerging from the darkness. So, shall we begin the work? Before Hans leaves, he gives a like. Just like you, subscribers of the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and comment if you want us to keep making videos about this manhwa. Then we see the hand of an elderly woman. Grandma, he's finally here. We see how weak she is, needing machines to help her keep breathing. He holds her hand tightly, almost in tears. She remembers him, right? He's Sunghyun, the one who used to play, go out, and party a lot with Tae-san, her grandson. He had wanted to visit her a bit earlier, but he was only able to get out and come here now. Starting today, he'll begin visiting more often, so she'd better not get tired of seeing his face. Then we see him beginning to use identity projection. Target selected, Heinrich. So please just hold on a little longer, Grandma. Let's activate the Uterican Divine Technique. He holds her hand as he takes on the form of Heinrich and begins to pray for her. The divine power starts to flow from his hand and moves toward her heart. Pour out all the divine power to restore energy, boost resilience, and cleanse the body. May God save this poor soul. As he says these words, the room begins to shine even brighter, as if a miracle is unfolding through Heinrich's hands. After the light fades, we see that the grandmother is still unconscious, but her skin already appears more radiant. It looks like the 10-minute time limit has ended, and he begins to lose the transformation. Even with divine power, there is still a limit to how much can be done to treat age-related illnesses. He seems exhausted. After all, taking on one of his powerful clones with just his ordinary body can't be easy. But this should help improve her condition. Now, he can only rely on his grandmother's willpower. Grandma, she needs to stay strong. We see the sunrise. He stayed the whole night watching over her, and makes a promise. He will come with Tae-san next time. Then, back in the world of Out Erica, we see images of a forest. We see the elves within the forest. So, is Harris one of Harley's friends? Yes, that's right. We see Cecily quite curious about the relationship between the two. Meanwhile, the other elves continue walking. It was a brief meeting, but we got along so well that we became like family. She begins to sniff him. Is that why? She senses a familiar scent coming from Harris. Harris is caught off guard. She's saying the same thing Diana says to Hines. They're not going to figure out we're the same person, right? It's a scent similar to what she smelled on the branch of the world tree. She knows that scent well since she spent the whole day with it. Ah, I see. Phew, at least it's not because of being the same person. It's just because the body is made from the same material. After all, it was created from the world tree. In any case, we'll get along well. He's a friend of Harley, so she's going to take good care of him. Yes, thank you very much. Granwood watches all the commotion from a distance, and he lets out a soft smile, as if he were watching two children playing and interacting. Alright, let's take a break and rest here. He said he still hasn't formed a contract with a spirit, right? Shall we practice some spiritual techniques? Miss Cecily is clearly very excited to have a new friend. So they move a bit farther away to begin training. Cecily starts trying to summon a spirit with great effort, and eventually it works. She manages to summon a water spirit. Cecily is overjoyed, as it's one of the first times she's been able to perform the technique on her own. Harris, look at this water spirit, look how cute it is. But he doesn't respond. He has a depressed expression. What happened? What's wrong, Harris? What? Why doesn't it work for him? We only see wind and a leaf moving around him. Even after reaching the maximum value of his affinity stat, it still didn't work. Is something wrong? Is it because he's a false elf? Spirit mages and spirits are companions who grow together. Rayfury, he's going to help us. Before summoning them, it's important to form a bond with them first. Reveal the power of nature that exists within you and show it to the spirit. He had tried to form a bond after summoning the spirit, but it seems he got the order wrong. He's glad he followed the elves after all. First, focus entirely on affinity and release the overflowing power of nature. Then he begins to channel nature's energy, which emerges in its purest form, glowing a vibrant green. He gathers all the natural energy around him. But what is this? Why is he so good at it? He had mentioned this was his first time trying. Interesting, he has a gift for quickly picking up what he's taught. Maybe he has strong potential. Wait, he feels something pulsing in his hand, an electric sensation. Then system notifications begin to appear. Through repeated training, the entity has reached enlightenment. You have acquired the skill, Spirit Magic. That's it. We see that an electricity spirit has appeared, resembling a Pokemon. At this rate, the two of you will soon be on the same level. He's growing so fast that she almost feels betrayed. Ah, thank you. He has also taken a step forward as a spirit mage. From now on, its name will be What? A reference from real life. The What symbol, W, is the unit of power in the International System of Units, SI. It measures the rate of energy transfer. Alright, let's take a break here. Then he places his hand on the tree. From this point on, he will open the path. All forests and trees are connected to the mother tree, the world tree. And among us, the high elves who are the closest to nature, are able to travel anywhere there is a forest, opening a path that links them. We see the magic surrounding Rayfury, reflected in the intensity of his eyes. Cecily can definitely do this as well. Seriously, she can do that too? Maybe not right now, but in the future, without a doubt. A path connected to all forests. In other words, it's a vast natural teleportation network, isn't it? This is far more efficient than the portals of the Great Divine Order, which require physical installations. This is the power of the world tree. Alright, we've arrived. Harris is amazed by what he sees. There's no way this place is Real World 3. We see a massive tree with a structure built around it and a bridge leading directly to it. There are several houses and other buildings nearby. It's much larger than I imagined. It's your first time seeing the world tree too, right? But Cecily doesn't respond to him. Upon coming into contact with the true tree, she enters a deep trance. Then, with no control over her body, she begins to float toward the tree, while Harris and Rayfury watch in silence. She moves toward the tree which radiates natural magic. This must be the first time you've seen this as well, Mr. Harris. Watch closely and admire. This is the eye-opening ceremony of a high elf, an event that even other elves rarely witness. Cecily is awakening as a high elf, her new eyes are beginning to appear. The eye-opening ceremony, what a spectacular sight. Everything is being reborn, an overwhelming force of nature converging in one place. Then some elf spirits begin to appear. Wait a moment, what is that? The fruit of the world tree. It is handed directly into her hands by the elves. Then she takes a bite of the golden fruit, which resembles an apple. Cecily is truly becoming a genuine high elf. Wait, this is not the time for him to just stand there admiring. He can't let this kind of pure natural energy go to waste. So he begins to channel and meditate. Absorb as much as possible into your body, make it mine. Then something catches Rayfury's attention. His energy flow, something strange. New system notifications appear. The individual has met the conditions and reached enlightenment. You have acquired the skill, affinity with nature. There it is. Now he can grow stronger simply by absorbing natural energy just like the other elves. Mr. Harris. Sir Rayfury, he wasn't just relaxing or anything. Don't worry about that. Look to your side. Then we see a plant floating nearby him. It seems the world tree is quite interested in you, Mr. Harris. Wait, is that for him? Yes, it's a gift from the tree. Really? Normally, sacred relics like this are only granted during the eye-opening ceremony. It's an extremely rare occurrence. They can even be transformed into weapons or accessories. So you must have received a sacred relic during your own eye-opening ceremony as well, Mr. Rayfury. Could it be? No way, that accessory he gave, is it? He should return it now. I know that's definitely not the case. His sacred relic was transformed into a ring, which he used to propose to his wife. Since then he passed it down to his daughter. Proposing marriage with a sacred relic, huh? Mr. Rayfury is more romantic than expected. Look, the eye-opening ceremony is over. Miss Cecily will probably remain asleep for a while now. It's a period during which the rapidly increased energy stabilizes. Really, what a relief. He's at the age to start thinking about retirement, and now a new high elf has appeared. Of course he's not going to retire immediately since we're short-staffed. No need to worry. No, that's not what he means. Retirement age? What age does that guy have? In the next scene we see the capital of the elf kingdom, Drasha. After the eye-opening ceremony, he ended up staying at the academy thanks to Mr. Rayfury's help, and as it turned out, the environment was very different from what he expected. He thought everyone here would live like true fairies, peacefully like the trees in nature. The imagination of an elf village. But what the heck is this? What? It's an elf from the continent. Harris, you're from the continent, right? Tell us stories about the continent. He is surrounded by female elves eager to learn everything about him and the continent. After all, most elves remain isolated in this land for eternity. She heard that the continent is so wild that it's impossible to live there. Scary. Didn't the humans also kidnap Miss Cecily? The humans from the continent are completely evil, right? They keep bombarding Harris with questions. If he answers wrong, he'll be hated from day one, won't he? Well, yes, it could be dangerous. But he had good companions with him, so... Companions? He was traveling? Yes, during his time as a mercenary he met quite a few people. It's too noisy, she can't concentrate. Hey, could you guys keep it down? We see a beautiful elf with blue hair, one hand on her hip, clearly showing authority. Sorry, Lady Shapiron. We were making a lot of noise, weren't we? Sorry about that. See you next time, Harris. Finally, a little peace and quiet. Thank you. Thank you as well. Then he is interrupted by her. How low class. As she makes a haughty face, bringing some worthless mercenary from who knows where. Why is she so annoyed with him? Right. There's always at least one character like that in a school setting, isn't there? Will I really be able to get along here? Maybe she's the classic tsundere of the Manhwa, Elf Kingdom Royal Capital. And that concludes the report on our interactions with the Great Divine Order. We also disclosed information about the new immortal king to the other races of the enameled continent. An immortal king who can move freely through space, huh? That means this time he might even cross over to our continent. Still, it's truly a relief that Lady Cecily has appeared now. For me and for His Majesty as well, isn't it about time to start thinking about retirement? Indeed. Thanks to her, one of our greatest concerns has been eliminated. Then we see the Majesty of the Elves, a beautiful elf with yellow hair and golden eyes. Her skin is pure white, adorned with flowers in her hair. On second thought, she heard that the person who came with Lady Cecily is also quite remarkable. It's true. He has already caught the attention of the World Tree. His talent is exceptional and his growth rate is incredibly fast. If we provide him with proper education here in the Elf Kingdom, he will undoubtedly achieve great things. Sir Rayfury, you seem exceptionally enthusiastic. Ah, do I really? He is also scheduled to complete his basic training at the Academy for now. Oh my god, the Academy? That means Sir Rayfury's Academy. Let's pray everything is going well with Harris. If he's that kind-hearted guy, I'm sure Mr. Harris will be a great help to you. Then back at the school near the great tree we see Harris feeling sleepy. What a beautiful day, maybe it's thanks to the blessing of the World Tree. The weather is perfect, the air is fresh and the elves sing beautifully. It's pure healing. Maybe he should just give up on everything and keep living as Harris. Hey you. Books suddenly fall from the sky toward Harris, hitting him hard on the head. You really don't have the luxury to just lie around intoxicated by the World Tree, you know? Intoxicated by what? As a former mercenary, she thinks he probably doesn't even know this kind of basic common sense. This place is the closest to the World Tree itself, which is nature itself. Elves with high natural sensitivity are especially prone to becoming intoxicated by this comfort and harmony with nature. They become lazy. So all of this is because Harris has a great affinity with nature. He starts to feel his vision growing heavy again. Are you listening? Yes, he is listening. He possibly still doesn't know much about being an elf or these interactions with the World Tree, so because of that, she will lend him her book. She made sure to organize everything so that even an elf without roots like him could easily understand. Listen carefully. If the class average drops because of him, she will never, ever forgive him. Scary. Are you understanding me? We see one of the first Sundra traits in this manhwa. Goodbye. Well, at least she doesn't seem like a bad person, he thinks. That ring. He can feel the energy of the World Tree within it. There's no way a sacred relic would be carelessly left lying around. Is she from some noble family? She seemed familiar from the beginning. Somehow there's a strange feeling of déjà vu. Then he remembers what Rayfury told him. He gave his to his daughter though. Wait, that can't be true. Could she really be his daughter? Why are you placing your hopes on that idiot father? Then Harris starts to think more deeply about this matter. This is ridiculous. Shapiron is Rayfury's daughter? They don't look alike at all in terms of personality, do they? He is so calm, but she is like a caged beast. Well, she seems not to like him, but her explanations are very kind. It feels like a private lesson about spirits. Alright, should he try it like this? Then he begins to channel the magic into his hands. Wind and fire start to emerge as the two main forces of nature. The fire spirit is called Kali, the lowest grade fire spirit. The wind spirit is called Pascal, the lowest grade wind spirit. Now that he knows the trick, this is not so hard. Even the one he summoned last time, has already been promoted to a lower rank. Low-grade lightning spirit, what? To think they could grow this fast. Coming to the elven realm was definitely the right choice. Alright, he just has to keep his head down and adjust properly without causing any trouble. Well, as long as he doesn't get involved with Shapiron, there shouldn't be any problem. Or at least that's what he thought, until he ended up having to sit right next to her like they were two stubborn kids. Somehow, he got himself tangled up in this situation. We see a flashback. 10 minutes ago, the teacher started to explain the lesson's content. Let me repeat, forming bonds with spirits is extremely important. And traditionally, there is a secret to maximizing this connection. It is done through dance and song. Just like our ancestors used to do in the old days. Dance and song? That is an interesting theory. Soon, there will be a festival for the new High Elf, Lady Cecily, right? On that day, we will rent one of the main stages in the capital for the evaluations. It will be a performance that Cecily herself will be able to watch. It has been a while since he has done something like this, so wouldn't it be better to show his coolest side? Now, as everyone knows, we have a transfer student. Therefore, this time we will do a group project for the new student. Each group will work together to create their own performance. Your ability to connect with the spirits will be evaluated on stage that day. They can't believe what just happened. Then we see two together and two other unknown elves forming a group of 4 members. Wow, working with celebrities. How lucky. I'm Timer Coffin. And the elf very shy. Nice to meet you. Curie. Well, things have come to this point, so there's nothing to be done. So do you know how to dance or sing anything? If not, we will adjust to match you. He has no idea what to do, so I'm in. Me too. They are being so blatantly dismissive that now he is starting to get annoyed. From what he heard in class earlier, as long as it helps build bonds with the spirits, it doesn't have to be traditional elf music or dance. In that case, thank you for your consideration. At that moment he remembered a song he used to sing often in his hometown. Ah, it's a song from his hometown, so it must be from another continent, right? Yes. His parents loved it too, so it's a song he could never forget. Ah, he's confident, isn't he? Of course. Even though he lived a reclusive life for a long time, there was a time when he never scored below 90 in karaoke. It's time to show them the skills he polished at karaoke. However, even as he shows confidence, Shapiron still remains suspicious of him. She does not approve of him at all. What would a mercenary know about elven music? Someone like him being acknowledged by my father and by the world tree? All these stares are burning me up, Harris comments. She will never accept this. Fine. Prove your worth. But if you mess up, you will be held responsible. Alright then. But he has one condition too. A condition? If they get good results, would he be willing to teach him about elven culture? There is still so much he doesn't know. What a strange request. Alright, it's a good request. But only if they achieve a good result. Then he starts to sing a song from planet Earth itself. By my light. Find my light. To the paradise that I will find. I will embrace you, one that will never disappear. While playing an instrument, the spirits danced along with him. Then a system notification appears. The entity has reached enlightenment through repeated training. Acquired the skill Melody of Harmony. Melody of Harmony, huh? The tone definitely sounds more stable now. It feels like the power of nature is keeping his vocal cords steady. It's the first time he has heard a song like this. And these instruments? He has never seen anything like them before. Wow, congratulations. The shy elf claps her hands, meanwhile, Shapiron stays silent with her head down. This is ridiculous. Her spirits really reacted to that rootless, baseless song. They actually connected with the music of an outsider? Shapiron, why that face? You were shaking your shoulders just now. When did she do that? Then the system shows another notification. The spirits are evolving in sync with the melody. Low-level fire spirit. Low-level wind spirit. So now Callie and Pascal have also evolved, just like what? Then he starts to hear a strange noise coming from the forest. What the hell is that? It feels like he's being called. Wait, could that be a sound spirit? He begins to channel magic into the palm of his hand to feel the call. Suddenly, a magic portal opens right in front of him. A spirit manifested in the physical realm. This is something you almost never get to see. They resonated so deeply that even a sound spirit responded? Alright. Its name is Decibel. Sound spirit Decibel. This spirit looks like a small ghost-type Pokemon, like a tiny Jengar. What an incredible gain. Shapiron said that spirits from the phenomenal realm can perform a wide range of tasks. To think there is a song that moves the hearts of the spirits like this. Let's do this one. It will definitely be a huge success. She thinks so too. Sound spirits are only attracted by beautiful sounds. So what did you think, Miss Shapiron? Alright, I admit that the sound was very beautiful. Great. Then shall we start planning the rehearsal schedule and the stage production until the day of the performance? Yes. Well, could he teach her how to play the instrument he used earlier? It seems interesting. Haha, with a mischievous look he says, of course I can help, miss. What is that expression? That is not appropriate for elves, so stop that right now. So, shall we split the parts first? Then the day of the main event finally arrived. You said your daughter is in the same group as Mr. Harris, right, Mr. Rayfury? That's right. You must be very nervous. Not at all. Why would he be nervous about a simple performance? Ah, he is very nervous, it seems. So, shall we listen to the song that Mr. Harris prepared? We see the four members up on the stage. Harris is holding a guitar, Timer Coffin is playing the drums. Then the show begins. Harris starts playing the guitar, creating a beautiful sound that even makes the spirits around them start to dance. Timer Coffin and Curie follow along with the rhythm. And of course, our dear elf, Shapiron, is playing the acoustic guitar in a very shy way. Harris notices this and starts playing more strongly to draw everyone's attention. Among the green bushes. If we run together, the spirits will guide us. As Shapiron and Harris keep singing, everyone becomes moved and amazed by the quality. Even Rayfuris is enchanted. The beautiful singer is showing all her talent for culture. It's the first time she hears this song, but it makes his heart race. The tone is also very beautiful. In search of the miracle of connection, let's find it together on our new journey. Shapiron can make that kind of expression? What song is this? It's the first time she hears it, but it's amazing. My ears are sensitive, but this music is really good, isn't it? Walk under that light, take my hand. Sir Rayfury, look over there. To think they are using the spirits this way. It's incredible. We see all of them together on stage, singing and smiling, a true show. Then, when Cecily was about to speak again with Rayfury, she noticed that he had vanished. Where did he go? That child over there is my daughter. She is my daughter. Yes. The woman is confused. Who would have thought he had this side, the overprotective father? Let's go together toward a new light. I'm not afraid. Shapiron helped a lot with the splendid stage production and the tuning of the instruments. As expected from an elite. Her spiritual knowledge is incredible. Since we are together. After being so irritable, she is the one enjoying it the most, isn't she? They keep singing, everyone happily putting on a big show for everyone in the Elven realm. At the end of the show, everyone gives a round of applause. Sing another song again. Her breathing was more stable than usual, and the music flowed smoothly. Who would have thought she would become so immersed? System notification. Melody of Harmony Skin is in action. Target, Shapiron Sylvest. Looks like it works well on other people too. He used the new skill to support Shapiron. So even her father was there watching her. Shapiron is moved. Shapiron, what do you mean? This is... Sir Harris, she has misunderstood you all this time. Sorry for being so rude to you. She lost the bet. Just hearing that already calms his mind. It's amazing that music alone can have such a big impact on so many people. You will definitely have a great impact on the Elven realm, Sir Harris. Then back in the Holy City. We see the Saintess sitting and reading some documents in her office. Lady Saintess, it's Heinrich. So he has already arrived, ask him to come in please. Come in, make yourself comfortable. Welcome, Sir Heinrich. However, what really catches his attention is the book on the floor. The Hero and the Saintess's Adventure. Let's pretend he didn't see that. Please have a seat. She called him here today to talk about something important. Something important? Maybe you have already heard about the Sacred Sword? Sacred Sword? The most powerful exclusive weapon that the hero protagonist in fantasy stories uses. Well, he doesn't know much about it, but he knows it is a traditional weapon for the hero. There is a decree that was unanimously approved by all members of the church. What do you mean? What kind of... Sir Heinrich, please challenge the trial of the Sacred Sword. The trial of the Sacred Sword? Am I really worthy to receive such an opportunity? Jackpot, you are the best, Lady Saintess. It was a meeting held in a hurry because of the resurrection of the immortal king, but no one had any objections. Because Sir Heinrich is the new hero of the Grand Divine Order. That praise is too much for me. The place where you will undergo the trial is the Great Temple of Pickle, in the western part of the continent. If it's the Great Temple of Pickle, the Salb Empire, which was destroyed 300 years ago by the second immortal king. After that, for countries claiming to be descendants of the empire were founded in that place, forming an alliance of kingdoms. Charlotte Steel Fortress, Talia Tulk Lesk. The great temple built in the southernmost kingdom among them, Lesk, is Pickle. It is a temple built on the site where the second immortal king was subdued by the hero. The previous hero defeated the immortal king but could not completely remove his heart. Soon the abyss spread and the land became tainted. Only after the hero drove his sacred sword into him was it purified. The great temple of Pickle was built right on top of that. The previous hero made it so that only someone who would succeed him could find the sacred sword. But if he pulls out the sacred sword, won't the seal of the abyss be broken? It has been 3,000 years. Now it is sufficiently purified, so it is fine. Therefore now it is time to inherit the hero's weapon. Leave it to me, Lady Saintess. When should he depart? Right now, she says with a smile on her face. Then he heads to the great temple of Pickle. Wow, it's magnificent, truly magnificent. He's amazed by what he sees. It has a completely different atmosphere compared to the great temple of Rosalia. The great temple of Pickle. There's a massive building surrounded by many trees, crosses, and a beautiful temple. So you must be Heinrich. Yes, that's him indeed. So, this person he's speaking to would probably be Cardinal Donovan? Wait a second, what kind of body is this? He looks like a wall. Yes, that's Donovan. He's the one challenging the sacred sword, right? Yes. He knows you're busy, so thank you for meeting him in person. Then we see that this priest is at least 6'7". Besides having a muscular build, his face is covered with scars. No. Aren't you the new hero recommended by the saint? Of course he had to come in person. Just like the rumors said, he's very trustworthy. They say he used to be a paladin and you can tell. His physique, even the strength of his handshake are no joke. If he had known he wouldn't get to see the saint again after his appointment, he would never have accepted the position of cardinal. Donovan, you look like a worm. We see that the saint has admired worms since her childhood. And of course she has a fondness or some kind of special bond with Donovan. Sir Heinrich, he's going to be honest with him. He was genuinely worried that some random brat might try to hit on her. Can he understand the heart of an old man like him? If someone like that shows up, he will personally take responsibility and deal with him. Yes. Alright, but before that, what about the sacred sword? Ah yes, pardon him, he completely forgot about that matter. Then he puts Heinrich back down on the ground as if he were holding a toy. Before that, there is something he needs to tell him. The trial for the sacred sword can only be held once a year. Countless paladins have already challenged it and failed. Does he truly believe he is up to this task? Don't worry. He will face it with the faith that the divine is always watching over him. To think that there's still a young man out there with faith this deep. Indeed, he has everything it takes to be the next hero. O Divine One, you will help him this time too, right? He believes in you. We see the image of the angel, uncertain about what to do with this request. Then they start descending into a sort of labyrinth. Donovan uses the sacred light to guide Heinrich. It's deeper than he thought. Could it be because it was built for sealing purposes? Now that he thinks about it, Sir Heinrich, does he know what the trial consists of? Yes, he heard from the saint. She said the trial changes for each challenger. That's right. Some finish in just a few hours, others take weeks. Since each trial is different, there is no advice he can give him. Finally, they arrive at the destination. If he wants to turn his back and run away, now is his only chance. So this is it. It's the Gate of Trials. So huge and mysterious, he can definitely feel some sort of power behind the door. Then, with a smile on his face, he makes his decision. Without fail, he will retrieve the sacred sword. So that's your answer, Sir Heinrich? May God help you. The moment you step inside, the trial will begin. His hand starts to shine even brighter. May luck be with you. Then the door opens and Heinrich walks toward it. He prays for the new hero's success. Then a system notification appears. The first trial of the Holy Sword. They say the trials are different for each person, but even so, the system notification shows up. Reach the destination within the time limit. That's already a problem right from the start. The door he entered through has vanished, and there are paths both ahead and behind him. So it's telling him to choose, huh? He's literally inside a labyrinth like a minotaur's maze. So he does some light stretches before starting. Alright for now. Blessing, leap. It's a battle of speed. He starts moving at the speed of light. Leap, leap. He rushes forward through walls, secret passages, and doors inside the maze. However, he notices something odd. Something feels strange. At this pace, he must have already leaped over several cities, but he still can't see the end. The goal of the trial is also vague. Reach the destination within the time limit. But exactly where is he supposed to reach? Could there be another solution for this? Then he has a flashback of the saint. They say the trial of the Holy Sword is different for everyone. She believes this truly reflects the will of the divine. Really? It's written in the scriptures, you know? The divine is always watching over us and gives us trials that we are capable of overcoming on our own. Trials that we can overcome on our own. Right? This is a trial given by the divine. It's not just about reaching the end within the time limit. It's a trial that truly pushes him to his limits. In that case, leaping is not efficient. The fastest way to drain his energy and reach his limit is, he thinks he'll try bunny hopping. It's like he was recruited into the military or something like that. And then, after some time, a system notification appears. Having cleared the first trial, proceed to the next. Even so, even after that, Heinrich took exactly 40 days to finally find the door. That's insane. Heinrich is lying on the ground as if he were dead. He pushed himself beyond the limit of his own limits. 40 days? Don't you think that's a bit too much? He realized it about halfway through, but there's a time dilation here compared to the outside world. In Out Erica, it's 10 to 1, and on Earth, it's 100 to 1. He only knew this because his avatars let him track the difference, but he's going to abandon the trial. For the paladins who had no way to sense the flow of time, this must have been one of the hardest ordeals. From the halfway point on, it also started testing his mental strength. Various phrases began to pop up in his mind. Give up, you won't make it, weak. Just quit, you're not worthy. If it weren't for Mind Hub, even he might have lost his sanity. Alright then, he thinks he'll move on to the next stage. So the moment he touches the doorknob, a golden light begins to emerge from his hand. Everything has been restored. He's perfectly recovered from everything. Maybe it's because he pushed himself past his limit and then recovered, but he can feel it, he's tougher than before. Wait a second, if there's a 10 times time difference from the outside world, that means it's basically a training bonus event with 10 times more time, isn't it? Hell yeah. It's basically the Dragon Ball Z training room. He's going to do 10 more days of bunny hops before moving on. Then the scene cuts and we see blood and someone screaming. Hey, is that ready? Almost finished. We see two men of unknown identities talking while they kill a man over a circle of black magic. Very soon, this continent will be swallowed by darkness and will walk its own path toward ruin. Now that the immortal king has been resurrected, just a little push is enough. The rest he will handle on his own. The abyss. If the abyss opens again on this land, we can finally bring this world to its knees. All of this is for the oath that defies the heavens. We see the two of them casting a spell together, and a hand made of shadows emerges. Back to Heinrich. He moves forward toward the location of the second trial. Entering the site of the second test, he begins to look around and is taken aback. Is this a chapel? If the trial is taking place inside a chapel, then the second trial of the Holy Sword, pray to the deity. Pray? Well, if that's what the system says, he just has to follow it. So he begins to kneel down in a prayer position. This trial is based on questions from previous exams taken by veterans. It's a test of faith and divine power directed toward the deity. Well, with his divine power being somewhere between that of a bishop and an archbishop, this is basically a free pass, isn't it? He'll pass as long as he perfectly fills the divine symbol with divine power. How about this? Even while praying, he wasn't able to meet the requirements. Unbelievable, even using all his faith wasn't enough. So he begins to pray again, but this time using the skills, Mind Hub and Persona. With those, he merges all of his personas and alter egos into a single mind to enhance the focus of his prayer. Use all mental strength and convert it into faith. Still not enough. Then, as the final step, he's going to add the power of his main body. His body begins to glow as if it were turning into gold. His faith level rises significantly. Then a system notification appears. You have fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. You have acquired the special ability, Blessing, Amplification. The divine power that had been overflowing has now settled. The maximum amount of divine power he can withstand has increased. With this, he could almost rival an archbishop, huh? You have passed the second trial. Proceeding to the next stage. Great, everything is going smoothly, isn't it? The trial continues. He then enters the next door. The next trial setting is a dark and ominous environment, with crows and everything around in ruins. The system states, eliminate the enemy. Are we just going to do this out of nowhere? He then notices something strange in the sky, a mysterious cloaked figure. This feels familiar. Where has he seen that figure before? Then it descends to the ground. A subordinate of the former immortal king. An archlich. A hunter from the church, huh? How did you make it this far? He looks like Hans before his awakening. It's best not to underestimate him. After all, even a paladin would hesitate to face an archlich in one-on-one combat. If he doesn't intend to answer, then he strikes his staff against the ground. Die, dog of the church. He summons several skeletal soldiers, some of them with human-like appearances. Just the archlich alone is already troublesome enough, and now he also has to deal with this army of undead? He was probably expecting exactly this kind of reaction. But unfortunately, dear trial creator, why is he muttering to himself? Like someone about to die, your resistance ends here. Go forth, my subordinates. However, Heinrich begins to easily cut down the soldiers, dodging their strikes and countering with simple blows, yet enough to destroy them. How is he managing to dodge all of them? Damn it, just crush him already. Then they all charge at him. That archlich shouldn't assume that all he knows how to do is dodge. So he draws his sword, embedded with holy power, and begins slicing all the enemies in two. That divine power? Are you an archbishop? To think an undead would know what it means to feel fear. How ridiculous. He's just glad to finally be able to show his full power. So this is where it all ends. The archlich begins to channel a powerful spell. Let's see if you can block this too. He summons a few ghostly skulls and tries to strike the protagonist. However, he keeps defending and striking back with only a single attack. You stopped everything with just one blow? Impossible. He says with a look of shock. You predicted all of his tactics? Asks the defeated archlich lying on the ground, almost begging for his life. It's a shame, but he doesn't have any kind of cheat ability like that. On the other hand, he does have a very talented tutor, the strongest direct impact instructor among the undead. And we see that the instructor is Hans. Some kind of personal tutor or whatever. All you ever do is talk nonsense. He's curious to see how much longer that talkative mouth of yours will keep running. Let's see if you can dodge this. Then he starts casting a new spell again, in which a magic circle appears and begins to aim at him from the sky. Heinrich is impressed by such a powerful display. Deathbolt rain. Black lightning bolts begin raining down on the protagonist, giving him no chance to defend. The Archlich laughs. After all, he believes he has defeated his enemy. Ah! There's no way he could have blocked his secret technique. Farewell, arrogant holy knight. Then he hears a voice from afar. Oh, so that was your final move? What? He's still alive? How the hell is he still alive? Of course he's alive, because it didn't hit him. Heinrich says it with a defiant smile on his face. That makes no sense. How could a mere holy knight block his ability? It's impossible. This is completely impossible. Then he unleashes his secret technique once again, and we clearly see that Heinrich has no difficulty moving and dodging all the black lightning bolts. In fact, he's even laughing while dodging. Yeah, it probably doesn't make any sense to him, logically speaking. Even if there's a type advantage, it's still incredibly difficult for one person to completely block that kind of bombardment. But with Hansa's knowledge now being his, he can see every single weakness in the dark magic. So he quickly closes the distance to the enemy and declares that this is the end. With a swift and clean slash, using all the holy energy he can muster, he cuts the Archlich in half, purifying even the ground beneath the strike. However, even though he appears to be dead, the Archlich continues speaking. Ah, not bad, holy warrior of the Orda. But he will never be able to kill the Archlich. As long as he doesn't manage to destroy the core, he'll keep regenerating, again and again. We see a trail of dark magic floating around, moving toward a secret passage in the ground. Fufu. The Order really has created an impressive holy knight. But soon he'll taste true hell once he's resurrected. We see a purple egg. Inside it, as if there were a black hole, a star-filled void. He'll make sure you pay for this humiliation. The Order will. Got you. Heinrich appears suddenly. Spreading dark magic around like that, how could he not notice? He arrived first and had been waiting. Wait. Very well then, goodbye. He swiftly slices the egg into pieces, and a system notification appears. Third trial cleared. Proceed through the gate to the place where the holy sword lies. Then he sees the new door in front of him. As expected, defeating monsters and receiving rewards really is the proper way to do things. Alright then, he should head inside. We see the new location he's been teleported to. Several statues stand around with a sword embedded in the ground, surrounded by 7 tombstones. Heinrich is struck by the sight. So this is the famous holy sword. A beautiful weapon with golden inscriptions running from the hilt to the blade. The spot where the sword is embedded is the abyss created by the immortal king. Remove the holy sword and be recognized as its master. Alright, let's do this. As he begins to pull the sword, all the sacred energy in the area starts to become distorted. Something is endlessly pouring out. Are these the battle records of the previous heroes? The techniques for wielding the holy sword, the tricks for manipulating energy, even methods for dealing with special monsters. This is the accumulated knowledge of all the past wielders of the holy sword. Everything begins to flood into his mind, as if he were inheriting all the wisdom of his predecessors. Even so, their emotions are also flooding into his thoughts, so it's best to stop here. He activates the Mind Hub skill. Other holy knights might succumb, but not him. This is already enough, so he begins to apply more force to pull the sword. Come out quietly. Partner. You have achieved the condition and gained enlightenment. Great. Acquired special skill, blessing, holy sword. A stigmata on his palm? In the shape of a cross. Then the sword begins to shine intensely and vanishes. So he can use it like a subspace, huh? That'll be useful for drawing the holy sword. You have achieved the condition and gained enlightenment. Skill, Paladin's combat techniques, and comprehensive weapon arts, have merged and evolved into special skill, Logia's holy warfare. Then he summons the sword from the subspace and begins to train. This is incredible. To think he has acquired the perfected battle technique of the holy sword's past wielders. With just enlightenment, his power grows stronger and his movements become sharper. Finally, as he gazes at his reflection in the blade, we have reclaimed the holy sword, my lady. Then the scene shifts. A mountainous region on the western continent of Ion, between the kingdom of Talia and Lesk. We see an abandoned house in the middle of the forest. Inside it, there are scrolls and skulls. Dark mage of the mountains, what is your name? We see Hans with his new appearance. His name is Victor Nolan, sir. He is kneeling, trembling with fear. Victor, this is Hannibal Strauss. He does know who that is, doesn't he? Yes, of course he would know, sir, immortal king. He will follow every command given, so please spare his life. He came to recruit talents, so why all the nervousness? He even spoke quite kindly. But he forgot he still had the Eyes of Darkness skill active. While talking to Victor, he sensed something strange like a sixth sense. But what was that? Victor, confused, asks, "What happened, my king?" Someone openly conducted sacrificial rituals. And on top of that, they occurred simultaneously in both the western and southern regions of the Kingdom of Lesk. To think those reckless fools would dare make plans without consulting the immortal king. What does he intend to do? Well, dark energy begins to radiate from his entire body. He needs to hear their reasons in person, of course. The secret organization continues the ritual, now involving even more people. The pentagram grows more colorful, more intense, and begins to emit an even greater amount of dark power. Everything is proceeding smoothly. It seems there are no issues anywhere else either. 30 years. They spend an unbelievable 30 years preparing for this. This is the moment when all their hardships are finally being rewarded. However, the elder with an aged appearance suddenly begins coughing up blood. What is happening? The magic circle is vanishing. Even after everything, he still hasn't been able to complete the grand spell. But he cannot stop now. If things have reached this point, he grabs hold of a necklace bearing a purple gemstone. Then he will offer himself as a sacrifice. The necklace is shattered and black flames begin to corrode his body. He becomes one with the pentagram, dedicating the remainder of his life to completing the spell. Another sect member watches, pleased by such a profound display of loyalty. So, he has finally embraced even the seed of madness within his own body. He will remember this moment. He was the greatest bearer of vows he had ever acknowledged. He was truly a madman in both body and soul. But that madness will be rewarded. Very soon, exactly as he wished, this world will fall into ruin. Outside, Hans watches this overwhelming display of power, one that reaches even the clouds. Something unbelievable has occurred. The Abyss, the entity said to hold power capable of destroying the entire world. That Abyss, for the first time in 1,000 years since the first immortal king, is opening once again. He had never even considered a variable like this. By the time they managed to track them down, it was already too late. The vow of defiance. It's time to settle the score with those bastards. But before he can finish that thought, he feels a sharp pain in his heart. Whispers begin to echo in his mind. Death to the world. Vengeance. Let this continent drown in death. Erase every living being from this land. March silently toward destruction and sleep forever. The voices of the former immortal kings. Are these the remnants of thought left behind by the immortal kings who once rested within the abyss? But what the hell is he doing? Suddenly, the former immortal king appears before him. Come and join him. They must shroud the world in death. You think some ghost from the past has the right to give me orders? He's stunned. What the hell did he just say? He has absolutely no intention of obeying the orders of a loser. He begins to laugh like a demon. Ha ha ha. So, you broke free from the will of death, didn't you? Even after becoming an immortal king, you managed to keep your consciousness intact. This junior of yours truly turned out to be a prodigy. That makes their blood boil with rage and envy. We are still chained by death. Chained, he says. Now he thinks he understands. That impurity he'd been feeling in his heart all this time, was it the lingering thoughts of them? We are bound by resentment, forever unable to break free. We too seek liberation, O new immortal king. Liberation. Liberation from these emotions. These guys are getting way too noisy. Wait a second, emotions? So, in the end, he's still shackled by the emotion of death. Why don't you all just shut up already? He'll grant their wish. And erase every last one of them. If he truly grants them an eternal death, then he will give them a gift. Something they should have had but never could. Something he should have had, but never obtained? What the hell is he talking about? Well, in any case, he'll find out for himself soon enough. Activating skill, persona. Persona allows one to control specific emotions, targeting the lingering thoughts embedded in the heart, and expelling them from the body. He's coming apart. He's being erased. At last, eternal death is approaching. Farewell, you pathetic old fools. He finally manages to erase every trace of the former immortal kings. And because of that, black words begin to fly toward him. He starts absorbing those words through his hand, gaining even more knowledge. He admits it, this really could be considered a gift. Who would have thought he had left traces of the immortal king's legacy scattered everywhere? The first immortal king laid waste to half a continent, and the second brought down an entire empire. That's a feat that, no matter how powerful one might be, could never be achieved alone. Naturally, there were followers who served him. An undying army that marched at the forefront, carrying out the will of the immortal king. Most were wiped out by the order, but many managed to escape thanks to the discretion of their commanders. And the method many of them chose was to seal themselves at the edge of the abyss. And now, it seems the first of those legacies has begun to crawl back out. Back to Heinrich. He had just obtained the holy sword, and the moment he was leaving, he felt a strange energy. The ground began to crack. The abyss was opening once again. Royal Guard of the Immortal King. Dwell McCain, Archlich, the very same enemy he had just faced, emerged from the abyss. Those filthy bastards from the Order. He can't let it end like this. Not now that he's returned to the world of the living. And when he looks up, he sees the same knight who had recently defeated him. We've met before, haven't we? That stinks. Sorry, it's just, he only just returned to the world of the living. Talk about bad luck, coming back to life at a time like this. So he kills the Archlich again, who ends up dropping the same stone that had appeared in the other world. So the source was trapped between the holy sword and the abyss, huh? Normally he'd be destroying that source right about now, but he'll be merciful and hand it over to Hans. Make sure to serve him well as your new master. After all, he's a very good boy. Then Hans finally arrives at the location where the explosion occurred. However, he doesn't find anyone there. The ones known as the Vow of Defiance have already fled, huh? This must be the source of the abyss that shot up into the sky. He's sure of it, since the energy is definitely most concentrated right here. To open an abyss so immense that it could pierce the sky. But as he looks down at the ground, he notices a fragment of a strange object lying there. Upon inspecting it more closely, it turns out to be nothing more than a piece of metal. Did those bastards drop this? The energy is unstable, so he can't track where it came from, but he'll keep it for now. The flow of leaked energy from the abyss continues to increase. The madness seeping from the abyss is resonating. Even though it's an unstable gate, that alone will already have a huge impact on the continent. He activates the skill, Eye of Darkness. Well, so this is the origin of the dark magic contained within the heart of the Immortal King. If he does this properly, he might be able to control it. He then begins to gather and concentrate all the abyssal energy into his hand, just like when he absorbed the ancient knowledge of the Immortal Kings. He's going to focus all his power into a single point, and absorb it. He merges with all the energy present at the location. He can feel it. The abyssal energy clinging to his heart and bones. It feels like his power has been greatly amplified. Those bastards from the Vow of Defiance have done him quite a favor. Should he add them to the list of villains? As he was thinking about it, a presence startled him. Something began to emerge from the floor of the abyss. Wait, could that be? A dragon made of bone begins to burst through and tear apart the ground. Yes, is that the bone dragon in Trejo? He bursts out of the ground in grand fashion, breathing fire from his mouth. Or at least, something like fire seems to be leaking out of it. Excellent. This is truly magnificent. However, he doesn't recognize Hans as his new master. What's this? You don't recognize your master in Trejo? Then, staring straight into the dragon's eyes and overflowing with dark energy, the dragon finally acknowledges him. Ah yes. He's finally recognized his new master. Now that he gets a good look at him, he's actually kind of cute. It's like having a pet. This isn't the end of the Immortal King's legacy. He's excited for what comes next. And again he senses something as if it were a sixth sense. You felt it too, didn't you? Some people are envious of our little meeting and are heading this way. The timing isn't ideal. He still hasn't learned enough about the abyss. Running into the Great Divine Order under these conditions is a bit... No, even in real life when you buy a new car you call a friend and go out for a test drive. The abyss that was opened after 1,000 years, and the appearance of the bone dragon. This is a chance to gather a massive amount of karma. He endured so many hardships in such a confined place. Then the dragon begins to flap its wings. Now fly as much as you want. Show them what kind of being you truly are, Hans shouts. Meanwhile, the paladins approach on horseback. Let's hurry. The energy of evil still lingers in the abyss. Yes. Even though we are an elite force, we departed too quickly, so our numbers are few. If the enemy is capable of releasing this kind of energy, we may need to prepare ourselves. The sky has darkened. Could it be because of the abyss? However, one of the paladins watches the sky closely. No, that's not it. Everyone prepare for battle. It's the bone dragon. Look above it. It's the Immortal King. What brings the henchmen of the Order all the way here? Immortal King. We came upon hearing that the abyss had been opened. I see. And what do you intend to do about it? Are you serious, even after the disaster that unfolded across the continent just to open the abyss? Tens of thousands were sacrificed in a ritual. Tens of thousands. He knew rituals were happening all over the continent. Those bastards from the Vow of Defiance are even more insane than he thought. And that's not all. The damage the continent will suffer due to the Abyss's influence is beyond imagination. Of course, all of this is your fault. No, it wasn't. He's curious about that too. But he must play his role as the villain here. That's a question not even worth answering. Who else but him could accomplish something like this? As expected. He will bring judgment upon you this very moment. Don't get carried away, dogs of the Order. Today he intends only to give you a warning. A warning? What nonsense. Let's shut that mouth of yours. Everyone stand down. Archbishop Latius. What do you mean by this? None of you have noticed? He's maintaining a constant distance in the sky. The immortal king wouldn't simply want to have a peaceful conversation with us. This is clearly a trap meant to kill us. Wait, what the hell is this lunatic talking about? What kind of warning could the master of the abyss be giving us? The holy knight Heinrich Landgard, the one who pierced his heart. This is a warning for him. What? A warning? What does that mean? What kind of warning does the immortal king want to give? Perhaps it's because of their faith in Heinrich that the heavens are lending me their aid. It's so easy to get into character. This is his victory. A warning for Sir Heinrich? Yes. I, Hannibal Strauss, acknowledge his power. Next time we meet, he will take your life and make you his subordinate. You dare to defile the hero of the gods like that. This is intolerable. For the climax, he needs to emphasize Heinrich's name. And his own name as well, Hannibal Strauss. Perhaps he should wrap things up for now. Enough of this commotion. All of you have your roles to play too. Intrasio, show them your strength. Prepare your defenses. All the paladins begin to pray and invoke divine power. Faith will overcome all evil. Bone Dragon's unique skill, Breath of Death. He releases a black beam toward the paladins. Latius steps forward, trying to absorb as much of the damage as possible. Endure it, Knights of the Gods. Sir Latius, any more than this and... Suddenly the black beam is halted. We managed to stop it. We're alive. We survived. Don't lower your guard. Immediately return to battle formation. Sir, the immortal king, he's gone. What? Damn it. Did he really think that the elite of our great divine order would be defeated by a single breath? He clearly underestimated us. Immortal king. What exactly is he plotting? What kind of wicked plan does he have in mind? Intrasio, your smoke was masterfully done. How did you manage to create such a flawless breath? Thanks to that, we've earned a notorious reputation while still preserving innocent lives. The appearance of the immortal king who opened the abyss, and the dragon that protects him. Once again, this theatrical performance was a great success. However, another surge of dark energy appears. Still, it seems yet another legacy has awakened. Another abyss opens with black energy beams shooting into the sky. Skeletal hands rise from the ground. And an army of undead begins to emerge. He can feel the aura of his companions spread all across the continent. All troops advance. Knight Dullahan. Viscounty of the Kingdom of Charlotte. What the hell are those things? The abyss has opened here too. Everyone run. Damn it, he was wrong. We're surrounded. Surrounded? Undead would never have that level of intelligence. That can't be. Then they hear a scream. An undead of a different level appears and a soldier runs for his life. The undead are moving as one. Save me. Then he is sliced in half by the undead. We need to inform the Viscount. The Death Knight has resurrected in our kingdom. Meanwhile, in the new kingdom of the vampires, what is the current situation? The entire continent of Out Erica is in emergency mode. It's said that the abyss is opening all over the continent, summoning undead armies. And what about our clan's base, the kingdom of Talia? Fortunately, Talia and the surrounding nations haven't suffered any significant damage. That's probably because all the undead appearing nearby are being dealt with by Hans. But, is there something troubling you, sir? Any reports about the madness coming from the abyss and its effects? Aside from the undead, no one knows exactly what this madness is. It's still uncertain, but there's a growing number of disputes breaking out over trivial matters, possibly due to the influence of the madness. Isn't that a bit of an exaggerated assumption? Maybe everyone's just on edge. That's probably not the case. How can you be so sure? It's not just humans, even monster activity is being reported as unusual. Even the monsters are becoming more violent, which means that the madness is affecting all living beings on the continent. Humans are being killed more frequently. Even the monsters are killing each other. Everything is getting worse. From now on, gathering information about the madness will be our top priority. Understood, Lord Hines. He seems to be truly concerned. Hans is busy trying to regroup the immortal king's dormant army. And he also can't leave his post. At this moment, the place with the most information is the one and only Grand Divine Order. In the end, Heinrich has to take action. Then Heinrich finally reveals his beautiful, large and thick sword to our saint. Jokes aside. She is impressed by Heinrich's holy sword. He offers it just like in the Princess and Prince tales the saint used to read. Sir Heinrich, she knew you would succeed. He is happy to live up to your trust, saint. But he has heard that a lot happened while he was away. They say something strange came out of the abyss. That's right. What emerged from the abyss this time is madness. It seems unstable, but that makes it even more dangerous since we still don't know exactly what it is. So, should he investigate it himself? It's the perfect opportunity to put the Grand Divine Order's information network to good use. He has just gone through a trial, he should rest a little. Now that he has received the blessing of the Holy Sword, he wants to fulfill his duty. Heinrich's eyes shine brightly, showing complete confidence, and he would be able to gather information about the madness. The saint thinks for a moment and ends up giving in to his request. He really can't be stopped, can he? In that case, she will leave it in his hands. Please uncover the truth behind this madness, Sir Heinrich. Yes, saint, he will. Before that, there is a ritual you must perform now that he has obtained the holy sword. Then he is taken to a place of consecration, where the saint, priests, and a few guards are present. Clearly, a gathering that few people can know about. O sword of the divine, reveal your true form. Heinrich receives the saint's honor and raises the sword to the sky, which begins to shine. This is the holy sword. As expected, it is overwhelming. How much divine energy is concentrated in this single blade? The saint takes a necklace and brings it directly to him. He who has proven his worth in all things. Heinrich Landguard, she hereby names him a high paladin of the great divine order. Yes, I accept, my saint. The necklace, bearing the symbol of a star and a sun, begins to emit a brilliant light. The burst almost blinds him. By merely pausing his mental core for a second, the pure divine power nearly explodes his mind. What kind of absurd strength is this? His body is being reconstructed. But what the hell is happening? Then little by little, his hair begins to change color until it becomes completely white, with a golden aura surrounding him. Scion Paladin. No way, this is a great blessing. Whoa, the grace of the divine is upon him. The entity has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. Special ability acquired, great blessing. Night of Light. His hair turned white? It's radiating the same feeling as the saint. She, Raystar, saint of the great divine order, formally greets him. Saint Heinrich Landguard. No, holy being. Holy being him? The great blessing can only be granted by the will of the divine, which makes it the clearest sign of holiness. Bring it. Wait. Does this mean he's now on the same level as the saint? Then the servants bring him something interesting. This is, by any chance, the Guardian of Glory. It's a set of top-tier armor, forged by the finest craftsmen of the Great Divine Order. Every part is made from rare metals like mithril and orichalcum. On top of that, it's layered with high-level holy enchantments and divine barriers. It's practically a moving fortress. You could even call it a sacred relic in its own right. As expected from this armor, just by wearing it, he can feel the overwhelming divine power. The ultimate weapon, the holy sword, and the ultimate armor, Guardian of Glory. With this, his gear is complete. Looks like we'll be working together from now on. It's an honor. He tries to strike a hero pose, working alongside the saint. He's not sure he deserves that. So this is how things are going to be from now on? To be honest, she has been working until dawn every single day, and it has been exhausting. She's so happy to finally have someone to share the load with. Until dawn? Isn't this just a punishment? Or is it just me? Alright. The Continental Summit is scheduled to reconvene soon. We'll be discussing plans to wipe out the undead that have been appearing all across the continent, alongside the Immortal King. She'll be counting on you, Sir Heinrich. He'll give it his all, Saint. Alright then, let's give it our all until the summit, Hans. Who do you think is going to win this fight? Heinrich or Hans? Tell me your thoughts and see you in the next chapter. Then we change scenes. We return to one of the first locations where the Immortal King's troops appeared. We see a village completely destroyed and in flames, and a demon walking over the scorched land. They are pathetically weak. We get a clearer view of him holding a huge sword reminiscent of Guts from Berserk. Several men lie dead on the ground. But if the kingdom unites its forces, the situation will be reversed. Until then, we must build our power. Arrogant humans become subjects of the new kingdom. Then, using black magic and his sword, all the dead humans begin to rise again in the form of skeletal zombies. Literally a necromancer warrior. It seems he is a bit late. Ichem? Who is saying that? The one flying, is that by any chance? Karam, it's me. He gives a small display of power, frightening everyone. Ah, that power running through his veins. The new immortal king. All kneel before Hans. Hail our king. He has finally returned. The new immortal king. Karam. Just by looking at him I can tell he's an important figure. Power beyond that of a master swordsman, the leadership to command an army, and even necromancy to raise the undead. There's no mistaking who he is. My lord, it is an honor to be recognized by you. But, Karam, it seems you caused quite a commotion. I offer my deepest apologies. It so happened that the place where he first awoke was right next to a human settlement. What's done is done. But now it's time to strengthen our forces and gather power. For now we will retreat. You will follow your order. He vanishes like the wind and is imprisoned in Hans's hands, both he and his army. Hans begins to assess the situation around the village. The damage is quite severe. This entire area was completely devastated. He cannot leave it like this. And soon we will be eliminated one by one. A continental summit is scheduled to be held again soon, said the saint. But our forces are so scattered that it will not be easy to gather everyone in time. In that case, he begins to focus the dark energy in his hands, forming a sort of black hole. He wanted to avoid this method because of its strong side effects, but there's no other choice. By channeling black magic into the ground, he manages to connect with everyone in the army of the former immortal king. Hear me, my children. Your lord, the immortal king. He is here in the flesh. This will inevitably reveal his location, but the order will need time to analyze this dark magic. As long as we gather quickly and disappear, that is enough. Now, hurry and answer him. All present begin to respond to the call, creating a screen of dark magic. We obey the command of the Absolute One. We stand before the true Lord of the Undying. O new king, your servant shall depart there at once. He will march immediately with the troops stationed in the southwest. He will march immediately with the troops stationed in the southwest. Yes, my loyal and devoted army. He shall lead you to a new future unlike anything that has ever existed. Ah, he laughs like a true villain. Changing scenes, we see two adventurers walking through the forest at night. Hey Mike, are you sure this is safe? He's heard that undead have been appearing all over the place lately. Come on, they're just rumors, just rumors. Let's just focus on transporting the supplies. What was that? Sigh, you coward. What kind of undead sneaks around quietly? Obviously it's just a wild animal or something like that. Hey, look behind you, this time I'm serious. What is it now? Must be another animal. Could there really be something behind him? Before he could finish, a sword slices through his neck. A fierce ogre annihilates him. Hey, what the hell was that? Monsters are nearby. What the hell are these things? They're supposed to live deep in the mountains. Why are they here? He's never heard of anything like this before. Monsters joining forces? Meanwhile, in another region involving another clone of the protagonist, Hubert the Merchant. Hubert Trading Company. What is this? Monsters from the northern mountains attacked a caravan in a group? This is also an effect of the madness. If this continues, even Tarak, which is nearby, will be in danger. We secured food and war supplies in advance, but this is not the time for business. Small merchants chase after coins, great merchants chase after hearts. Times like these call for providing help. He begins to analyze the map of the kingdom and nearby cities. Aonia County. Fortress of Steel. But still, specifically where? The Fortress of Steel is recruiting mercenaries on a large scale? Just the news we needed. Recruitment of mercenaries? It seems that the Fortress of Steel is also in trouble. The monsters from the northern mountains are showing signs of moving south, right? And the gossip in the tavern continues. They are not ordinary monsters. They are advancing as if they were enraged, making Harley's group hear the news. Everyone heard that, right? What do we do? Harley, and you? Well, of course he's going to join the fight. You can't miss an opportunity like this, right? That's Harley. So when are we leaving? Why do you ask? Harley, don't tell me. Of course right now. Aha, he runs off excited for finally having a fight. But his companions realize that something is missing. Did he pay for the drinks? No. Grab Harley now. Make that bastard pay for the drinks today. Tarak Mercenary Guild. Finally, Harley arrived at the place. Hello Harley, welcome. Meanwhile, the members on the floor exhausted after trying to force him to pay for the drinks. That guy who looks like a monster. Oh, so this simple guy knows Harley? Of course. If you don't know Harley in this field, you must be from another continent. Then this will be quick. He and these three are signing up for the mercenary recruitment. Process this quickly. Sorry, but Harley's request is difficult to process. What do you mean? What does that mean? Does it make sense for a mercenary guild not to give work to mercenaries? Does he perhaps want to get beaten up by us? No, that's not it. Harley, he has a special nomination request. Then he receives a letter, quite a beautiful one at that, showing its importance. Nomination request? He was planning to go to the Fortress of Steel, so he hadn't thought about that. He's going to refuse this request. That's Harley. Decisive. Cool. Jim, he thinks he can't refuse this one. The client is Lord Talmine Aeonia. Wait, Taloasis? Who is that? No, it's Lord Talmine Aeonia. Right here, the Lord of the Aeonia territory. Office of the Lord of Aeonia. He is waiting in this room. The Lord is here? He then suddenly bursts through the door, wanting to draw attention. The Lord is here and Harley has just entered the scene. However, he ends up seeing a different sight than usual. A knight at the window? Possibly not the Lord. The Lord wouldn't talk to a mere mercenary. He is Knight Robin, authorized for this mission. They've heard of him, but he is quite large. And very unique. As he stares at the wolf ears, the female version of girls with cat ears. He understands the matter. So, what does a knight want with a mere mercenary? There is only one reason we have nominated you. We need someone to lead the attack on the Northern Mountains. Northern Mountains? Isn't that the place overrun by monsters now? The mission is to rescue a VIP. The target's name is Jaonic Steelstone. He is a blacksmith from our territory and his race is dwarf. We have images of him in some mine, mining some kind of bluish crystal. Switching scenes, we see a hospital in Seoul. We should go now, Grandma. Ah, she's fine, so don't worry, go ahead. He is happy that she is feeling better. Right? The doctors were also surprised. It seems she may be discharged soon. But there is something strange. Strange. According to the doctor, it is as if a high-ranking priest had poured divine power for days. Where would someone humble like him have such incredible connections? It was him, a pity he can't reveal that information, at least not now. Grandma must have overcome this on her own. She is strong. Right? Wow, our grandma who spent her life serving others was finally rewarded? Ah yes. How is your moving plan going? He found a house in the suburbs for a quieter life. Oh, a private house. Hang Sunghyun is successful now. But isn't it hard to be far from Seoul? It is a sacrifice he is willing to make. Apologies to Taesan for worrying, but now that the duration of his projection has increased, he can easily travel long distances. He won't sell his old house and will use it as a base. The main reason he managed to get a bigger house is, he doesn't know how many clones will appear in the future. This last page of the chapter looks a lot like solo leveling. Then on the next day we see the snowy mountains and Harley walking with a group. Is it because this request comes from the Lord himself? Everyone is being very proactive. And that knight over there is really impressive. He is not just delivering the request, he is actually participating personally. A little further and we will reach the last area where Jaonic left a transmission. He sent a transmission? Yes. The moment he noticed the monsters acting strangely, he hid in a safe cave and contacted us with a magic device. Did Jaonic really need to climb the mountain at a time like this? Well, he couldn't have known things would turn out this way. Dwarfs chasing rare minerals is nothing new. I see these are all well-known mercenaries from Turok. Using such elite people as guides. How incredible Jaonic Steelstone is as a blacksmith. Careful, monsters. Some ice ogres appear in front of the group. Leave this to us. The two combine crossbow arrows and fire magic to form a strong combo. They fire directly at the monsters point blank. However, to their surprise, after the smoke of the explosion clears, the monsters remain unmoved and without apparent injuries. The further we advance, the tougher they become. Their vitality and defense also seem unusually high. Looks like he'll have to intervene. He activates the marks on his body to increase his base strength and using all his power, leaps directly at the monsters. Grabbing both their heads and smashing them together, making an instant double kill. Two others try to advance against Harley, who with 2 punches smashes the monsters' heads. Harley, watch your back. 3 of them at once? Bare fists might not be enough. If he used wild instinct he could finish this easily. But they might mistake him for a monster disguised as a human. In that case he puts strength into his legs and jumps directly at the enemies. Charging power into his hands, he pierces one of the monsters with his bare hands. The other ends up making a huge cut on his chest, and the last monster using both hands together. He's going to finish this before even landing. Invisible hand operation. What? He just punched 3 of them at once? Now they don't know who's really the monster here. Is something like that even possible? He's already seen this several times just today but still can't get used to it. Harley starts consuming the magic stones. Wait, Harley? What are you doing? Sorry, he was so hungry that he did it out of habit. Out of habit? He can't believe it. It's the secret magic of our tribe. We absorb energy by eating magic stones. She has never heard of anyone capable of doing that. There's no way eating something like that wouldn't harm you. Nah, he's fine. He's used to these crystals, however, something strange happened this time. Blood starts coming out of his mouth. No, he's not fine. What is this nausea? Annoying. It feels disgusting. He wants to crush everything. Should he just annihilate everything? Yes, let's kill them. Such violent emotions. Thanks to the mental link, he is holding himself back, but that's not all. Every muscle and sense is becoming more active. Could it be? He starts to see a red smoke coming out of the monsters as if it were some kind of aura. Madness spreading throughout the whole forest. Switching scenes, we see Hans. Quite a sight, isn't it? Several ghost soldiers and a lady in black kneeling before the immortal king. She pledged her loyalty to the king. Banshee Queen Olivia. A high-ranking officer of the undead army, a Banshee Queen with a ghost unit. What an incredible achievement. A lineup worthy of the history books like in Trejo or Karam. Well done, Olivia. She has gathered far more strength than he expected. As the king commanded, she minimized clashes with humans and gathered the children. Olivia, there is something he needs you to do. Command it and it shall be done. That people's organization. Extract every fragment of information you can from the oath of reversing heaven. Her ability is perfectly suited for this. It is an honor. Olivia will do her utmost. What is it he most desires from them? Why, of course, absolute obedience. Hear me, my children. Hunt down every last remnant of them and drain their souls, and dedicate everything to the king. I would like to thank the support of our subscribers and say that our latest video of this manhwa is close to 100,000 views. Thank you very much to everyone. Keep subscribing and commenting and I will keep releasing this manhwa. See you in the next video. Meanwhile, their vampire analyzes the latest news. Hans managed to unearth this kind of information about the Banshee Queen, obtaining details that most would not even dare to search for. Information about the state of the nation coming from the Brokaslak clan, about the underworld coming from the Banshees, and he can count on Harley for anything related to madness. But why does he have this feeling of fear? As if he were having a migraine. Suddenly his subordinate enters the office. Lord Hines. What happened? A short while ago in the demon forest, a report arrived that the monsters started attacking. He sent 2 of the purebloods there, so it should be all right. That is not all. Ichem? The monsters in the northern mountains started descending to the south with full force. This spreads in all directions in an instant. This is madness. Something that cannot be seen, as if it mixed with the air. Everyone is being corrupted by madness just by breathing. Wait, what about his companions? The effect is small, but they are not completely immune. It seems the effect is lighter on humans at least. We are about to reach our destination, so let's hurry. Just a little more. Even so. This is really dangerous, isn't it? His body keeps having spasms. His physical abilities are becoming explosively stronger, but in exchange, it seems he is losing control of his own body. Then a system notification appears. Controlling the physical transformation with the skill body mutation. If it were not for this skill, he would have become a lunatic like the orcs. Everyone stop. What, there are more monsters? At least he is dressed like a monster. It suits me quite well, don't you think? Some plants start moving. They are already here, he was waiting. Blacksmith, Zaonic Steelstone and another unknown. He dug a cave there. He will escort you to it. He is curious but he cannot. Hallie, don't tell me. That's right. Monsters are coming. Let's go down there now. Several orcs appear with different types of weapons. All possessed by madness. Everyone cover our rear as we go down the mountain. While they run, the dwarf starts falling behind. After all, he takes short steps. One of the orcs is approaching to wound him. Someone please save me. Harley appears, cutting the orc in half using only his bare hands, leaving the dwarf impressed. They are so big it is satisfying to cut them. Hey, this is not the time to have fun. At this pace they will catch up to us in no time. Then Harley has an idea to run with the dwarf just like he did with the elf he saved months ago. How ruthless. Those monsters run fast too. They are right. At this pace we will be exterminated. Except for him. Don't say such frightening things. Isn't there a better way? Hey Mr. Knight, he is running out of energy. Could he receive his share of the magic stones now? What? He does not know what he wants to do with this, but if it is necessary for the mission, he sees no reason not to. He gives a bag full of magic stones from monsters. Thank you. For now, he will leave this dwarf with them for protection. Harley, what the hell is he doing? It is dangerous, he has to get out of there. Ah, wasn't it them who asked if there was a better way? He opens the bag full of red fragments and starts ingesting them all at once. He can feel a madness far greater than before. It seems that each magic stone contains a different amount of madness. If he absorbs the power of the madness from the magic stones while controlling it with his skills, theoretically he can become infinitely stronger. In that case, he will devour all the madness that has arisen in this world. He screams and his voice echoes throughout the mountain. A system notification appears. The individual has met the conditions for growth. The skill wildness has evolved into the special skill frenzied beast. His whole body starts to turn slightly red, even the tattoos begin to gain more colors. Upon opening his eyes, we see that even his eye and his breath leak madness. He became slightly mad, although he can still control himself. Alright then, now it is showtime. He equips the 2 axes and goes alone against all the enemies. Let the carnage begin. His whole body is boiling. It is unbearably hot. It reminds me of Goku's first transformation. Whoever guesses it right in the comments, I will put a heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Kaioken. He charges directly at the monsters, simply destroying them all without them even being able to react. Die all of you, looking like a true barbarian. In the end, from all that crowd, not a single monster was left to tell the tale. This is the power of the frenzied beast. She can barely see his movements. How can he be like this? The rumors that he was the strongest mercenary of Turok were not an exaggeration. Not the strongest of Turok. The strongest of the whole continent. Other monsters keep coming, however, nothing is capable of stopping Harley's carnage. He toys with his opponents using the axe in incredible ways. This basically settles the matter. Skill Jewel Eye, Severe Winter. That was amazing, Harley. Is he alright? Everyone runs off seeking to obtain information about him. He has the bravery of a dwarf. After begging for his life and running away. Suddenly, Harley feels some kind of strange energy. His whole body is screaming for him to flee. This is the first time he feels so tense. Harley, what is that face? Don't tell me more enemies are coming? Kah. This is really bad. If we encounter the monster that is coming now, it will be a total extermination. Well, except for him. We have come too far to give up now. Do something, muscle friend. Old man. When he saw them before, he dug a burrow to hide, right? That's right. He very bravely dug that burrow. So can he hide all of us now? Within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 5 minutes are enough. With your beautiful tool, Ellen. A radiant pickaxe looking like diamonds. Ellen? Just by looking at it, it shines? Is this a magical tool? Now everyone get ready. Get ready? Yes. With a simple strike of the pickaxe on the ground, everything starts to shake. The ground is shaking? Several cracks begin to appear. He strikes again with the pickaxe, making the ground collapse and everyone scream in despair. And then what do you think? Quite cozy, isn't it? They make a bonfire while hiding from the monsters. He made a place like this with just a few blows of his pickaxe. He really is an incredible dwarf. The system issues a new announcement. A usable medium for skill customization has been discovered. A medium? An item here is on the same level as the branch of the world tree that created Harris? Medium name, Alan. A pickaxe reborn as a magical tool, imbued with the secret soul of the dwarf craftsman Zadnik, refined over 20 years. This thing is much more incredible than it looks. It carries 20 years of Zaonic's history, the master craftsman. If that is the case, he will devour it one way or another. The dwarf can feel Harley's malice from meters away. Some stones start falling on the team. Something noisy coming from above. Is it the monster he mentioned before? Judging by the presence, it just sat above us. Probably trying to eat the bodies of the monsters we killed. Maybe we should escape while it is distracted. Not a good idea. It would probably catch up to us quickly. Ah, Harley? He had a good idea. The biggest problem is that thing sitting right above us, right? Then what if he lures it far away? This time it may really cost him his life, and even so he would try. Yes. Harley, are you really sure about this? Of course. As long as he has this. What? Why his Ellen? Just an insurance, he knows. It will be very useful in a dangerous situation. But this is a magical tool with limited uses. What are you hesitating for, Zeonic, you fool? No matter how precious it is, life comes first. Alright, you can take it. Thank you. However, he does not want to give away this pickaxe at all, but it is foolishness to try to contend with Harley. Drop it. He said he would give it to him. With his big hands, he can only use it like a mason's trowel anyway. He finally lost the battle. Ah. He will use it well and return it. Probably. Ellen. Sorry, but he does not think he will return it. But he also saved his life, so let's consider it settled. With this he acquired Ellen safely. No, he acquired a dwarf. Soon we will have a dwarf clone. Harley emerges from the ground. As he expected, the air outside is so refreshing. Now then, how about making the monsters introduce themselves to each other? It seems someone even more incredible than he thought has appeared. Even a superior species like a two-headed ogre can succumb to madness. Judging by its belly, it must have devoured a terrifying number of magic stones. The monster notices Harley from afar. What is he doing? Don't tell me it came following the scent of the magic stones he ate? Well, that is not a bad thing. If he wants to send the dwarf friend back safely, he has to escape this place with you. Follow me. Here should already be far enough. No one should be able to see us here. Very well then, skill mutation. Skill physical transformation. Let's have a real monster versus monster fight. He transforms his fingers into super sharp claws and goes toward the enemy, making deep cuts in them. Yes, this is the taste. The taste of tearing apart with his own hands. He must have thought he became stronger being intoxicated by madness. But here is the problem. He was not the only one who devoured the madness. The monster starts running in fear of Harley. He was the first one who started attacking and now is the first one trying to run? Harley grabs one of its heads and rips it off. By any chance, don't you think you don't need to walk around with two heads? And he throws it violently to the ground. He stands up laughing and even speaking. That arrogance of yours will only last for now. His subordinates will certainly arrive here as reinforcements. However, when he looks around, they are already lying lifeless on the ground. How the hell did this happen? Thanks to him, he was able to relax a little. He was here just completing a task. And it was already becoming boring. He starts gathering blood on his finger and releases it like a laser beam, thus destroying the monster's last head. Now without the two heads, the monster finally falls lifeless. Ah. As expected, it is more comfortable with two instead of one. Good thing he called Heinz. Although he had originally called him for something else. But the gift from Lord Zeonic will be very useful. While Heinz stores the pickaxe in the dimensional gate, Harley is drooling with hunger. How strong will he become if he eats this? He will finish you off before the madness evaporates. Very well then, how about he also tastes the blood tainted with madness? However, before they could enjoy the banquet, something catches their attention. What is this feeling? A volcano on top of the mountain begins to erupt. It is the same energy he felt from Intrejo. Then from the fire, a dragon begins to emerge. Red Dragon Herados. He will devour everything. Hunger, he is starving, he is going insane. This is a real living dragon. Depending on the era, they can even be revered as sacred beings. But that one was completely devoured by madness. There is no point in expecting a rational conversation. A half-breed human and a vampire? What fine snacks. They might be enough to sate his hunger. Who should he eat first? No, it is better to devour you both at once. They prepare for battle. Harley and Heinz pierce the dragon's eyes at the same time. However, the dragon only laughs. As expected of a dragon. Already healed. With such thick skin and on top of that this regeneration ability? That is totally unbalanced. Inferior beings. In his eternal life he was only defeated once. Well yeah, who did you lose to? The King of Death. The King of Immortality. The one who sentenced him to death. The Immortal King? That's right. But he perished and his curse was broken. They are laughing? What kind of reaction is that? Sorry, but we called a friend over in the meantime. Since the two of us might not be enough. We apologize in advance for the trauma. The dragon does not understand what they mean, but in just a few seconds, something appeared in front of him. A dragon tainted by madness, he will be an excellent subject for experiments. The third immortal king Hans. Then, the monster knows the monster. The dragon becomes terrified upon realizing that the one standing in front of him was the new immortal king. A dragon consumed by madness, what an excellent test subject he will be. What? The immortal king has returned here. He can see him through the memories of the previous immortal king. If even you could awaken from that corpse-like slumber, then who can say he cannot return from death itself? The dragon truly felt the pressure and little by little tries to move away. However, it ends up striking its tail against some kind of barrier. Haha, don't even think about running or flying away from here. Inside this barrier, your wings will not take you anywhere. After realizing that he had been trapped, the dragon begins to go insane. Kill him, kill him. The immortal king. Kill him. Avenge us. Then Heratos begins to accumulate power. Incredible, he is absorbing all the madness in the air. Not even he would be able to accomplish this. An overwhelming power is emerging. Yes, that strange power is the will of nature, commanding vengeance. He will erase you, immortal king. This hinders your plans. So the so-called immortal king flees in terror. He was going to kill him cleanly even if it meant a small loss, but releasing so much condensed madness would be a waste. That bastard, what nonsense is he telling himself? So that is an option. If we are not on the same level, he should enter his own game. The immortal king begins to summon something from his gate. Come forth. Intratio. That's right, now we will have a war of dragons. He mounts the dragon of pure bone and commands it to attack. Wait, is that a pure-blood dragon? Intratio, make sure that his flesh and bones remain intact. Remove the curse and the rot before he fights. The bone dragon charges in with everything, biting the fire dragon's jugular to immobilize him. Now then, let us begin the analysis of how best to carve him up. Skill, gravitational chains. Skill, spatial lock. Skill, shock absorption. What petty tricks. Now is the time. The two run toward the imprisoned dragon. Solid body, merely looking at it already makes him salivate. He will take a good taste of this precious dragon blood. The vampire launches a blood strike which causes great damage. Meanwhile, the barbarian, dying of hunger, is already there biting the flesh. Infinite refills of dragon meat? He will gorge himself until he is restored. While the vampire was savoring the blood, he ended up feeling something strange on his palate. The blood itself is good, but the madness mixed into it keeps getting in the way. Wait, madness? It seems our protagonist had some kind of idea. Heratos manages to free himself from the chains. Did those insects think he would just sit and watch? Bruh. At this range there is no way to dodge. But they did not use it. He is not the only one with a breath attack. To keep pestering me like this, burn you cursed dragon. After both dragons charged their unique abilities, they fired red and blue breaths, causing a huge explosion in the middle of the ice mountain. Meanwhile, the vampire begins to prepare something. He focuses every drop of blood in his body and pushes the mysteries of blood to their extreme. Great sword of blood. He prepares himself, uses the acceleration skill, and delivers a tremendous strike to the dragon with his new sword. That worked. Useless insect. Useless. An injury like this is nothing, he can simply regenerate it. Sorry, but that is not his goal. What? An insect, huh? That is the perfect word. What is this? Your stockpiled madness looked far too appetizing, so he simply slipped a parasite into your body. One so vicious that not even dewormers will work. That's right, Harley entered inside the dragon's body. And the texture? Not bad at all. Let's see how much he can gut this restaurant. See you next time, guys. Inside Heratos, the feast seemed endless. The deeper he dug, the richer the nutrients that surged through him. The dragon's body reacted violently, muscles convulsed, straining to crush the parasite gnawing within. The pressure threatened to shatter bones and rupture organs, yet retreat was not an option. He would keep devouring until the beast's body refused to move. As the consumption continued, notifications flared in his mind. The creature's regeneration had surpassed its natural limits. The skill had advanced into something far more dreadful. Ultra regeneration. Lost vitality surged back with overwhelming force, and its meaning became clear. This was the dragon's true gift, a power that could restore the impossible, even without feeding on a magic stone. For Heratos, the wound was nothing more than a scratch. For the invader, it was proof that every effort seemed worthless against flesh that endlessly rebuilt itself, while the dragon dismissed all resistance as the pathetic tricks of an insect. Once again the notifications surged before him. The creature had fulfilled the conditions to evolve. The skill Devour transformed into the special ability known as Gluttony. Gluttony, just like the 7 deadly sins. A shiver rippled through his body as the change took hold. Scales suddenly began to form across his skin, undeniably dragon scales. The realization struck hard. From now on, through consumption alone, he could absorb traits. Every single one of them would be his to claim. The dragon grew restless, its rage boiling as the parasite dug deeper inside. If the intruder refused to leave on his own, Heratos would rip him out piece by piece. Yet the fight shifted before he could act. The immortal king and the vampire launched a coordinated strike alongside Horacio, who tore into the beast's neck, while Heinz's blade carved through with relentless force. That was the effect of gluttony. With Harley suppressing the madness, even the dragon's bloodline fell silent. Just one taste, and a torrent of power erupted within, flooding him like an unstoppable tide. And at last the notification appeared for the vampire. The special skill Clan of Blood, True Blood, had advanced to a far greater stage. As expected, to ascend into sacred blood, the condition was clear. He had to drink from an opponent far superior to himself. Heinz seemed to realize something, hesitating, but Harley confirmed it. The discovery was undeniable. They had finally located it. Harato's heart. Checkmate. The ultimate magic stone, the dragon heart. Bon appetit. The first bite tore through, and the dragon convulsed in agony, the pain erupting straight from the core of its being. Moments later, the mighty body collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. The battle had ended. Intracio's efforts had carried them this far. His task was complete and he could now rest. Laughter followed, triumphant and raw. From the twin-headed ogre to the dragon raid, every challenge had been cleared. A final image lingered, a symbolic snapshot of the three victors standing together, their silhouettes marked by the hunt of a dragon now fallen. The dragon's eyes snapped open for one final breath. This time, the immortal king carried no desire to destroy the world. If he chose to take a few bones, there would be no need for resentment. He would put them to good use. The blood too. And the horns. In the end, every piece had value. None of them wasted anything. The trio moved like a flawless cleaning crew, each collecting a share of the fallen beast. The corpse of a dragon truly was a treasure vault. Prime ingredients for rare sorcery gathered all at once. The scene resembled that old meme of a robot staring at an empty plate. Oh my god, nothing left. Even the blood, overflowing with the power of dragon lineage, had been secured, certain to prove useful later. Yet the greatest beneficiary of the raid was not the immortal king or Heinz. It was Harley. On the ground, Harley writhed in agony. His body twisted and shifted as something unnatural surged within him. This time the transformation was not smooth. Perhaps he had gone too far, even for his limits. Absorbing all the madness of those monsters, his insides felt as though they were tearing apart. Control slipped with every second. Only the method inscribed within the dragon heart could save him. The madness flooding his body had to be woven together with the dragon's essence. As he forced the chaos into alignment, strange markings spread across his skin. A heavy feeling swelled inside him, followed by new notifications. The creature's race has changed to Dragonkin Hybrid. Special skill, Heart of the Mad Dragon, has been acquired. Harley's body no longer felt the same. On the surface, his anatomy still resembled that of a human, yet something deep inside had shifted. The change was undeniable. His very essence had risen beyond its former limits. His being had ascended. See you next time, guys. So we see Harley's hand covered in scales. For the entire race itself to change, this is the power of the dragon's heart. Alley. Race, Dragonkin Hybrid. Then a notification appears. Special notes. Absorb the heart of the light dragon and gain the power of a dragon. Controls the madness within the body and continuously absorbs the surrounding madness. The jeweled eyes have merged with the dragon eye, becoming even more effective. With the power of mutation, he can draw it out whenever he needs. But, with a simple stomp with force, he destroys the ground. If he increases the density of the body, the weight becomes unbearable. If he doesn't control it, it will be a disaster. It's better for him to practice a little before meeting them, his group that had been waiting for him to escape with the monster. Before Harley could begin training, he felt an enormous force through his body. So it's finally going to begin. It's the closing ceremony of the raid that Hans prepared. We see the immortal king preparing some kind of spell, and in this case the spell is being performed on the dragon's body. A lot of dark magic is being involved in its body, so much that the sky begins to grow cloudy. Little by little, only the dragon's bones begin to rise. Now speak to him. What is your name? Heratos. Yes, Heratos. I am the Lion King and death itself. He will grant you a second life. Now he is your master. Very well, very well. He looks like a second puppy. In the next scene we see the protagonist in reality. He was admiring his new house. He had finally finished working on the house, moving the furniture. Everything is impeccable. An internal gym, an arcade, even a comic cafe. To think that he fulfilled the dream of building everything to his own taste. Unlike before, now he can go out freely, but staying at home is more comfortable, so he devoted himself completely. Now he will never need to go out again. Our protagonist is truly a shy nerd. Right now, should he take care of the gardening? Conjuration skill, entity projection. He transformed into the elf to use his abilities in gardening. Then, let me show you the natural power of the high elf. With just a little magic, he forms a beautiful garden effortlessly. Truly very beautiful. They say independent houses are difficult to maintain, but that does not apply to me. After all, he is one in many. He will use Heinz, who was summoned beforehand, to raise a primary barrier. And as soon as the cooldown of the entity projection ends, he will add Hans and Heinrich's barriers on top. Is there any house safer than this? Barrier against vampires, barrier against dark magic, barrier against holy magic, literally the safest house in the world. Household chores should be settled like this. I think it's already time for accounting? Karma shop. Then we see his little point shop with an incredible 1,608,961 points. It's already over 1 million? Not even a week has passed in Earth time. I guess numbers really matter. But don't tell me that, once again, there's no increase in the number of avatars, right? Whatever, either way he has to spend. He has to do it, no choice. Enhance. It worked. The unique skill has grown, increasing the number of avatars he can possess. Now he can increase the avatars again. Let's see what else he obtained. Avatar potential increases. The learning ability of each entity improves further. Avatar cognitive ability increases drastically. No wonder the distribution of mental energy to his clones seem to have increased. At this rate, it won't be only the main body that will become stupid? Then a depression hits him. No way, the clone is me and I am the clone, so whatever. Next. The unique skill has grown and blooms with possibilities. Special skill Avatar Cloud acquired. Avatar Cloud shares avatars' items within a small subspace. Avatar Cloud? Sharing items in subspace? That practically means the protagonist can transfer across dimensions. He won't even need to fetch them in person anymore. Let's test it right away with Ellen. So they really can transfer the item from a clone to the creator's backpack without any problems. Excellent. This could massively expand trade with Hubert. He can even send the source of the arc lich that Heinrich kept to Hans. Then now shall we start the main event? Sorry for Zeonic, but hey, think of it as the price of your life. Using the customized skill. Time to summon a dwarf. An explosion happens in the garden, and finally a new clone is made. He needed a craftsman to take care of the clone's equipment. Finally, he would have a reliable blacksmith like Zeonic. What is this adorable little lock? This isn't what Zeonic said it would be. We officially have a buff baby with the protagonist's face and a beard. See you next time, guys. What's with that adorable look? Customize. Increase the height to the species maximum. Make the face a bit younger. Grow the beard to look stylish. The body too. Is starting to look decent. Is ready? A dwarf who will serve as the blacksmith of the tattooed ones. Now he truly looks like a real dwarf. From now on his name is Howard. And of course it would be yet another name starting with the letter H. For some reason the protagonist really likes that letter. It's a pleasure to meet you, Howard. Likewise, my creator. Then a system notification appears. Howard. Species, dwarf. Individual trait, artisan S spirit. Special notes. Han Sunghyun S 8th avatar. Born as a dwarf using the artisan S pickaxe as the medium. The influence of artisan S spirit grants additional bonuses to crafting actions. Perfect, exactly what he had in mind. The first attached skill is precisely the type he wanted. If he were to point out a small problem. Just like Harris, he lacks general knowledge. Why can't I? He'll have to use Harley's connections again, but the north is in chaos, so it won't be immediate. Alright, then he'll have to do that. Heinrich will have to intervene. It's time to make some calls. It's been a while, how have you been? Lord Heinrich, did something happen? He has an urgent favor to ask. A favor? Just ask and give the orders and she will carry out everything. Prepare materials on materials engineering, especially metallurgy, which deals with metals. He doesn't care how much you bring, whether it's articles, videos of craftsmen, or anything else. Yes, sir. Forging techniques can be pre-trained using information from Earth. He will need to set up a workshop in Turok. Practical training will be more efficient in Euterica. In the next scene we return to the second planet. Some kind of material is coming out of the new system acquired by the protagonist. The Avatar Cloud is really useful. He can't believe he could receive Heinrich's gift so easily. Finally, he'll be able to make good use of the source. Now rise. There's something he needs you to do. Then from that crystal, we see that it was actually the necromancer, who awakens from his deep slumber after being defeated by Heinrich. Who are you daring to summon McCain? It's me. Oh, immortal king. He was sure the hero had defeated me, sniff. He's truly incredible. Dwell McCain. He called your name. The necromancer swears loyalty to the immortal king. From the memories of the former immortal king, he was quite a skilled strategist. The more capable the one he can use, the better. Though with that slightly cute face resembling a dog, he doesn't really seem that strategic. However, their conversation is interrupted. The girl Olivia. She pays homage to the king. So, what happened all of a sudden? He came to report on the order the king issued. Report. Speak. He ordered Olivia to pursue the Oath of Reversal. Extract every piece of information she can from the Oath of Reversal. Her abilities should suit that task perfectly. In that case, they expanded their investigation westward across the continent and extended it into parts of the Central Empire. And she discovered a location suspected to be a key fortress. So she finally found the place. Very well, Olivia. The girl, she will devote herself completely to the king. However, the necromancer seems confused. Olivia has no bones, how can she devote body and soul? That kind of reminds me of Brooke from One Piece, haha. Obviously, she becomes very nervous and shoots him a deadly glare. Olivia has no bones, how can she devote body and soul? Dwell, there's something he needs you to do immediately. Help Olivia. What? He really got nervous about going out with Olivia. After all, she is bloodthirsty. Yes, immortal king. He will follow your order. Olivia. Make sure to force them into submission. If necessary, you may bring Karam. Yes. Everything according to the king's will. The trail of the Oath of Reversal was finally detected. Just a bit, wait just a little while. He will come find you soon. In the next scene we see several souls in a city. Tabishi, Agirian Empire, Central Continent. In one of those houses we see a woman with pink hair. For a moment she thought she smelled Olivia's scent. Well, that was probably just her imagination. There's no way to find me now. Current leader of the Oath of Reversal. Immortal king. She will never live as your slave again, not twice. Former succubus of the Undying Army. See you in the next chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Then, that beautiful succubus hears someone arriving at her house and decides to return to her standard human form. Please come in. Hello, Sienna. We see a drunk man introduced as Pledge of Defiance, Andrew Weaver. Oh, you look as gorgeous as ever, my queen perfect. Enough talk, Andrew. Have you already identified the new leader of the Brokosla clan? Of course. The target is a pure-blood vampire, his name is Heinz. Even if he is pure-blooded, how could he take control of a vampire clan? He's still not sure. What? She gets irritated by the empty answer, however, something funny happens. Sienna. Her horns are showing. He has already explained it several times. His skill trajectory is approaching clairvoyance, but to see in more detail he needs to refine it with karma. And this information is very important, my listeners. Could this Andrew also be a human from planet Earth like our protagonist, since he mentioned using the shop upgraded with karma? It seems the story is getting even more interesting. Enough. She doesn't need to hear his excuses. She could at least provide some data. As good as a long-range surveillance skill is, without any information the sight will be only blurred. In any case, it's fortunate that the new Lord of Brokosla is not of sacred blood. We should be able to eliminate him easily. Will she handle this personally, Sienna? As if she could. Then Sienna looks at a very old clock, apparently embedded with magic and a seal. The most powerful vampire clan on the continent, Persia, will wage a war of conquest. Back in the world, we see the protagonist's new avatar already working, the dwarf. She gathered the data quickly. Right? Well, after all, it was a special order from the Lord. She put all of Heterosai's resources into it. The metal's properties, how to hold a hammer, and its practical application. He can't really understand just by looking at the data. But a dwarf is a dwarf after all. Howard should be able to understand it, shouldn't he? As soon as the cooldown time of the teleportation circle ends, he must send it to Hubert's workshop. Alright, she has one more thing to report to the Lord. What is it? She confirmed that Bianchi-Ho is in contact with other factions. Other factions? She will investigate a little further to find out who they are. Bianchi-Ho, what the hell are they planning to do? Well, there's no need to worry and try to deal with it now. He should be able to handle them when the time comes. Time is on our side. In the 10 months that his clones grew stronger, only 1 month passed on Earth. Back in the second world, we see a castle and someone approaching. A child. He asks what business brings her there. She came to see Mullo. Show the way. How dare she speak so informally about Master Mullo? Did she have an appointment? An appointment? Does she really need one? They will know who she is if she simply says Briki. How insolent. He will inform Master Mullo then, so please withdraw for now. Mullo quickly appeared behind the servant. There's no need for that, you may leave. He then kneels down, leaving the servant bewildered. Welcome. Master Brokaslak. It's been a while, Mullo. Master Brokaslak, he said. Then, could this person be the founder of the clan? The sacred blood, Brokaslak herself. He apologizes for not being able to greet her properly while serving tea. Master Brokaslak. Frisia was not present. She told him to call her Briki. Brokaslak sounds too formal. Right, Miss Briki. This is a big problem. There should still be at least 20 years left until her scheduled visit. Why did she suddenly appear like this? But it's so strange. That child at the door earlier. His essence hasn't changed, but there are too many incomprehensible changes. He didn't even recognize his own master. Is that so? He's not sure. Don't try to deny it. The same goes for you. He can't fight against Lady Briki. Nor does he want to. For this to happen precisely while Lord Hines is away, of all possible times. He definitely inherited her blood, but could it really change this much? Well, anyway, where is the one who made him like this? She knew everything and was merely testing us. So, it has come to this. He is currently away. Then she supposes she'll stay here while she waits. Have the guest quarters prepared. Of course. How truly interesting indeed. She had always dreamed of this. The strengthening of a bloodline through evolution and the transmission of superior blood. If something like that were truly possible, he believed that we vampires could also take a step toward the light. And yet, to think that upon awakening from her slumber, she would find someone who had actually opened that possibility. It's truly fascinating. His praiseworthy descendant. And the traitor who dared to defy his own blood. See you in the next chapter. Then, in the middle of the ice forest, a madman starts shouting. Now, everyone who can hear me, all of you can come out of hiding. Harley arrives, jumping and making the ground shake with the dwarf and the girl. You scared me, Harley. It seems you succeeded in the subjugation. Are you okay? It was a tough battle. But somehow he seems even more energetic than before. Harley, did you just get scales on your body? Or did I? I hadn't noticed, Well, anyway, we don't know when another monster might appear, so let's hurry back to the Iron Fortress. They start running toward the city as fast as possible. However, the dwarf being carried by the protagonist begins to ask. So Harley, you really are a very strong warrior, and even though you went alone to fight that monster, you came back even stronger. That's right, isn't it? But for someone as strong as you, why can't I feel Elin's presence? You couldn't protect her? Or was there some kind of accident? The time has finally come. He's planning to leave Jaonic in charge of Howard's education, so he can't let this get complicated. In fact, there's a touching story behind this. A story? Then the author begins to narrate a story that never existed. Harley's Great Adventure 2. My comrade, F.Over.at first, everything was going well. The beast was strong, but he had already expected that. However, the area was already surrounded in multiple layers. This can't be. Even for me, how am I supposed to? He used all his strength and began slaughtering the monsters. Even so, he was gradually being overwhelmed. Damn it. From behind too. He was about to be struck by a surprise attack, and at that moment he prepared for death. And then, suddenly he just heard a sound and saw something broken on the ground. When he approached, he saw that it was the enemy's attack in Elin. She had saved him from the deadly strike. Don't die, Eliane. She will definitely be avenged. He will never, ever forget that debt. Then, with a ferocious roar looking like a super scion, he summoned a red aura around his body and scales appeared. The monsters were terrified at first. However, there wasn't even time to react. He simply obliterated every enemy in front of him. This is revenge for Elin. Meanwhile, the dwarf was sobbing uncontrollably. What a sad story. At the moment when his thirst for revenge reached its peak, he realized something, that the blood of a dragon flows within him. He only discovered that thanks to the last chance Elin had given him. In that case, it seems you had a dragonkin ancestor. Probably around 300 years ago, and the knowledge was lost after the Great War. So that's what it was. Thanks to you, my doubt has been answered. Oh, I like that past. He's going to use it. The blood of a dragon, awakened in the midst of a crisis. That's truly the stuff of heroic tales. He knew there was something extraordinary about Harley. Haha, you really think so? While everyone was talking, the knight noticed something in the distance. Everyone please look over there. Just beyond that ridge lies the Iron Fortress. But why did he stop? Please look closely. At the entrance of the city, it was a true war scene. Monster corpses were scattered all over the place. And above them all stood a creature that stood out, a mutant minotaur. It has already reached the Iron Fortress. We must hurry. At this rate, everyone inside the fortress is in danger. Right, let's hurry up and eat. No, he means let's go save them. To think it so easily took down the priests of the Holy Order and the mages of the Magic Tower. Even the mercenary company gathered from across the continent can't get close. He's here. He's here. Harley approaches the monster from the sky. Before the poor creature could even realize it, the protagonist was already on top of it, grabbing its horn. The monster of Turok. A monster, huh? In that case, he'll have to show this bull what it truly means to be a real monster. He equips the scales and, using all his strength, rips off the monster's horn without mercy. How's the taste of this monster, you monster? Oh, you want to have a contest of strength? Like bull versus human, just like in rodeos. Fine, let's do this, damn it. The two charge at each other at a speed beyond normal. Only blood can be seen flying, with a guard watching everything. In the end, the bull is seen standing. But in the next scene, in truth, it was on its knees, missing an arm and its horns falling lifeless to the ground. Well, you were pretty impressive. But you are beneath me. All the guards cheer ecstatically at his victory. We won, we managed to stop the monster. Meanwhile, Harley stores one of the enemy's horns in his inventory. This guy's horn should be useful. So big, it even looks like your friend's in real life after getting betrayed by his ex-girlfriend. Maybe Howard can turn it into equipment later. And the biggest reward. Harley begins to devour the creature's body and mana gem. Meanwhile, the notification window appears. Madness Control is controlling the madness that has entered your body. When you think of Minotaur genes, it's definitely all about the lower body. The clash was over, and in the end, Harley finished devouring the monster while the others celebrated their victory. It had been an incredible performance. The king's warrior congratulated him. They had won thanks to him. It was nothing. Lord Tarmin Aeonia was here. He said he would like to see him in person. The Lord really called for him this time. He had just finished the fight, so he should rest a little. However, while they were speaking, Harley had already disappeared. That bastard was already on his way there. The king's castle came into view, covered in heavy winter snow. The protagonist began to open the door, but the guard stopped him. He had already told the Lord about him many times, but it would be good if he were a bit more careful. Is something wrong with me? He imagined Harley as a fool. Is the Lord here? It's me, Harley. Please be as polite as possible. There's no need to worry about that. When it comes to manners, he's the best, right? Just go in. Then the protagonist finally entered and was received by the king. So this was the famous strongest mercenary in the entire kingdom. The king was introduced to us, Tarmin Aeonia, Lord of Aeonia County. Come and sit here. Hello. The guard nudged Harley with his shoulder to remind him to be polite. Hello, sir. He had heard so many praises about him, but seeing him in person was different. He hardly knew what to do with himself. He was just doing what he was paid to do. As he shouted, his saliva flew toward the king. Even so, the king thought he was quite impressive. Did he think that just speaking formally was enough? Anyway, besides the request, he also played a big part this time, so he should be rewarded. A reward? There's no need for that. The king's tone grew more serious. He offered him a position as an official knight of the county. He refused. Everyone in the room was surprised, even the Lord himself. You bastard. How dare you refuse the Lord's offer? And what's with that stupid look on your face? That's enough. Everyone calm down. He waved off such grand gestures. He only wanted a cool axe he could use. Right, an axe. He would have one custom made for him through Jaonic. Thank you, my lord. He was quite generous, just as one would expect from someone ruling over a great territory. That's right. I'm not stingy when it comes to giving. Refusing once is fine. He'll definitely find a way to get you. As if I'd let you have me for free. He'll just keep dragging you along and wearing you out forever. In the end, the two were simply trying to outsmart each other. Suddenly he felt a chill. Switching scenes, we return to the merchant character. Lord Merchant, they said Mr. Howard's workshop has been completed. Really? I trust they put great care into it. Of course. We prepared state-of-the-art facilities and personnel to assist him. From now on, if Howard needs anything, the Merchant Guild will provide it. Just treat him as you would treat me and Harley. Yes, Lord Merchant. As they walked through the neighborhood, there were 4 guards assigned to the merchant. However, he soon noticed something strange. What? 4 escorts? Lord Merchant. What? There was one more than usual. You have good instincts, but it's already too late. In an instant, the protagonist began to bleed and collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Lord Merchant. What the hell is happening all of a sudden? Lord Merchant. What the hell is this? Why is a vampire after me? Snap out of it. He finally died and a notification appeared. You have sustained a fatal injury in a single blow. Suddenly the merchant came back to life. Lord Merchant, are you all right? Take him somewhere safe now. Another notification appeared. Instant death immunity has activated, reducing the fatal injury to critical damage. Instant death immunity will be sealed for 1 day. If it weren't for that skill, he would have died. The assailant was a vampire. Judging by his abilities, he was at least a pure blood. Such a high-level agent going after a mere merchant like him? What in the world was he after? If they find out he isn't dead, they will definitely come back to finish the job. He will leave the task of uncovering their identities to Hans. For now, he must retreat. He has a personal means of contacting Howard. Therefore, he will deliver work-related matters through him. What? But in this state, how? They are talents recommended by the 3 warriors of the South, so he should be able to trust them. He needs to get medical treatment first. Then he suddenly vanished before the guards. Sir Hubert? Hubert is unsummoned from the Oterica dimension. Later that night, in a different castle, several people were gathered with a king. He trusts that everyone is prepared. Clan Lord Visk Yup Persia. My lord, there's an update. A report has arrived stating that the job in Tarak has been completed. True blood of the Yup Persia clan, Theodore Yup Persia. Tarak? By killing the merchant who was secretly cooperating with the Brokosla clan, we managed to divert their attention. Well done, Klein. You have opened the gates of war. Finally, things are about to get more exciting in this manhwa. War is approaching. Don't miss the next chapter. See you in the next one, everyone, and don't forget to subscribe to the Absolute channel. He flatters him too much. It was a simple task. The timing is good. We also just finished cross-checking the information from the challenge oath. That is not all. The blood gate is finally complete. Does he trust that you set the coordinates correctly? Yes. We plan to stop in the city of Rapella to regroup before heading to Teleria. We should be able to reach it in half a day from there. The king begins to think. An unknown vampire has taken control of Brokosla. He is already eager to face this unknown figure. Everyone prepare yourselves. We are going to Teleria. Meanwhile, Our Lady continues searching for information for the immortal king. However, their souls seem tired. My lady, they will die from overwork at this pace. But she ignores their complaint. While tracking the challenge oath, is she also supposedly meant to find the vampire who murdered Hubert? My banshees are scouring the entire continent, and they are telling her there is not a single trace. Today she will only check up to the city of Rapella, and just when she looked, she saw something unusual. From afar, a suspicious portal appeared, filled with red energy, and suddenly, a few completely pale people came out of the portal. The souls become happy with the discovery. It seems these are the children, my lady. She must report this to the king of the undead. From a great distance, the immortal king is able to observe the situation. An invasion by another vampire clan. In that case, hitting Hubert must have been an attempt to divide our forces. Of the 3 great vampire clans, the other 2 are the Opapo of the east and the Yup Persia of the central region. The one with the strongest forces is the Yup Persia clan. Olivia also suspected the same. If that is the case, Brokoslak's current power will not be enough. He will have to send reinforcements. Meanwhile, in Heinz's castle, his servant is filling out paperwork, and then the princess calls him Mullo. She is coming in for a moment. Lady Breaky, welcome. However, she notices something strange in the air. Is something wrong? Of course, he must prepare for battle immediately. Battle? What do you mean, what is happening? Nothing has happened yet. It is just a premonition. Just prepare yourself when she tells him to. Stop chattering. Do I look like someone who is speaking nonsense? It is hard to believe, being ordered to prepare for battle so suddenly. But the premonition of sacred blood is absolute. Although she is sacred, she looks more like a demon, especially in combat. Heinz has not arrived yet, so unfortunately we cannot count on his help. We must prepare our defenses immediately. 4 true bloods, 44 pure bloods. We gathered our entire army. They are all our best elites. Brokosla will be purified in an instant. There is no need for long speeches. We depart for Teleria immediately before they notice. Yes, king. But before they could depart, the vampire king felt chills. He begins looking at the sky, and one of the servants asks if something is wrong. Only the moon is in the sky, and even so he is suspicious. This unsettling feeling must be his imagination. We are only dealing with rabble that do not even possess a sacred blood. It is nothing. We are finally introduced to the vampire king. Yup Persia clan lord Visk Yup Persia. Sacred blood. We will wipe Brokoslak clean by the end of the day. From high above in the sky, the immortal king observes everything using the ability, Eye of the Abyss. They have begun to move. A sacred blood from Yup Persia HM. This will be complicated. And Heinz's summon is still on cooldown. It will be too conspicuous if he intervenes. Heinrich also cannot leave the holy ground. In that case, the mercenary warrior who holds a grudge against the vampires for what happened to Hubert is the right person for the job. So hurry up and get here, Harley. On the other side, we only hear the guards screaming with Harley. Capture that suspicious ogre. A brute of that size cannot be human. He told them he isn't. He even has identification from the order right here. Shut up, ogre. Damn it, how many times does this make? While Yup Persia analyzes the city, he discovers something interesting. This has gotten interesting. Is something wrong, Lord Visk? He knew he felt something unpleasant. Brokosla. It seems that Ghost has returned from the dead. The servant became nervous and began to stutter. Don't tell me you mean the sacred blood Brokosla is here. However, the king only grew more irritated. And what is the problem with that ghost being here? Can't you see the king of Yup Persia standing right here? No, that's not it. He was only worried that the damage might be enough. We will proceed at once. Do not forget anything. We Yup Persia have no equal. They head to attack the castle. However, Telaria's castle is perfect. Even the queen praises it. The barrier looks good. What is the status of your other preparations? We gathered as much combat power as possible. But the numbers are definitely not enough. With a carefree tone, she even jokes about the situation. We have no choice, they are already at our doorstep. Mulo asks if she is able to sense their location right now. Naturally, and they are going to enter at this exact moment. All of them come in through the window, making a triumphant entrance. They are right in front of us. You are still clinging to life, Prokoslak. I thought she was already in dire straits. Why does this still happen occasionally? Is this the path of Eupresia? Youth silly one. Well, he will personally ensure that her eyes close in peace forever. Just look at him, that child only knows how to talk about himself. How annoying and inconvenient child. Meanwhile, Mulo is trembling with fear. After all, there are 2 sacred bloods in his presence. This is definitely bad. Even if Lady Briki can handle him, there are still 4 true bloods left. The difference in strength is hopeless. But there is something we can rely on. Mullo prepares the barrier. Inside his barrier, their allies are strengthened. They have set foot on the lands of Brokoslak. Do not think you will escape with your lives. Blood barrier. Come to me, Bridia. My god, an entire group of unwanted guests has gathered here. All right, get ready. Maintaining this barrier prevents him from fighting the enemies. Do everything you can to protect Brokoslak, even if it costs your life. Yup Persia is surprised, but in the end, wasting energy on useless things is pointless. He tries to attack Mullo directly. After all, if he destroys him, the barrier will disappear along with Mullo, right? Before the sharp claw reached his neck, something happens amid the chaos. Do not get in the way of our little game, Ghost. Are you perhaps underestimating me too much, child? She easily stopped his attack and forced him to retreat. All right, first he will get rid of this ghost in a one-on-one duel. Unfortunately, it seems you need to be disciplined, child. Both groups face each other until they finally begin the war. Bridia, punish those who dared to invade our lands and send them to hell. Members of the Yup Persia clan, crush those arrogant insects and show them their proper place. The war quickly escalates, but in the midst of all that chaos, we see a clawed hand piercing through the barrier. The vampires are shocked to see that thing. Something is behind us. What is that? Someone is breaking through the barrier with their bare hands. So it was this red-haired one, the person who tore out the insides of that weakling Hubert. With the look of a psychopath, Harley says he finally found him. Wait, Hubert? Is he talking about that merchant who was assassinated? And we see Harley in a badass stance. Klein, what kind of missions did he carry out? Lord Theodore. He completely erased all traces. However, there is someone in front of us now chasing you. You will deny it after this? But he really, my god, you are running away right in front of me. While they were chatting, Bridia did not waste time and launched a surprise attack, striking the vampire directly in the mouth. A beautiful punch. Damn it, dealing with this woman. Call the other nobles. High blood, incredible. He wanted to test his newly acquired strength. Notifications appear. Vital aura ignited, berserk mode and madness. Dragon scales mix into the pattern. The servants are shocked. But what the hell is this monster with scales? No, they are all from the same damn vampire group. I'll make them taste misery because of Hubert. Harley begins hunting the vampires one by one, as if they were nothing more than common monsters. That guy, the followers of Yup Persia are being massacred by this incredible young man. That witch, who else did she bring with her? Does he have any reason to explain this? Why does she also not know why that monster appeared? Alright, this won't take long anyway. Unlike your followers, his men are very competent. Incredible, he can't even see their movements. Although they look like they are standing still, they are fighting at the speed of light, even battling only with their minds. This is, therefore, the famous battle of causality between the superior bloodlines. Then you finally made a mistake, Ghost. And thanks to that mistake, her arm was completely cut off. Just as she suspected, he is truly taking this fight seriously, dedicating himself fully to this battle. Previously he wasn't much. Seems she really is getting old. Back to Harley's fight, the vampire has no idea who he is, but he would like some help, because he cannot defeat him. The dragon is truly furious and insane, defeating everything he sees in front of him. He saw that Brokislak's sacred blood lady was in danger. Just waiting for Heinz may end up being too late. He needs to act now. He needs to use every weapon at his disposal. Mutagen and the Raging Beast and the Calca-style combat pattern, and the Vital Aura and the Jewel Eye. Subjugation. Harley begins transforming into something. Combine all the powers and it's complete. No one can believe what they are seeing, not even the vampires who are monsters themselves. What the hell is that monster? Look at what our boy Harley has become. What kind of monster is this? It isn't something like a chimera. This is killer. So this is what it feels like to go all out using the power of consuming the mad dragon. With a smile on his face, he announces excitedly. Alright, let's do this. Harley positions himself like a bull and charges in with everything. Cover fire. That guy, he dares to try attacking Lord Bisk. Damn it, we have to stop him. We need to stop him, but how are we supposed to get in there? Harley charges directly at the Lord, trying to injure him. However, his hands are blocked by some kind of barrier. Tiske, his scales are being destroyed upon touching the domain. This is the domain of causality unfolded by the sacred blood. But if he connects the heart of the mad dragon with the power of the Jewel Eye, it isn't something he cannot break through. With a dragon's roar, he slowly starts opening the barrier with his own hands, until he finally breaks it, leaving the Lord surprised. In fact, leaving both lords surprised by such strength. What the hell, who is this crazy bastard? Aha, so he is the boss of all these vampires here, right? Yes. Who exactly are you? One could say he is the representative of the victim. Harley loses his patience and goes straight for violence. If the perpetrator doesn't know the victim with a nice punch to his face, then he has to become a victim himself. Aha, what do you think of his serious punch? Too bad, it seems he is seeing hallucinations in the space of causality. And no way. He definitely felt the sensation. Not even close. Did you think a sacred blood like him would fall from such a trivial attack? Yeah, and what? He is dumb. But you really got distracted by his trivial attack. He is all talk. And when you least expected it, the queen took the opportunity to strike the unsuspecting lord, hurting him severely in the neck. Damn it. Thank you, elegant young man. Thanks to him, it seems the balance has been restored. So he will go back to fighting there. And he turns toward the Lord's own mere guards. You bastard. Do you think we will let you approach Lord Bisk again? We will face him. Don't worry, this is exactly what he wanted. Because there is someone else who will finish off your boss. With several vampires on the ground lifeless, the redhead begins to question himself. Mulo, was Brokislak this strong? They are overcoming the numerical disadvantage. No, at this rate he is done for. If he doesn't find a way to advance. Suddenly, the environment around him starts to change. What was that? The surroundings were isolated. So it's you. Who the hell is this vampire? The guy who dared to touch our Hubert? Hubert? Without much talking, our vampire quickly places his hand on the redhead's heart, making him groan in pain. He shouldn't have taken that mission. That dragon monster that appeared earlier, and now this bastard vampire too. Who the hell is he? What the hell, what kind of human is Hubert? That is, after finishing ingesting the vampire's blood. Of course, A big shot who will dominate the continent's commerce in the future. System notifications appear. Collecting new vampiric factor. Due to the effect of the special skill mixed blood factor, the individual's physical abilities are enhanced. It's the first time activating this skill in Auterica. Come to think of it, this is the first time sucking the blood of a vampire other than Brokaslak. He is getting anxious. Activating skills. Concealment, invisibility, mystery of blood. Then we should go solidify our victory. Meanwhile, the bespectacled vampire is suffering pressure from our maiden. It is very annoying how his expression changes from moment to moment. Everything is far outside his calculations. Brokaslak could not have been this strong. A third voice appears. Are you the second in command of the Upersha clan? Leaving the two frozen. Lord, he has finally arrived. This person is Brokaslak's new lord. But why is he just staring at me? If this guy is Upersha's number 2, in short, he has Mulo's role. With an evil smile. Then he is a talent he must recruit. It was so convenient having Mulo around. What does that mean, that smile of his? Hey, why the hell is he staring at him, smiling like that? Let me properly introduce myself. His name is Heinz, the new master of the Brokaslak dynasty. Yes, he already knew that. Right, good thing you already knew me, because soon this man will be your master. What is that lunatic talking about, as if that were possible? While the vampire was distracted by Heinz's strange presence, Bridia grabbed him from behind, restraining him. As Heinz approached, the fear intensified. Please don't do this. And with a bite, the modification process begins. Heinz's main weapon, the thing that turns all vampires into his minions. Returning to the giant fight, both sacred bloodlines face each other. How did we end up in this situation? Visk questions. Whatever, where did those scoundrels from the rebellion department go? The ones who swore to rescue Visk when danger arose. Outside we see the immortal king with the skill, Abyssai, currently active. He is surprised because he does not imagine that the rebel division would send reinforcements of this magnitude for Visk. We see several bodies on the ground and a question. The immortal king really wants to meet their master. With a wicked smile he announces, I guarantee all of you a better job in a better place. This truly warms his heart. He feels a very different sensation after becoming a pureblood. Now he does not suffer so many side effects. Then we finally meet. The saint approaches our protagonist. So this is the famous Heinz. I have always been curious about the character of the boy who became the new master of the clan, and he is truly incredible. Thank you very much, Saint. She is probably the vampire with sacred blood of Brokaslak. No need for such long names, just call her Briki, she likes that name more. Haha, mutual acquaintance is always important, but I think we left one waiting longer than necessary. So this mere pureblood vampire dares to mock me like this, face to face. I will not let any of you escape from here alive. Blood drips from his hand and he charges directly at our protagonist. What do you think I am? Heinz draws the blood sword and tries to defend himself from the ferocity of the attack delivered by the Lord. They start fighting seriously, Heinz becoming more injured with each strike, although as time passes he manages to counterattack the Lord with a few blows, forcing him to heal. But while the Lord was distracted, Harley appeared by surprise. It is impossible that he forgot about me, and he lands a punch right on the Lord's ribs, making him spit a lot of blood and groan in pain. Damn coward. They are worth nothing in my eyes. They have no shame in having reached this level of depravity. Now it is the saint's turn. Seriously, you really think like that? And where are the vampires who helped you attack us? And she attacks him directly, leaving him on the defensive when he realizes it has become 3 against 1. He will be the king of all vampires. Visk cannot die in a simple place like this. All right, I will follow through with your request. How rude of you, you arrogant one. You want to steal the bled blood by devouring your own people, and he is not even from your lineage. If he continues with this, he will die screaming due to the severity of the torment. Who knows, he is already somewhat used to devouring enemies. With another bite, he pierces deep into the Lord's throat. No way, this man is... Could he really be capable of inheriting sacred blood from another lineage? Do not worry about your lineage, Visk. All of your vampires will be mine. Also understand, under my command they will continue your legacy. He finally realized the end had arrived. He always had a dream. It was the unification of all vampire lineages under one banner, the one who leads them toward the light. The one who will bring all vampire kind to glory. At least that was what he thought, until he met this vampire. The only king. I am in a far from enviable position, so why am I laughing? I long to achieve this, to dream this much. After the Lord's death, our protagonist begins to undergo a transformation. Red blood begins to form an aura around his body. Here in Eureka, a new sacred blood was born. System notifications begin to appear. I fulfilled the requirements and I began to grow. Special skill. Blood relation, the true one. Blood evolves into blood ties, sacred blood. At the same time, the shape of his face begins to change. He fulfilled the requirements and began to evolve. The two skills, concealment and invisibility, they merge and develop into a specialized skill. Erase existence. Heinz 2. Race, vampire with sacred blood. Details. He used the mixed blood skill to inherit and force the sacred blood and evolve, thus being able to control the Yupersha lineage, even if only slightly, and control part of causality. The capacity for transcendental perception reached a level that resembles an overlap of the senses, surpassing the limits. I consider the place and time easily reachable. I feel the flow of causality. Could this be the power of the bled blood? If it were not for her, he would not have won the battle. She becomes confused by the sudden look. Maybe he wants to eat her too. Ha ha ha, double-meaning joke he could not resist. Ha ha, thanks to you Harley saw something rare. Now that I got my revenge I will return. I quit my job to come here, ha ha. Thank you Harley, he helped a lot. There is no need to thank me. They understood who hurt my friend first. We are not on Hubert's company's side. So I will return to Turok. And we see Harley flying back to his city. She looks at him suspiciously. Can we really let him go like that? He introduced himself as a suspicious young man. It is fine, he already researched this before. Then it is all right, whatever you say. Upon noticing those vampires on the ground, still breathing, Heinz becomes happy. After all, we gain new members for the family. Moments later, an explosion is seen occurring in an unknown location. Tulku Kingdom, the hideout of the Pledge of Challenge. 3 apostles are shocked by what appeared before them. Karam. Why is a legion commander of the undead army here? With more branches losing contact, he thought it was the work of the holy orders. Does that mean it was the undead army's doing? One of the skeletons laughs. They are only realizing that now. How foolish. Until the message from the immortal king arrives. Dwell and Karam, do not let a single one escape. We shall obey the king's command. Meanwhile, the protagonist is reviewing and searching for something in the hideout, until the queen appears. My king, you called for us? These are the scum from the Pledge of Challenge who tried to infiltrate Teleria this time. A quick glance tells me there is an executive among them. Interrogate them and uncover the location of their mastermind. We shall obey the king's command. Hey, stay away you ghost, do not come near us. No, get away. In another moment, a peaceful view is shown and the sound of swords being made can be heard. Good, this is just right. As expected, the sensation is completely different from a human's. Truly the race of artisans. On Earth, even Hubert joins in to gather information. And in Oterica we practice with 10 times the efficiency of Earth. Slow and steady at first. Then burning hot later. Pump air from below to strengthen the flames. He will grow and become the greatest artisan. Recovery is faster than he thought. The synergy between Oterica's holy law and hyper-recovery is beyond his expectations. He could send him back when the next teleportation circle arrives. Wait, send him back? If Hubert goes, he is the one who will have to study metallurgy knowledge. He thinks hard and reaches the conclusion that this simply will not do. Then he summons the system panel. Karma shop. Karma possessed. 1,120,122. Thanks to Heinz devouring the sacred blood, it's piled up again. The enhancement cost has gone up in the meantime, but the only one who can save him is himself. The system notifications appeared. Avatar's potential increased. You can now select limited basic traits for the created avatar. Basic traits, it means he gets to choose initial skills. Alright then, create avatar. He has to pick one of these. He gets clairvoyance and ice resistance but bond of connection. Then the system explains, bond of connection, grants additional bonuses upon contracting. That'd be good for Harris, the spirit elementalist. Since it would only be valid if there's a contract target to summon. Wait, it means? A summoner, huh? That sounds fun. Conversion to a mage is also possible. Good, he has decided on this one. Then the new avatar begins to be created. Let's see, this handsome guy's name will be Hesperon. He's destined to become the greatest summoner, so he's counting on you. Again the environment shifts, now focusing on the Saintis. Saintis, they say not a single group is missing from today's continental summit. Only after the madness intensified across the continent do they all gather. Until now, everyone was so passive. Still after today much will change. The saint remains thoughtful for a while. May this land's future move toward the right path. Meanwhile, there is a commotion in the church at the back. We're short on food. Is the lodging tidied up? Meanwhile, all the important members of the church wait for something in front of the gate. Finally, the Continental Summit is opening. A gathering of all the heroes protecting this land, in particular the Central Assyrian Empire and the Rohan Duchy, expressed active intent to participate only after suffering direct hits from the madness. It won't be an easy meeting, that's for sure. After the portal is opened, we finally see who is arriving. They are finally here. Elven Kingdom. Capital of the continent of Ainamil, Drasha. We have a vision of the past, of our elf relaxing in the forest. Ah, how gentle this breeze is and how delicate the sunlight is. This is relaxing for the body as well as for the mind and soul. Then come here. Ah, this is so good, my new treasure, a beautiful bow. Wow, how wonderful. For him, it is enough to embrace his poetic reverence in the embrace of nature. The name of this bough is Themis. It is a bough under a branch that the world tree gave with its own hand, then strengthen it with the power of the spirits and fairy fire, and we have a beautiful weapon for all situations. He became extremely skilled and handsome. It is a treasure that only the most demanding can possess. How wonderful. He even kisses the bough. While he was admiring the bough, system notifications appear. He fulfilled the growth requirements. Developed the skill familiarity with nature into the special skill integration with nature. Hey, the simple act of relaxing already impresses him deeply with the power of nature. He would like to be able to stay there, forever admiring the beauty of the world tree, but he will have to leave. Before he realized it, he ended up dozing off for a bit and was awakened by his spirit. Hey, Decibel, someone is approaching. Remove the soundproof barrier. Medium sonic spirit, decibels. Ever since this spirit was promoted to the medium level, its isolation ability has become very useful. Hello, Harris, what is keeping you from sleeping at this hour? Savron. The daughter of the current king. She is getting more beautiful with each passing day. It seems our elf is falling in love. The situation is slightly different from how it was. Look at those beautiful eyes of hers. Eh, what the hell are you staring at so much? He sees her differently today. Ah yes. Because today we will participate in the Continental Summit. So, she tried to prepare herself based on stories. The stories that he told her about the continent of Ion Harris. Do you perhaps think that I exaggerated? Wait, she prepared herself based on his stories. Could it be that she prepared like this, influenced by what I told her? Sapphire also changed a lot, she started asking about him constantly. She greets me kindly whenever we meet, she does not even seem like the same elf who mistreated him at the beginning of the school. So what is your opinion? I brought a bit of everything, including your share, Harris. We do not need all of this, besides we are not going to travel. Right, what should we do? We will go through the wind route, so we will not need much luggage. But it is fine, let Sapphire enjoy the moment. Right, this is amazing, Sapphire. Thank you. So let us go, hurry up, let us go. Everyone has already gotten ready and is prepared, only we will be the last ones. What a beautiful and cute smile. I think I, the narrator, have found my favorite girl of this manhwa. So let us go. Anyway, is this not too heavy for you to carry alone? Do not worry about that, let us go already. So we finally return to the present. Welcome to the great temple of Rosalia. Thank you for the warm reception, Saint. It is regrettable that our meeting is about such a serious matter. I hope everything ends well. Meanwhile, the small elf is thoughtful and shy. Hello, Saint. I am Cecile Granwood, a high-ranking elf of the Elven Kingdom. Oh my god, look at her, so cute and adorable. It is very good to see you again and in good health. Thank you, Saint. Although she is praising me a lot, meanwhile the portal continues to operate and bring more people. Both clones of the protagonist greet each other. And here they are, becoming available one after another. The Magic Tower Alliance arrived. The Assyrian Empire arrived. The Mercenary Guild arrived. And here it is, all the leaders of Eureka gathered in a single place. This means that I am. If they make a good impression on them, this could be my chance to obtain a treasure with karma. Aha, both of them are happy. The knight leads them to see the place. The Elf King received the new information about the Lord. Heinrich. Yes, that is true. The Supreme Ruler granted me his grace. This is truly comforting news. They are eager to work with him. They can count on me. Right, this is the place where you will rest. Thank you for being so kind. The meeting will begin soon, just arrive at the specified time. What is it? She is not disappointed or anything like that because she knew from the beginning that it would be like this. Take it easy. Right, I will pretend that I did not see anything. So, finally everyone sat at the table. Elf Kingdom. Zirian. Titania. Wildlands. Central Swamps. Duchess of Rohan. Crown Prince of the Duchy of Rohan. Dennis. Our duchy is in danger, but everyone is silent as if nothing is happening. For the beasts are gentle from the northern mountains. He needs to take something useful from this meeting. Then finally the moment arrives, the saint and Heinrich enter the scene. These are the closest associates of the rulers. It is as if this place were a world apart. Right, that is the newly born saint. She is a little nervous. It is no wonder, since a meeting like this is a rare occurrence. The heavenly order. Thank you all for coming from far away despite your many commitments. And now the Continental Summit has begun. We see detailed images of everyone present, all the kings and emperors. Then the meeting finally begins. They announced the start of the Continental Summit. As all of you know, the third immortal king revealed himself to the entire world. The celestial order was manipulated to incite the vampire clans to fight among themselves. He conducted malicious biological experiments in the monster forest. Then he invaded the great temple, causing many casualties. Everyone in the room is taken by surprise. Even Heinrich. He realized that this so-called Hans is truly terrifying. However, the root of the problem is abyss madness. It has spread throughout the entire world like wildfire. After our investigations, we concluded that our only option was to find and seal off the core of that madness. The core of madness? Did such a thing even exist? And how do you intend to seal it? If it has come to this, it is undoubtedly in the possession of the immortal king. That's right. And since it's clear that the immortal king is the one who spread this madness, we intend to use your strength to deter him. A voice echoes through the meeting hall. Are you asking for our help? Are you placing the responsibility on our shoulders? Then we are introduced to who it is. Crown Prince of the Assyrian Empire, Simon Cart Assyrian. If the heavenly order had handled the fragments of the immortal king better from the beginning, none of this would have happened. And these strong words shake the representatives of the church. This serves my interests anyway. He initially intended to reduce the regime's influence in order to strengthen the empire's power. For I am destined to become the emperor who rules this land, and none shall be above me. He understands what he means. Did he interrupt me without hesitation just because you agree? Breaking a promise is the most cowardly of acts. However, our system, the system of the supreme ruler, has never shirked its responsibility. And our history is stained with bloodshed. 1,000 years ago and 300 years ago. We knew no cheese and we never ran away. And so it's now. We are not denying our mistake, but I promise you that he will lead the front lines in the fight against the immortal king, because that is the message we carry to the world. Everyone in the room is taken by surprise by such wise words, seeming almost like a messiah, a person sent to resolve the world's current conflict. The saintless and the kings of other countries are left perplexed. As expected of the saint, he has always trusted in the heavenly order. And who dares to question their integrity? Damn it, he's gotten the better of me. Okay, let's wait and see. O great ruler, I hear your words. Own karma. The reward of karma increases at an astonishing rate. O saint, thank you, and what you said was truly heartwarming. You're welcome, and more importantly, he sees everyone is excited, and perhaps the situation has eased up. The Duchy of Rohan, meanwhile, is in dire need of help. What are you saying? Our alliance is in a worse state. We are surrounded by the northern desert on 3 sides. We know you're all worried, but we must stand together in times like these. Do you have a plan? Yes, otherwise, we wouldn't have gathered you here today. Our system suggests forming the heroic commando brigade to fight the immortal king. Everyone is surprised by the announcement, even the protagonist, since he had no knowledge of this plan of the church. The Commando Heroes Brigade, the official designation, is Anti-Immortal King Special Strike Force. As the Continental Alliance Army prepares the battlefield, the band of heroes, gathered around the saint, rises as a historical force entrusted with the burden of direct confrontation with the immortal king, and settling the conflict by defeating him. But the commando unit? Isn't it a unit sent to its death? Outstanding talents will be recruited from every country. Squad of heroes. If that is the case, then the Empire has talent we would like to nominate. Oh, and who is she? Viscountess Isaiah Prieston. She is a great young witch and a treasure of our empire. Isaiah Prieston undoubtedly possesses the strength to do so. He agrees. He heard about her during the Triberry affairs. She's a great witch. She earned her title by her own power. Would they nominate such a talented individual for something so serious? Is she a thorn in their side? Speaking of which, wasn't it mentioned that the Marquis of Sarrington of the Kingdom of Lisk was of great fighting prowess? What's it to you? We'll nominate our kingdom's representative. Haven't I heard you also have a brilliant technician on your side? What? Each one of them nominates only talents from other countries. It's as if they're implying that my group will be their graveyard. But he will make them all heroes and bring them back safe and sound. What will their reactions be then, I wonder? With that, we conclude today's meeting. The second meeting will take place tomorrow at the same time. The members of the committee begin to leave and talk among themselves. The first day was long. Indeed, and we still have a lot to discuss tomorrow. Meanwhile, our elf is eating and enjoying the view. What are you eating, Harry? This is a perfect continental meal for moments like this. Brought it from the copy cloud. She wants to try some too. Please. We shouldn't end the meeting so easily, and the popcorn's gone too. The glass begins to crack slowly, although our elf already knows what it is about. People, shouldn't you compose a little? What's going on? Alas, he missed the meeting. It was the immortal king wearing a terrifying mask. The only thing that delayed me was that he wanted to wear a mask befitting the day of reckoning. The immortal king, how dare you come here? Get ready to fight, guys. Holy Knights and Knights Templar, assemble immediately. Hurry up, hurry up. This is the saints' call. They made the barrier. Then the main hall begins to fill with several golden glimmers, creating an aura around it that leaves the immortal king surprised for a moment. The sacred barrier will protect us. Enter inside the barrier, all of you. He tries to touch the barrier and is truly repelled. This is an extremely strong barrier. Aha, he sees that your limbs tremble with fear of me. Seriously, what a bizarre mask. It really ended up looking like a villain, don't you agree? I have prepared myself well to meet you, Saint Heinrich. Well, everything is going according to plan. And now, after the immortal king stormed the summit of the continent, world leaders have no choice but to feel the danger that lies before them. This is the beginning of the war. Heinrich, I admire your courage, but you have no power over me. My strength has increased many times over. Really? But he's the one who will taste defeat here. Ho ho ho, where do you get this confidence from? So, fortunately, Heinrich is not alone here. Oh, how strange. Since he has arranged things this way, there's nothing we can do. Will the system bear responsibility for any injuries? High Elf Lavery. Wild Land Representative Lionel. Current mercenary king of the Mercenary Guild Conbol. And how could he don't trust when the strongest on the continent are gathered here now? Saint Heinrich. However, the immortal king continues laughing like a madman. Those bastards are good for nothing. How incredible. What's so funny about it? Let him first correct your misunderstanding. You are not the only ones gathered here. Impossible. Resemble what's under your feet, all of you. Exquisite. He was looking for an opportunity to see his new followers performing their duty. Lady Ghoul's Fiona. The terrifying ghost Bagoo's. Death Knight Karam. Go. Fight, my subordinates, and bring glory to the immortal king, the king of death, your king. The elf king makes the first move. Purify evil spirits. Causing a great explosion against the skeletons. How dare such vile souls stand in my way? Then we have the first clash initiated. The terrifying ghost Bagoo's versus Elf Kingdom. Zirian. Destroy the immortal king's army. Bring the guests inside the barrier. Meanwhile, Karam is destroying everyone who appears in front of him. What amusing scarecrows. This is the king's order to slaughter the enemy. Enemy movements are unnatural. It's as if they're selecting specific targets to eliminate. Is this just an illusion? Haha, things are going smoothly. They may see it as disgusting, but there is no escaping it. For I do not want to accept. Kill the corrupt scoundrels exposed by the investigations. Immortal King, I am your adversary. I will help you, Saint. Me too. Ba Hannibal Sture Ws. I see you intend to overturn the order here. The impact between the two forces is immense, causing true destruction of the place. Good, you've instilled in them enough of a sense of danger. It's time for me to do my part too, to be worth the price of popcorn. Harry? If Heinrich was the star last time, today is his day. It's time for your first appearance, Themis. If Heinrich was the main character last time, this time it's his turn. Time to debut Harris. Harris, what are you trying to do? Father told us to stay here. His body felt stiff, so he thought he'd casually shoot some arrows. What? Is casually a word you should be using right now? Normally there should be a gap in power that can never be bridged, but there is a way. Lord Harris. Lord Harris, what is he trying to do now? You know it's dangerous, right? Of course. But he doesn't want to just sit still. Then the elf felt a different sensation, one that must be the duty of the elves, to protect the world. Then he shall help too. And raises a shield to protect him. Very well, my girl, let's finish this monster now. He begins to prepare the bow, invoking the three spirits of fire, water, and electricity. Aiming high while concentrating to the utmost. He sees the two of them fighting and aims precisely at the immortal king, so there is no risk of hitting his own ally. Such power surprises even the immortal king and strikes him directly in the face with an arrow of nature spirits. However, the immortal king only laughed at it all. And slowly the mask began to fall, revealing the face of the immortal king. Everyone is surprised by what happened. Oh my god, the immortal king's mask broke down in a single strike. And then system notifications appeared. The entity has met the special skill child of the world tree evolves into heir of the world tree. The conditions to become a high elf are finally met. World tree, this isn't an advance payment, is it? The demons become irritated for lowering their guard and letting the immortal king be struck. How dare you, we will kill you now. They advance directly toward Harry's, who is being protected by 2 guards, but before they could attack, the immortal king says that it was already enough. Interesting. He thought you were just a small fry, but you have some unexpected talent. He will have to change his plans. Furthermore, he will withdraw for today. Who says he can leave? Do you think this is a place he can come and go as you please? Calm down, Saintus. He understands how you feel, but the damage done is already severe enough. Then the entire army of evil begins to return to the shadows as if nothing had happened. Do not be disappointed. Aren't you busy these days? Just dealing with the monsters encroached by madness must be overwhelming. Hannibal Strauss, consider the next time we meet as the day of your death. He shall return those words right back at you. So look forward to it, the moment of destruction that he shall bestow upon you. True despair hasn't even begun yet. He leaves in a mysterious manner. Isn't the acting getting more natural? Even the protagonist is somewhat euphoric because of such a performance. Move the injured to the healing room immediately. Escort the envoys first. What on earth did those last words mean to say that true despair hasn't even begun yet? It seems he has some other scheme up his sleeve. We must be careful. When things finally calmed down, the elves came to congratulate Harris. He is truly amazing, Harris. He never imagined you would display such power. That's right, we weren't the only surprised. The envoys were keeping an eye on you too, Mr. Harris. Aha, he was lucky. He is unfairly getting ahead of me again, leaving a slight feeling of envy. But the feeling of happiness is interrupted by the church. We can't just be happy yet. She believes everyone has recognized the seriousness of the situation. Shamefully, we failed to stop the immortal king's intrusion. Everyone's cooperation is desperately needed. He agrees. It has now been revealed that there is no safe sanctuary anymore. Therefore we must help each other right now. Right. Let everyone lend their strength to the creation of the Heroes Task Force. We will actively step forward too. The saint is happy. Everyone. It seems there are some people mixed in who have ulterior motives, but well, there are those who are sincere too. Sorry to interrupt the meeting, but there is urgent news. They say all border defense lines of the Rohan dukedom have collapsed. What on earth is happening? Surely they could have held out a little longer. They say the defense lines on 3 sides collapsed simultaneously for unknown reasons. Also, around the same time, there was a terror attack on the dukedom's key facilities. So this is what he meant by despair that hasn't even begun yet. It must be the doing of the immortal army. Even this raid was to divert our attention. But it isn't. What on earth is this situation? But he knows the guys who would do something like this very well. The oath of reversal, did those bastards move? Saintus, is that true? Everyone, for this matter, Cardinal Piri from the Empire's great temple of Geron, has decided to step forward personally with his elite troops. We will never give up until the end. Therefore please do not give up either. Everyone suspects Hans, so it actually worked out since the Continental Alliance decided to stand against the Immortal King. Hans should play along too. So we return to the Immortal King. He has selected the optimal location by weighing various conditions. Neither too far nor too close to the dukedom, a fertile land with a thick concentration of ominous energy. Good job, my Queen Olivia. So this is how he used the forbidden knowledge. He begins to utter magical words over a pentagram, reciting an ancient spell. Aha, listen everyone. The Continental Alliance says they will stop our immortal army. Then we too must show our will as well. Watch closely. This is his will that will once again die the entire continent in fear, and the symbol of a new dark age. Aha, let's fight pro-Pearly Continental Alliance. Switching scenes, they arrive on the southern continent of Ion. And a mysterious man covered by a black cloak is spotted. So, the Immortal King has finally set out to annihilate the Duchy of Rohan. Yes, he should at least have done this much. His inadequacy was unbearable. What a strange environment. Is it finally time for me to step in? This guy and that tattoo remind me of someone. No. Dragon from One Piece. That he then jumps off a cliff and comes across a cave emitting madness. If shall he tries the seeds of madness. returning once again to the immortal king's new castle, with his new subjects. He begins to analyze the new war scenario of the Duchy of Rohan. The Duchy of Rohan, it is surrounded by northern mountains on 3 sides, like a faint candle about to go out. His mind was at ease, knowing that the Empire and the Holy Church had not sat idly by. It will be difficult for Heinrich to move at the moment, as long as he cannot leave his post as the squad of heroes is being formed. And suddenly an apparition appears. My lord the king, have you come up with anything, Olivia? He has compared the list of insubordination division members that you gave me with the information we obtained from the executive we recently arrested. Executive? Is he the sheik who is rumored to be the manager of the Toko branch? As a result, among those he was already monitoring, he discovered a partner. Wait, a partner. Its location is the city of Tuvia, near the capital of the Asrian Empire. If it was the city of the Tofia, it is subject to the emperor's authority. There is the high-ranking partner of the disobedience division, who secretly moved the Ubercio clan. And we see our succubus return. She panics and gives orders to retreat. Hurry. Hurry. We have to leave in 10 minutes. This is impossible, it's impossible that they've discovered it. She's here. Where did she leave a trace? She has even kept quiet the fact that she's a Scopus. Will she return to the immortal army? She hates that with a nasty hatred. We want you in the immortal king's army. Welcome. Damn it, he should have run away since the pencil sharpener. This savage first appears in the fight against Upersian, then suddenly his vision goes dark and the reinforcements coming from the rebellion department are cut off. There must be a faction targeting us. If the information leaks here, it will be dangerous. Hey Andrew, have you packed up the contracts we've been working on? Yes, Sienna. He made sure to take care of her first. If as long we take what matters to us and run, everything will be fine. This city is full of all kinds of defenses. And this palace is even more fortified. Unless the immortal king himself comes, we have a chance. But suddenly they are attacked. Impossible. They're already here so fast. It's an invasion, why now and suddenly like this? He sees that she has been living in great comfort lately. Impossible, she has been counting the days waiting for this moment. There is no doubt that you were deliberately hiding since he is saying that. Never, he has prepared all this for the day of your arrival, his lord king. Writing, you may frighten others but you cannot deceive me. He uses the ability Eye of the Abyss to regain control over her. Sienna, the psyops of the devil race. It was among the top 10 during the reign of the previous immortal king. It's astonishing for a devil to assume the guise of a noblewoman. She's a perfect talent for secret missions. Oh Sienna. She really thinks she can deceive her king, the god of death, the one who created everything and is destined to control the world. It is time to fulfill the contract that was made 300 years ago. Then he begins mental control over her, completely transforming her. Turning her into a new woman, a new demon. For the immortal king, eternal life. My eternal loyalty. She is even kind of cute, the most beautiful of the demons. The immortal king and Olivia are happy. After all, it is as if they had recovered the lost lamb. Shit, she has returned to the immortal army. That shield is very ugly. My sister, please don't cry. These are tears of joy. She is very happy to return to the ranks of the great immortal king's army. Hey, what a loyal follower she is. He sees your true colors, Sienna. By the way, who is this man? He has a great deal of mana in his body, but he sees no sign of him learning magic or aura. Sienna, he thinks you haven't presented it properly yet. Hey Andrew. Hurry up and introduce yourself. Hello King. I am Andrew Weaver. Andrew is a hero she recruited for our great cause and he will be surprised when you see what he's capable of. And she is amazed. He is from another world, that is, he is neither from the world of demons nor from the world of spirits. If it is neither from the world of demons nor from the world of spirits. Did he do it? Yes, your majesty. Ichem, he came from a place called Earth. Guys, I have sad news for fans of this manhwa, all my alter egos are tycoons. Apparently, the manhwa will take a break and will only return in April with the second season. Here is their message. Thank you for your love for all my alter egos are tycoons. Thanks to your interest and support, we have finished the season. The first season was successful. We have decided to take a short time to reorganize, and then we will get back to you on Wednesday, April 1st. We will return with the second season in a more spectacular form, featuring larger battles and a wider scope, and Sunghyun's story will be more intense and daring. We hope you will be interested. He will be very active in the second season and supported when he returns. If there is any change to the schedule or if it turns out to be just a prank, we will return to our normal programming.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. And for more content like this, Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another part. I'd love to hear your thoughts. See you next time. Bye-bye.